initial first year effort. It's been great. And I've been tuning in. I'm just saying, there are a lot of, it's on live online also on YouTube, so really great if you can't make it here to watch it online. So yes, Lorraine O'Connor, what do they have me titled as? Yeah, cultural entrepreneur. So I work in the music and film space, even fashion. I've produced many events, over 30-something years of experience, producing films, producing events, working with some of the greats, including Marshall Montano, Calypso Rose, and Nyla Blackman. And I would like to say that one of the highlights of my career was actually presenting Calypso Rose on the Coachella stage in 2019, the oldest artist to ever perform at Coachella. And she brought Marshall and Nyla on stage with her. And that was really a moment, a great moment in history, and also a great moment, career-wise. So that's why I'm here today, to talk a little bit about my experience in organizing festivals. I work also with Marshall on, Marshall Monday, which is no longer that, but I worked with him for many years, producing Marshall Monday behind the scenes. So I have a lot of experience in events and festivals, and I've attended a lot of festivals internationally, so I'd like to share some of those thoughts as well.
Okay, good morning. My name is Kiba Jacob Motley. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the National Carnival Commission. And so at the National Carnival Commission, our job is really to create an enabling environment for the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival, or the Festival of Carnival, to thrive. And so we are looking forward to continuing in our role to do that. So that's me professionally. Personally, I've been playing mass since I was 3 years old. I'm a real carnival child. Really love carnival, and all of the things that represent carnival, So I truly believe that if we are saying that as Trinbagonians, carnival is a huge part of our identity. It should be that we are carnival, all year, carnival 365, So hopefully we could move to that stage. But yeah, so that's me, working towards creating and enabling. 365 mean we're not working. Yeah. No, but carnival could be work. Carnival is my job, So yeah, hopefully we could continue doing the great work at the National Carnival Commission and improve on it, and to make Carnival the wonderful festival that it is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jody Covington. I am the Marketing, Public Relations, kind of Operations Director for the Big, the Bag, the Only Uber's Local Cruise. USC has been existing since 2015, with our first sailing in 2016, and it's quickly became one of the fastest growing themed cruises at sea, and that's all themes, country, reggae. We have exceeded most themes that are at sea right now. So I have been doing USC since inception back in 2015. And I've been working in PR and marketing with my own firm, the Brand Development Group, since 2012. So I've done carnivals, events, festivals, cruises for a long time, and I'm excited to be here. So thank you for having us on this panel. Thank you for being
here. My name is Dave Susser, better known as DJ Gravy, out of New York City. I've been DJing since the late 90s. I started with reggae, dancehall, kind of progressed to soca, and really I played a lot of music, but Caribbean music is really what people know me for and most of what I do. I started an event called Rice and Peas in 2007 that helped break down the stigma of Caribbean bashment parties in the nightlife industry, which it really was kind of blacklisted, let's just say. And we've been able to help kind of destigmatize and kind of rebrand, what that is for the nightlife industry in New York, brought it to Miami, brought it to LA. In 2009, I started largeup.com. It's an editorial platform for Caribbean music, art, culture. We've partnered with Apple, with Red Bull, with tourist boards, and really helped bring visibility to the music and the culture, and getting brand support. And we were the first to bring Caribbean music playlists when streaming happened in 2016 with Apple Music. And since then, we've started a PR firm, and we've done PR for a lot of the top Caribbean artists. Out of Trinidad, we've done Kess and Prince Swanee for a little while, but we work with a lot of, Jamaican and Afrobeats artists, and just always finding ways to create more visibility, more engagement, more support. And the journey continues. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Of course,
Hi everyone, my name is Jules, commonly referred to as Julius Caesar because my company's name is Caesar's Army. It is an event production company, slowly changing to event management company. We are producing a number of events, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but Trinidad and Tobago was the platform for me to export my event offerings from TNT to Barbados, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Antigua, Bermuda, New York, Miami, UK. So it was very integral to understand that Trinidad and Tobago helped me to elevate myself and my business and to export what I consider Caribbean culture. I also have a company called Caesar, which is basically a creative consultancy, which afforded me, I guess, extension of my expertise. One of the notable consultancy jobs that I had was the first ever Tobago Carnival, where I was able to be a festival consultant. And that provided a lot more, what should I say, purpose for me, where I really bred passion in Caesar's Army. I'm now elevating myself into purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. So, of course, we're talking soca music and festivals. Naturally, I have to ask, what is your most memorable festival experience and why? Any of you can start.
Well, you're looking at me, so
Yeah.
I'm going to start.
Well, I know you said you did a lot of festivals. So.
Well, I did. I think my most memorable, we're talking about memorable,
Memorable
right?
or impactful?
Well, it was Reggae on the River, Humboldt County, where we took Brother Resistance, Kindred, and Charlene Boudram to California. This was back in early 90s. And that was momentous, first of all, to have our music represented there. Also, the type of festival it is, I think, we were all blown away at the organization, the level of structure, the bins with the different rubbish that were being collected, like that just blew us away.
Recycling?
Yeah. Well, not just recycling. They had like 6 different color bins for everything from food to recycling to whatever, all the different things. Also, when we arrived, everybody was given a gift. I don't know, in the Humboldt County is where they grow some of the best weed in things. So everybody was given a package. Like, my mother came with us, actually, and they were all blown away. Like, what is this, So, yeah, it was, and I mean, Resistance just blew it away. Charlene was great. She had a hit song then that we had did a remake of Jola Taxi, which was a popular French song.
Yes, it was.
And, actually, Scorch played it the other day on air. I couldn't believe it. I was like in the car.
At Scorch, we play everything.
I know, it was so
For
cute.
everyone.
So cute, so cute. Yeah, so I think that was one of my most memorable festivals. I won't go into all the crazy stuff that happened because a lot happened. But of course, the most momentous, as I mentioned, career-wise, was really seeing Calypso Rose on that Coachella stage. Mm-hmm. And what we have to realize that Coachella is not a West Indian crowd at all. It's very white. Mm-hmm. It's very, it's not cheap to go there. So, and Rose is an elderly woman. but the impact was incredible. Like, people like were blown away by her. Like, we had so many press articles. She did so many interviews. You know, it was really a momentous moment.
I'm sure it was indeed, because I mean, Calypso Rose being, in her 70s, and to see someone on the stage bring that vibe and energy, and, you know, we all know soca music is a happy music, so, you know, I'm sure the crowd at Coachella was blown away. What about anyone else? Any memorable festival?
So for me, from I guess from a professional perspective, not like what I have fun at, I probably was really impressed with the Essence Festival. Just all of the different stages, all of the different exhibitors, the major brands that came out. It was very interesting to see how it all like ran. Well, the year I was there, I'm sure backstage, behind scenes, you know how it goes behind scenes. But the just for me, just the organization of it all was very impressive. I think that, you know, I'll also just kind of also even say with even Uber Soca Cruise, because I would say it's memorable and impactful for a lot of different reasons. But I think when we launched that cruise, we didn't necessarily know the extent of everything that was going to come with it. So just the impact that it's had globally, and the impact that it's had from economic impact, from just helping, you know, even small island music get out there a little bit more. I think I will have to say not just Essence, but also Uber Soca Cruise was just very, I think, globally impactful as a whole, for a lot of different reasons.
I think my greatest festival experience has been Trinidad and Tobago, simply because I started being involved in Carnival, I would say, and I mean, I'm not ashamed to show my age here, as early as 2000, 2001, in a sense, right? But Caesar's Army really kind of started in 2006. And at that point in time, when I started, I think as an event practitioner, I don't like to call myself a promoter because it's an elevated form of your profession. As an event practitioner, starting off in Trinidad and Tobago, I think the most important thing when you was throwing parties is that you wanted to get into Carnival, because Carnival was the festival. That's back in the day with Chinese laundry and watercolors and island people with caution, etc., right? So getting into Trinidad and Tobago Carnival was real key. And I got into Trinidad and Tobago Carnival based on Juve. So I had a Juve band. And just being there, having your own space in what is considered, I guess, the magnanimous aspect of being involved in something big, helped me to export. Because that's where I created Ambush. And Ambush was my first export to Barbados and to Jamaica, and that's what started off Caesar's Army. I think one other thing that was a festival that was really integral for me is being involved in Tobago Carnival, because that was the first time that I saw a carnival being started in its origination, right, in its inauguration. And to see being involved in that process kind of showed me, with my experience of Trinidad and Tobago Carnival, how can Tobago Carnival be unique and different in its own way, right? So I could tell you, based on, I haven't been to Coachella, I haven't been to Burning Man and all these other things, but I can definitely tell you, based on our Caribbean culture, Trinidad and Tobago has also spiraled a number of other carnivals throughout the year, inclusive of Tobago Carnival. So I can consider Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival being very fundamental as festivals in my existence.
Thank you so much for that. And I mean, the reason why I asked that question, because obviously we are talking about festivals, and Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival has been ranked as, you know, one of the festivals you must attend around the world at some point in time in your life. So my follow-up question would be, is there a place for soca music in other festivals around the world? Do you think people can relate to the music? If so, why? And then for Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival, what attracts other persons to come to Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival? Is it the entire festival experience, or do you think soca music has a pivotal role in attracting those tourists?
So, well, I could jump in. So, just to piggyback on what Jules said, and just to share my, not professional as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Carnival Commission, but as a masquerader, as customer zero, you know. I think for me, what soca is, like I describe soca as the soundtrack of my life, you know. And so through soca music, I could tell stories. So Lyrical sang a song for me some years ago. He doesn't know this, but he sang a song for me. Because, I mean, within Carnival, and then because Carnival is our festival, and
what
marketing.
song is that? Sorry.
Luna.
Oh, Luna.
So it's because in Carnival you have all these stories, and in Carnival there's always a tabanka something, you know. You're playing mass with your friend find a fella, your friend go on, leave you by yourself, you know. And so I ended up experiencing mass on the road by myself. And the benefit in that is that you're never alone when you're playing mass in Trinidad and Tobago, you know. And so how do we, so to answer your question as we move the conversation along, in terms of soca music and other festivals, it is for people to understand those stories and be able to relate to our stories, you know. So that Luna, you know, there is a song last year, I believe, where Patrice sang a similar story about leaving your partner and then you come back together, you know. But Carnival time we separate, you know. So it's how do we tell those stories and in a relatable way, you know. And that song, because it was a slower paced song and it's more relatable. So there is a place for soca in any festival and in anybody's life because the stories are so relatable, you know. And you could just find joy and memories in the experiences in the festival through the music.
And I think tourists can relate to some of those stories too, because when they come here and they don't realize how Carnival is, oftentimes they get left alone. But then you're not alone because I wouldn't necessarily say Trinidadians alone, but just Caribbean people in a whole, even when they are here, it's like, oh, you need help? All right, come with us. Go to this event. You know, you can get breakfast here. You can, you know, go to this all-inclusive, and, you know, the experience is a very much a shared and welcoming experience. Lorraine, I see you want to say something.
Because Mikel Teja sang a song for me this Carnival. Lorraine. I mean, like, so I think we all identify, you know, with something that jumps in. And I just wanted to add that when Rose went to Coachella, they chose 5 artists, because, you know, they have artists from around the world, to do a video on. So one of the programmers from Coachella came to Trinidad to interview Rose and so on. And we were really pushing hard, and I haven't given up on it, that they could do some kind of Juve experience in Coachella. Because when he experienced Juve, he was like blown away completely. So I definitely think there is a place for soca music, and for our, you know, Jules has it down pat. Our organization of events and parties and so on in these spaces. So, as I said, I haven't given up on it, on the idea of taking Juve to Coachella.
And I mean, Kiba, you touched on it, and I know you want to say something, but as I wouldn't, not necessarily an outsider, but as somebody who is definitely not from the Caribbean, but champion in Caribbean music, how integral has soca been in fostering like that community vibe in Caribbean events that, I mean, yes, other festivals have a community vibe to some extent, but you know, it's so large. But, you know, soca is known to create that community vibe. How do you think it's the music that's integral to that, or is it the people and the atmosphere, or a combination of both?
I think it's inseparable. The music, the experience, the culture, the energy, you know. And I do think, I mean, what I've been doing with my team at Large Up is trying to fill voids. When I see platforms that have all these different genres of music, and, you know, Caribbean music is almost always missing. So our mission is like, all right, how do we integrate Caribbean music into this. I mean, you mentioned Coachella, which is obviously like the festival of festivals in America. The other closest one is probably Bonnaroo, and we worked with Superfly, who are the producers of Bonnaroo. They did a festival in Brooklyn in Prospect Park. It only lasted 2 years. It was like a food festival, food and music, and it was problematic with the food, and it didn't last that long. But the experience was great for people who were there. We did it the second year. My party, Rice and Peas, like we had a stage, and we played reggae into dancehall and into soca, and it was like we were playing to an open field. There was no one in there, but by the end of the set, there was probably 10,000 people. And I think we probably ended with Palance, and there's a video of 98%
Can
white
you say
people.
Can you say that again for us?
We ended the set with Palance, and we had dancers on stage, and none of these people had ever seen or witnessed this. They live in Brooklyn, but
Yeah.
these aren't the people at West Indian Day Parade. This was like a, I don't know, rock and roll, whatever kind of crowd. I don't know what to call it, but definitely not a crowd familiar with Caribbean music like that. But the way we curated it, and the dancers, and the whole crowd did it. There was an ocean of people doing it. So I mean, right now, international music, Afro beats, dancehall always has every few years another wave. But I think it's wide open right now. I think this idea that people aren't ready for soca is inaccurate, because I've brought it places where it wasn't at before. We brought the first Caribbean music showcase to South by Southwest, which is not a festival per se, it's a conference, but it's ultimately kind of like a festival. And the first year we did it was 2014, and we had a lot of different artists and selectors and everything, but when Rolling Stone magazine came and documented our event as one of the top things to see at South by Southwest, and that's out of like 10 or 20,000 events,
Wow.
literally. And this was the first time Caribbean music was really showcased this is the biggest music conference in the world. This is where Lil Wayne blew up, Adele, Major Lazer, like The Baby, Trillion X. And Caribbean artists just had no awareness of it. And it took us a few years to convince them that you got to come on your own. We had some sponsor support, but it was like, look, if you want to take your thing to the next level, you need to be here. And Bungie came through, Bungie and Faye-Ann, and they were the ones featured in Rolling Stone, and Rolling Stone described it as a frenzy, saying the stage was about to collapse because the energy was so crazy. That led to Bungie getting the same writer who wrote that did a 6-page write-up in Rolling Stone magazine from West Indian Day Parade with Bungie later that year. These are the first time soca was ever mentioned in Rolling Stone, the biggest music magazine of all time. And then the following year, I bet y'all could probably guess who came knocking at my door and said, my turn. And that was Machel. And again, Rolling Stone came and got a really epic photo of like the crowd waving probably 12 different Caribbean flags, and Machel on stage sweating it out, going crazy. And Apple was there, Google was there. You'll do more politicking and networking at one day at this conference than in like 5 years of really anything else. It's really wild. And they didn't know what it was. They didn't know what soca was, but they're like, we like it. We want in on this, So there's absolutely space. It's just, you just have to have the courage and curate it the right way, bring the right thing.
Which leads me to my next question, because from the common thread is obviously when soca is introduced in these spaces, for people who did not know about soca music or had limited knowledge of soca music, they definitely love it. So then how can we make soca music more attractive to international tourists, or how can we make our soca festivals more commercially viable or palatable to international tourists?
I'm going to jump right in, because I work with Caribbean tourist boards throughout the islands. I've worked with probably a dozen of them or so. We haven't. Trinidad actually did produce an event at South by in 2015, the same year. After we got Machel on board, they got news that he was going, and they did an event there, and they did like the Parang Christmas thing, and it wasn't really what that audience was that wasn't gonna set, you know what I mean? I appreciated it because I appreciate the culture, but you have to look at the audience and curate the right thing for the people. And that event didn't really get much notice, I don't think. But, I think there's huge potential on the tourism side, but I just don't see much happening out of Trinidad. I don't know that Trinidad is looking to get tourism. I think I've heard that there's a little bit of a change in that recently, but I haven't seen it personally. And it's always a challenge working with Caribbean tourist boards, honestly. I don't think we've ever... We did something with Barbados where we convinced Barbados the music in Barbados is important. They said, really? We say, yeah, it's all over the world. Alison Hines, and one of the biggest artists in the world is from Barbados, Rihanna. She's at Crop Over every year. But the tabloids try to sensationalize her being there, but they don't really understand what it is. And we're like, you need to share this story, and you need to take pride in your local, Barbados soca scene, and use that to drive tourism. And their minds were blown. They didn't understand why we would think that there was even a connection there, but it seemed so obvious to us. And, we did content, and it was really cool, but then with these tourist boards, people are always coming and going. So whoever green lights our project is usually not there by the end of it. So it's always a challenge, but to me, it seems like the most obvious thing. I mean, it's arguably the greatest party, right? And young people like to travel right now, like to go experience new things. World music is more viable than it's ever been. And soca deserves to be right there with Afrobeats, with reggaeton, with what have you.
I just had two things to say about soca, boy. And we were having the conversation in the back. The first thing is soca powers carnivals, right? And there are probably about 35 carnivals a year, right? So it's not really a seasonal thing. To me, soca is supposed to be living throughout the year, right? It kind of starts, it doesn't really start with Trinidad and Tobago, but the soca artists in Trinidad and Tobago actually put out for Trinidad and Tobago Carnival, and it carries through almost like their career for the year lasts throughout the year based on the song or songs that have been produced for that year, right? This is not even taking into account the song from last year or the song before that. It's never like that. It's always like, what's the hit song for this year? And it carries throughout, because let me tell you something. After Trinidad and Tobago Carnival, it was very difficult to book Michael Teja. Personally, like me personally, right? He's already booked. Right? That's how it goes, right? So somehow for soca music, some barrier needs to be broken for it to be, mainstream. But it's impossible for me to fathom why soca has not broken through, because to me it plays on a regular basis every year, right? There's a whole breaking of a song just being a lifespan for a year, but that's another conversation. But as I say, there are many carnivals throughout the year. It goes from Trinidad to Jamaica to Antigua. I could call the names. Even Cook Islands in the Pacific is interested in Ghana, interested in creating a carnival, right? That's one thing. The second thing is, I believe, because my comrade here is a DJ, soca has the same BPM as EDM and house and etc., right? So somehow there's an alignment that even in Coachella, like Lorraine telling me that Juve is supposed to be there, the music probably should be in alignment with the music that is played in Coachella, right? And it's supposed to just kind of transcend, and a Juve can happen in Coachella in the next 3 years, right? I wish you all the best with that, Lorraine. If you need someone to do it, let me know. Sure. The last point is that soca needs to touch or be immersed in the motherland, Africa. Because that's what I'm hearing. Africa, there's so many numbers. I mean, it's explosive when Burna Boy and etc., right, come on the scene. Soca needs to be aligned with that. And it's the same way I feel, I know I'm reaching far here, chutney soca should be reaching India, right? because of the numbers, right? And I feel that will be the day probably that when there is that alignment, because those are what I consider the motherlands, right? Africa, India, right? That is when I believe that the music might be taken to the world.
So do you think that the carnival celebrations that are existing worldwide, because I'm glad that you brought that up, because now there are carnivals happening in Malta, Poland, Switzerland, Japan, you name it, because they're seeing the economic viability of carnival. Do you think it's mostly the economics, or has soca music influenced the start of those carnivals?
I can jump in with that. I think that it is. I think it is the economic always kind of leads things, but soca is infectious, right? And when somebody experiences it, like truly experiences it, and educates themselves on the music and starts to make those connections, you find that they do take it back to where they're from, and they do want to do Friends Soca Lovers, and you do want to start these organizations in these countries that keep that infection going, because they do want to share it, and they want to share it with their people and their family and their friends, and you kind of see where now it's being exported. So I think that what Jules was saying and what Lauren was saying is it's really also about educating people. I find that I educate individuals a lot about just the music and why I love it.
Right.
You know, because I can, it resonates with me. Whatever's being said, or just the freeness. We talked about anxiety that came out. It just is so impactful. And when I go out into the community, or I do a lot of traveling and marketing with USC, and we're in a expansion perspective as well. Like, how do we keep people coming back to USC, or how do we, dive into new markets and get people to experience it for the first time? And sometimes it's a lot for people that are not familiar with Caribbean lifestyle. It may be like a lot. Yeah. So it's really about the experience. But when they fall in love with the music, they come back every year. That's been my thing. If I can just get you there one time, I promise you, not only you, they're going to come back and they're going to bring like 10, 15, 20 of their friends, and it just has going to continue to grow over time. So it's really about us becoming experts at marketing ourselves, and communicating and telling those stories, because it is infectious. It's a beautiful genre of music. Everyone can relate to it, the freeness of it, but we have to better communicate that to communities that are outside of our own.
Yeah, which makes sense. Then if people loving the music, then how do we then use soca music to help with event tourism and help, bring more people and attract more people to the island carnivals, not just here in Trinidad and Tobago, but for all the carnivals in the region?
Well, I think we're doing that. I think I will say there's a lot that we can do, but I do want to give honor to what we are doing. In such a short span of time, there's been an immense number of carnivals around the world. There's events in every city you go to. There are people that are exporting this music and putting their own spin on different events, and different conferences now that are starting to come up. And we have soca on the sea, at this point in time, So we have soca with the cruise ship industry, which was never a thing. But now when we knock on any major cruise line's door, Royal Caribbean, Norwegian, Carnival, they're like, oh, Uber's a cruise?
At least those mainstream cruises, they all have a soca set. It might not be a soca artist, but whoever is there, performer, they have like a little soca set in there. Right.
So now, we're at the point where if Uber Soca Cruise reaches out to any main cruise line, they're like, please come. They're like, we love you guys. Even though we have a very spirited crowd, they love us, right? So I feel like we are putting in the work, and we need more of these types of conversations, more collaboration. Let's not work in silos. Let's figure out how we can work together, and we can speed the process up. But I think just in the years that we've been doing this, and we launched USC in 2015, I've seen such growth, and it's so beautiful over the years. So I would say honor what we're doing, and let's keep doing it.
I want to ask Kiva then, from the NCC's position. We have so many private entities that host a lot of soca events. What are the economic benefits of having a large soca event or festival?
I think the economic benefits are, one, it gives people a chance to connect. It gives people a chance to
In Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, in Trinidad and Tobago, I mean, by extension, it would be the benefits would be for anywhere or any other Caribbean island that has a large soca event or festival as well.
Well, the economic benefit, I mean, so Carnival is Trinidad and Tobago's largest tourism product, right? So during that time, the economy is just booming, right? Because you have a lot of people coming into the country. Locals spend more during that time. The average tourist spend is significantly higher during Carnival time, all right? And so the economic benefit to any type of event during Carnival, even if you buy water and resell it during Carnival, you'll make money, right? So, so there is a natural boom that takes place during that time. What we have to work on is getting more people to come here throughout the year, but as well during Carnival time, because there are a few people who will come to Trinidad and Tobago Carnival every single year, but there are some people who will be here every 3 years, every 4 years, depending on what they can afford. And so at the National Carnival Commission, one of the things that we do is to promote Trinidad and Tobago Carnival at other similar events. And then we're also looking to expand our marketing activities to other events, you know, so to Japan and so on, to other markets that may not necessarily be familiar with Trinidad and Tobago Carnival, or maybe slightly familiar, you know, so, and to get persons to attend. But it is definitely beneficial to anybody doing anything. I mean, if you look at, just use one example. Makeup and, well, 2 examples. Makeup and boots.
Yes.
During Carnival time, you know, people make real money just doing makeup. And you probably don't understand, but
no,
makeup,
you know, we are
not
laughing
you.
because we very much.
I meant DJ Gravy, you know, but doing makeup and decorating boots for Carnival, if you could do that, you make money. You know, so it's really a great time economically for everybody.
So a lot of ancillary services definitely benefit. And I mean, Jules as an event promoter, event manager. No, I'm not going to ask you how much money you make, but you can definitely support the comments that Kiba are making. But beyond that, you know, the small person from a country level, you think the success of Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival has driven the startup of carnivals in other nations?
Yeah, it has. As I believe, Carnival is an ecosystem. Kiba went into a few of them, but it's a whole ecosystem, especially when it comes to the events, but even set apart from the events, it's an immense ecosystem. So one of the most important things that I would have realized is that if the ecosystem thrives on Carnival, it is important for us to find new festivals that can take place in Trinidad and Tobago that can keep building upon the ecosystem so it doesn't just become seasonal, right? I mean, I would have tried something last month called Fetland, which was a festival of fets, because I really felt like in Carnival, one of the main things that people come to is the fets, right? So why not have a festival of fets, right? It just makes sense. Maybe it's another opportunity for persons to come to Trinidad and Tobago and experience something that is not as exact as Carnival, but is probably one of the fragments of Carnival that can also bring the world down here. We have a number of other opportunities to do that with our food. I haven't really, ever since I think maybe Restaurant Week, we haven't really had a huge culinary festival, but we will all know that we are very diverse in our cultures. So whether it become from African, Indian, Syrian, Chinese, etc., etc., the diversity of food can be a remarkable festival, right? But these things take time to build. But as I believe in it, as I see it, as we all understand Carnival, one of the problems with Carnival is that it's very difficult to attend Carnival at this point in time. It's very pricey, it's very expensive, there's accommodation is a problem. So there's a need to find more within the year right, that can accommodate such demand. And what is important is that we're not trying to replicate products. We are trying to create unique products now that the world will have different opportunities to come and visit Trinidad and Tobago because of the diversity of offerings. So yeah, I definitely believe in that, and hopefully things will change in the near future.
I want to just add about the economic impact globally. I know that with Uber Soca Cruise, a lot of people, I mentioned to you on the phone, a lot of people don't know, we've successfully taken out over 20,000 people since we had our first sailing in 2016. But the economic impact of USC going to a Caribbean island like St. Thomas, and we've been to a number of them over the years, St. Martin and the like, is over $1 million for that 7 or 8 hours that we're on that island. And so the economic impact for that local community is significant.
Yeah.
So, for example, we went to St. Thomas this past spring. And in St. Thomas, we were expecting we took about 3,500 people there. So we thought maybe about another 2,000 or 3,000 locals will come out and have a great time with us. When we showed up to, the estimated numbers are upwards of 15,000 to 18,000 people that came out to participate in the Juve, the
and
road
were those
Juve.
just locals alone, or a combination of locals and tourists who were on the island?
Locals, tourists, and then surrounding islands. So, you had BVI come over, you had, the other ones come over. So there was so much economic impact. And we went back recently to do a site visit because we're going to St. Croix this year. And the guy that was driving us, he was just like, oh my goodness, the Uber Soca Cruise team, thank you guys so much when you came to St. Thomas. He said, I made more money that day that you guys were here than I have ever made at any festival that has been put on in St. Thomas. And that to me speaks about the economic power that we do have with the events and festivals, and as a cruise, you think, oh, they're having a good time on the boat. No, like the economic impact of USC to the Caribbean islands is massive.
Yeah, so you think that, obviously, adding to Jules' point as well, the more festivals we have, it not only allows for greater economic benefits, but a greater consumption of soca music year round. Because that's a challenge we faced right here in Trinidad, is that, do you think soca, well, I know most of you will say, no, soca is not just confined to Carnival, but that's the reality of it. After Carnival, we kind of go back to, the other genres of music that we love. I mean, and nothing is wrong with that. I mean, we love dancehall, we love hip hop. So, which brings me to my next question. Do you think there is a place for dancehall, other genres of music during Carnival time? And if you say yes, explain why. And if you say no, obviously explain why. I don't want to tell you my thoughts, but I want to hear what you guys would say, because it's a very common debate on social media, especially around Trinidad Carnival, but more so I would say around probably Jamaica Carnival, Miami Carnival. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, we'll start with Laureen and come down the line.
Okay, I would say yes, because I see the world as a global place. I don't think we should just confine to soca. I also think, because I'm hearing about the carnivals, like I've been to Miami Carnival a couple times, but I know Caribbean people in Miami who don't even know the carnival is happening. Like, I think we have a lot of work still to do on marketing these carnivals to people outside of the diaspora. A lot of people go from carnival to carnival. I think often you see the same people, be it Atlanta, New York, whatever, it's the same people. So I think, but that's a different topic. I just wanted to throw that in there. But I do think that there's room. I don't think it should overpower. I do think soca should be the main music, soca and calypso. But I do think there's room for other genres of music, and there's room for more collaboration, with the Afro beats, the dancehall, and so on. Why not? We are Caribbean after all. We're all there rooting for the West Indies, but we only have to listen to soca? No, come on, that's hypocritical, in my opinion. That's just me.
So I'll give you two answers, but both answers will be the same. So as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Carnival Commission, soca only, calypso only during carnival time. Personally as well, that's my position as well. I think though that, and I agree with Lorraine, that there is an opportunity, and as Jules described, for us to include other types of music throughout the year in the festivals that we can have throughout the year. So I really believe right now we're in the middle of a festival, we're just not exploring it sufficiently because we have a few concerts and parties happening since the beginning of June in Trinidad and Tobago. And if we could build out this period, so Jules mentioned Fetland, and so if we could build out things like that, and in those types of events, we could mix the music, of course, with calypso and soca being the predominant music featured. But during my carnival, with my song track, leave me with my calypso and soca, please, Let me hear my woman on the bass. That's how I know when it's time to leave the fete, So, as I said, it's a soundtrack for me, So, yes, I think during my carnival, leave me alone with my music. But throughout the year, you could mix it a bit if
Let
you
me
like.
just jump in here to add a little more, I wouldn't say fire to the pot. So do you think then that DJs should be aware of the space that they're in? So for example, if Trinidad Carnival, we are true to soca and only during this time period, if that is what should be respected. However, if you go to Jamaica, because they are dancehall, they cannot not be true to who they are. So dancehall would obviously be included in their space because that's their music along with soca and calypso, and likewise with Miami, because there are so many nationalities there, then you'll expect to hear the compa, the reggaeton, along with the soca. So is it that the carnival or the music for carnival should be reflective of the space that you're in, or should it be that other genres should be allowed to infiltrate any carnival, no matter the cultural or traditions that have existed in those territories?
Well, I think, okay, so using Jamaica as the example, if you're in Jamaica and you hear reggae and dancehall and so on in their carnival, that's fine, and that is for them to manage, right? But certainly, so that's why I say for my carnival, right? Trinidad and Tobago Carnival is my carnival, right? And so for our carnival, we have to be, because that's our music.
Right.
So if you're in Jamaica and they're playing dancehall, that's where you are. You're in Jamaica, So and then it really helps, as I said, the mix. So we can mix with the other festivals that we may want to have during the year. But the mix is what, as Lorraine said, will bring people together, and that's how we get new people to come in, And especially when you play soca alongside music that is similar to soca, you get people to love it and understand it and appreciate it. So certainly if it's in another space, but in my space.
We hear you loud and clear, Jody.
I'm so conflicted with this ongoing debate from two perspectives. I'm from a cultural perspective. I think that it's important to play soca music during carnival time. From a marketing perspective, and this is kind of baseline marketing. Are you marketing to yourself? Are you marketing to other people? Sometimes you have to listen to if you want people to come in, sometimes you have to listen to what people are saying. And I'm not saying they're saying that they don't want to hear soca. I'm just saying that there needs to be an assessment, to my data conversation, right? Important. There needs to be an assessment done because if we want international people to come and enjoy, maybe they do want to break it up a bit. Maybe they love it, they love the culture, they love the food, and they love the music, but maybe they do want, some other type of music genre kind of inflicted into it or infused into it as well. So it's just such I go back and forth. I just want to hear soca personally. When if I come to Trinidad Carnival, I want to hear soca music. If I go to any other carnival, I want to hear soca music. But I do understand the marketing and having to appeal to certain audiences to make sure that they come back. I know with Uber Soca, we're 100% soca themed cruise. We bring over 80 soca artists and DJs from every island from around the world. And how we typically do it, because we do have true to soca, true to Caribbeans, but we also have people that this is their first time ever having any type of Caribbean experience. So while we don't do the soca throughout the day per se, we have after parties that we may have a dance hall after party, we may have a compa after party, we may have, a R&B hip hop night after party, so it's kind of at night, but you do get it. We have a event on Uber Soca called Breakin' Soca, and DJs are allowed to play anything that they want to. So we try to infuse it in that way, but so I'm conflicted, but I know I personally want to just hear soca.
So before we jump to, because I know we're going to jump to you then, based on what Jody was saying. So do you think, especially again, given that you're outside of our space, for you as a tourist, do you think other genres will bring you here, or do you prefer an authentic experience? Because that's not what the conversation would lead to for some persons. If I travel to a country, I want that authentic experience. However, if I'm coming to an event and there is hip hop here, how does that distinguish this carnival or this festival from other festivals around the world? Because, for example, we've all gone to Crop Over, but for me personally, I want to hear Bajan Soca when I go to Crop Over because I want that Bajan experience, as opposed to I just came from Trinidad Carnival. Yes, I love my soca music, and yes, Barbados has soca music, but this is just a simple example, to bring out that whole music point. Do you really want to hear other genres to not make the experience authentic, or do you think as a tourist you want to definitely hear other things to make it palatable to you?
If I can just, because if I take myself and my personal, I did Southeast Asia for a month last year. And although I love being over there and jumping into their experience and their music and the world, when we would go to some bars and they played a little bit of what was home, it actually felt great, right? I was like, oh, although I love, being there culturally and I want to experience other culture stuff, I think this is personal, I think a little times when you hear a piece of something back home, a piece of what you're more familiar with, it is a sense of like, oh, that's cool,
To answer your question, I prefer the term visitor as opposed to tourist because I traveled the world as a young kid.
Oh, wonderful.
And we always look down on the word tourist. No offense to anybody, but
my apologies.
We had an airline hookup as a kid, so I flew all over the world for free. So my mom spoke 9 languages, so we were never tourists. We always got through like almost like locals. So that's always I'm a visitor, but no worries about that. But yeah, to come to Trinidad or Tobago Carnival, it really should be about soca because that's there's a legacy there, there's a story there, there's a culture there, there's an experience. I don't want to come here and hear hip hop, honestly. And I'm a hip hop baby. I grew up in Manhattan and the Bronx.
Perspective.
I grew up around the hip hop pioneers that created hip hop since I was like this tall, literally. So I love hip hop, but I'm not coming down here for hip hop. I'm gonna come down here to get what Trinidad has to offer, which is soca and calypso. That said, I performed at Notting Hill Carnival, which is really the first time I performed at a Carnival was West Indian Day Parade in 2005. And I was set up on the sidelines. I wasn't on a float, but I was playing on a huge sound system. And I played some soca back then, but I was more playing reggae and dancehall. And people lost their minds because it was all soca and compa. So playing the reggae and dancehall just satisfied a lot of people's, wanting to hear that. And that was an amazing experience for me. And then playing at Notting Hill Carnival, I think 2013, that blew my mind just seeing how diverse the turnout was. It was equal parts black, white, Asian, everybody. It's not like, what are you doing that weekend? Everybody's going to Notting Hill Carnival. Yeah. Whereas in Brooklyn, I've lived, in New York City my whole life. Brooklyn's gotten crazy gentrified. It's like, white people from middle America, they might live a mile or 2 away from Eastern Parkway and have no awareness that there's like 2 million people. It's the biggest gathering of people. The fact that that's not even on their radar, old school New Yorkers know about it because it's been happening for a long time. But that in New York, and there's definitely something special about an entirely Caribbean ocean of people, and I feel privileged to just get to rock out, and you know what I mean? So there's something really special about, a crowd that's entirely Caribbean because there's nothing like that energy and that experience. But also on the contrary, at Notting Hill, I'm like, wow, there's a cultural exchange happening here that's really important because, music is about unity. Music is about, sharing an experience. Cultural exchange is like governs my life. It's like, I believe that that's the way we'll move forward as a species, and not being like, whoa, you're so different from me. You're so weird. I'm not used to what you do. It's like if we all integrate and experience each other's cultures, holidays, all that stuff, nothing's really weird anymore. And now we're all together, right? So, there's two sides of the coin there, but definitely in New York, West Indian Day Parade, which, gets more media attention than any other carnival, I would say, maybe Notting Hill. I would say New York. Compa, like the Haitian trucks are the loudest trucks. There's only like 2 or 3 of them. It's mostly soca. But that Haitian energy is crazy, crazy, crazy. And, I've been to Haiti, and I have Haitian family and stuff. And, there's a lot of animosity between the islands. Like my whole thing is unity. My whole thing is I grew up in a melting pot. Everybody was from somewhere different language, different religion, different cultures. And we all rocked together, and we all became so cultured because of that. So I wouldn't trade that for anything. And there's a lot of animosity between Haiti and the rest of the Caribbean. It's just, there's, no debate about it. So I think, integrating, some of those levels of integration are really healthy and really positive. But I think there's a certain purity to Carnival, and it should be really about Soca, Calypso. I mean, that said, at Notting Hill Carnival, there's like grime stage, the drum and bass stage. There was Afro beats there in 2013, which it hadn't really crossed in the US yet. And that was really interesting to me. So I think every carnival can and should be and naturally just going to be different. But yeah, Trinidad and Tobago, it should really be about the local product, which is Soca, Calypso.
Jules, how do you
I don't
feel?
want to come down here and hear like some crazy crossover other thing. Like, yeah.
Got you. How do you feel, Jules, about that?
Well, firstly, I believe that I'm a Caribbean culture man, right? My goal with Caesar's Army is really to be part of the engine that helps take Caribbean culture to every continent on the planet, right? That's where I stand. But I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. So in respect to Carnival, I'll give you an example of how true I am to Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival and Soca. I was creating a festival within the festival. So I had a festival called Bacchanalia that was taking place within Carnival itself. And I came to the realization that it did not make sense for me to create a festival in what is considered our globally recognized festival. So I actually took the festival, which included an event called Bacchanal Road, outside of Carnival, right? And the most important thing is that Bacchanal Road in Carnival was strictly soca. And the most important thing for me is that creating a festival outside of Carnival, I was able to encompass Caribbean culture and Caribbean music. So Bacchanal Road now not just is soca, but is dancehall, is bashment, is French West Indian music, zouk. Anything that I feel that I have immersed myself in, I can do in this festival that is outside of Carnival. Again, it is Caribbean culture driven, but it's still taking place in Trinidad and Tobago. So to me, that's the mindset of where I'm at, right? So yeah, I do believe that Carnival is soca. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes in my parties, you might still hear buck up in a drift, right? You might get a little taste or something and it's get the crowd a little excited. But it's soca driven because I'm from Trinidad and Tobago and I want my people to understand that this is the music from my homeland. So I'm gonna ensure that not only the hits that are played for the year, but they get a holistic understanding of what soca is. It could even drip to kaiso, right? Once I can be able to understand my consumer and be able to understand that this is the music from the homeland. What I want to add, though, that is very important is that being an ambassador of Caribbean culture, but still being from Trinidad and Tobago is very important, is when I go to Barbados, I will still have lead pipe and sadis with voice. When I go to Jamaica, I will still have ding dong with lyrical, right? And it's important that you really try to create these fusions of our Caribbean culture when you're going outside. to the globe, right? So it's important not just to think about it from one side, from the Trinidad and Tobago side, because of course you want people to come, but I also believe that you have to go out there into the world to bring them back. Yeah?
And with that note, we would like to thank each of you for being here today and sharing all your knowledge. We will now like to open the floor for any questions you may have for any one of our panelists. Don't be shy. You guys can come forward or with the mic. Gravy.
Well, I'm a New Yorker. It's like its own universe. And like I said, I grew up in a melting pot with literally people from 70, 80 different countries, maybe something crazy like that. So we always shared whatever I was into, whatever you were into, she's into. We're going to go to her people's thing. We're going to, all the different boroughs, every day, every night. For probably 7 years, I went out and saw music like every night. And sometimes 2, 3, 4 things in a day or night. And the most varying from one to the next to the next. Reggae was always just part of my upbringing. It was part of the experience as a New Yorker. And the more you got into hip hop, the more you got exposed to like the Shabba Ranks and the Supercat and Calypso and Soca. I grew up on, I'd run home from school to catch Video Music Box. It was a public access show that, it was the first hip hop show on TV that showed hip hop music videos. And it was started by Ralph McDaniels, who's Trinidadian. So he always made a point to like incorporate soca, incorporate dancehall. So if you were really a hip hop kid in New York, you were exposed to that stuff. And when you saw it, it was just, when you saw Trailer Load of Girls or something, Shabba, or whatever it was, Dollar Wine or whatever it was that you saw, you're like, oh wow, and I don't know, you just couldn't. I'm a music person. I'm into so much different music, but well, so that's been kind of my quest, is to share my passion of Caribbean music, because I would take my friends out to shows in Jamaica, Queens that didn't start till 2:30 in the morning or whatnot, and introduce them to that experience, and American and Caribbean American friends of mine, but who weren't in tune with that. And it's like, once you experience that energy, there's no turning back. So, I mean, the way I've been doing it is, filling voids, bringing a Caribbean bashment party experience to the nightlife industry, to all the flyest clubs, not just whoever would have us. I want to be at the dopest, flyest spots where all the other flyest stuff is happening, but they're leaving Caribbean music out. I'm going to go in there and be like, yo, we're going to bring this party. It's not going to, there was a certain stigma about, dance hall and Caribbean parties. Oh, nobody spends any money, this, that, the third, all these stigmas. I was like, way, way off, They pictured like everyone just chilling and smoking weed to like one drop reggae, but I'm like, it's actually like the opposite of that. It's high energy and people definitely drinking, spending money. There was a misconception about, what it was. And I had to go in there and really deliver a passionate, convince, venues to give me a shot. And once they saw it and the energy, they were hooked too. And we just went one to the next, boutique hotels, all the flyest venues, and that really caught on. And then, like I mentioned earlier, I started larger media platform in 2009, and I partnered with Questlove from The Roots, who's probably the most well-known instrumental musician in the world. And he's on The Tonight Show, and he's an icon. And my idea was that the following he had on his media network called OK Player, they helped break Erykah Badu, D'Angelo, Mos Def, Kweli, Kanye West. I mean, the urban alternative and neo soul thing. That's really what they were, doing. And my idea was that audience already, a large part of that audience is already engaged in Caribbean culture on some level or another, and that the rest of them that aren't could be. And that was why I partnered with Questlove to have that base audience and, you know, tell great stories and bring the music and the culture, the food, the whole energy, the art, the clothing, like bring it to places where cool, cultural, creative people are going to respond. I mean, I always say when I'm sitting down with like VP Records or, you know, any major, you know, Caribbean music entity, I always ask them a question. I say, outside of Caribbean people, who's your audience? And they're always stumped. And I say, it's a one-word answer, creatives. Creative people respond to reggae. Creative people respond to soca. Creative people respond to anything with that authentic energy and culture to it, you know? And what happened, and part of the reason also I started Large Up, and I partnered with Marte Corley, who's by far the most prolific photographer documenting Jamaican music and culture the last 30 years. We want to bring a look. We want to bring the presentation back because something happened from like 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s into like 2000s when marketing materials became produced on like PC computers with Photoshop. It lost something. It lost that hand-drawn touch. It lost that handmade kind of vibe that, like I said, creatives respond to. Whether it was a homegrown indie label or if it was like Island Records, it always had a look. It always had a vibe. The way people dressed, it was like handmade, tailor-made clothes from Jamaica or Trinidad or what have you, right? When it, like there was a transition around 2000 where everyone wanted to wear European clothes and wanted to look like rappers instead of just taking pride in their own local cultural wares. And then also like the graphics became like more lewd and more like bottles popping and thongs and all that stuff. And it became less about, it got sensationalized. And what I noticed was that my creative friends who were always into the music and the culture, they got less engaged because the way it was being marketed to them turned them off. And actually their eyes moved away from it, as opposed to like a Gregory Isaacs or a Yellow Man or anything authentic, anything from those eras. You know, it was an instant win for creative people. They got it. And I saw that the way it was being marketed was actually alienating creative people. And that was our aim, was to kind of win over creatives. And we saw right away from when we launched, people hit us from literally all over the world. And it was mostly creative people. They're like, yo, we love what you're doing. We're into this too. How can we be down?
Thank you. We have another question from a young lady right there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janelle Ross. I'm a vocalist, writer, cultural and soca lover and junkie. I'm also a student at UTT's Academy for the Performing Arts. I'm currently doing my thesis in ethnomusicology. It's a women in soca-based thesis. So I have two things. One, as a young adult in Trinidad and Tobago, I have a lot of nieces and nephews. So you're noticing that a lot of the younger generations are clinging towards dancehall and Trinidad and all of these things. And for me, I am a strong believer in the fact that we should be teaching culture in schools and cultural heritage and cultural history, because I feel like there's a gap. Something is missing from there because they're not gravitating towards soca, because it's like you would talk to them and be, oh, I don't like soca. And that's something that needs to be cut. Because if we can't get our own to latch on to it, how are we going to expect to get other people to latch on to it? That's one. Two, this thing with soca being seasonal, yes, there's the historical aspect of it where, you know, soca had to stop being played for Lent and whatever. That's understandable. But artists, for me, need to stop looking just at, I need a hit for the season, when we need longevity. Aside from that, releasing 1, 2, 3 songs for the year, we need bodies of work. We need albums. We need EPs. These things help because it's only so much 1, 2 pieces could do for the year or for the season. How are we expecting to take soca global if our artists are not producing as much bodies of work as possible? Any response is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
We were talking about that actually before we came on stage,
Yeah.
so I'll let Laureen jump in here.
Well, one thing I want to say is actually, so I used to own a CD store in the airport back when CDs were actually a thing, right? And there are more artists than you think that actually do put out albums, well, used to put out albums for Carnival, but only one or two songs were picked up. I mean, every single year, Marshall brought out a full album of 12, 14 songs, and not just him, many other artists. So I understand your pain. I mean, I'm there completely with you. I think definitely the education system should be like not just about music, it's, you know, our literature. There's so many different things that are not taught in the schools that are ours that we need to know, and our children should know more. But there's also an industry. Like, I'm going to take an example because I work with Nyla, for example, Nyla Blackman. So she is touring right now. Like, she's performing every other weekend, but she's recording on tour. She's one of the few that it is. But think about it. If you're on tour, performing every weekend, how are you also making new music? And so, I mean, it's almost like, it's a chicken and egg kind of situation. Like, how do we break that mold that we've created, you know, in a sense, or the industry has created around this carnival? That I think, because even now that they have carnivals all over the world, but you're still going to perform that hit song. I mean, Nyla cannot not perform Come Home every time she performs, right? Because that is the hit song, and she'll probably be performing that for the next 10 years or whatever. I mean, Calypso Rose, who I manage, she cannot not perform Fire, Fire. You see? So, yeah, I get you, but at the same time, I'm not sure I have an answer or a solution. I do think it's important to continue to just make music, and that's why somebody like a Nyla, she's making music all the time. You'll see, I saw she posted the other day that they travel with a portable studio to be able to continue making the music as she travels, you know? So I don't know if I
kind of have to look back at the structure, the formula of Carnival, which was pivotal around Soca Monarch.
Exactly.
And it was that this monarch became the champion, and that champion was revered by all the islands and all the other carnivals for the rest of the year. So if I'm making money from this one song, it's just like, we were talking about this, and this is any businessman will tell you, if I have the least input and I could get the maximum output, supernormal profits made, I am content, because that is the best business model you could think about. So why would I invest in more music for the rest of the year when this one song could make me X amount of dollars in all the other carnivals across the year until it's necessary for me to make new music, which is the November, October period for the next carnival. So it's like Lauren said, it's a very chicken and an egg type of situation. And it's just the structure of how the carnival is here in Trinidad and Tobago that makes it kind of difficult to get out of that cycle. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Hi. Hello.
So,
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to chime in a bit about education. And so the National Carnival Commission, we do host workshops at secondary schools throughout the year. And it ends with a parade on Carnival Friday. So there are things that are happening. I acknowledge that we have to do more. I mean, and it's across all sectors, as Lorraine said, you know, so I'm also a visual artist, and I've spoken to young people, and they don't know who Bosco Holder and Jackie Hinkson. They don't know who those people are. And they're studying art in Trinidad and Tobago, you know. So we do have a lot to do, but we are doing things, but it's a community effort. So the school system, because a lot of the things that I learned it at home, you know, my parents. So if you have to know as well that if you have children, you said you have nieces and nephews and so on, and if they're listening to whatever they're choosing to listen to, you have to introduce them to soca music and to calypso, you know, because I mentioned earlier, Woman on the Bass. I mean, Woman on the Bass is not from my era. That's from before my time, but I know Woman on the Bass from my parents. And then I also know Woman on the Bass from going to fetes, and that's how they tell you to leave the fete, you know. So we all have to contribute to educating each other about what Carnival is, you know, and the authentic version of Carnival, and even figuring out what is that authentic version, and accepting that that authentic version may change over the years, because Carnival is innovation and creativity. But how do we stay true, or at least remember or document or preserve the historical elements of it, and hold on to those elements, So there are things happening. There is work going on in secondary schools, and that work is going to be expanded in 2025 through the Ministry of Education.
All right, so we have time for one more question because we have another okay.
I have a microphone.
Okay, so we have one. Okay, so we have two questions. If you have your questions, we just ask you to get in on the, Ayana, you'll just help get the mic to those two persons because we have a very, very informative panel coming up next, especially for the young artists who are here about artist development. So, and that speaker is here. So we just want to try to get these last three questions in, and we try to keep the questions and the responses as tight as possible because we have 2 minutes to wrap up.
This question is for Judy. It's about the audience of Uber Soca. Are there islanders going up to Miami to start the cruise, or are there diaspora persons who come to be part of the cruise? I'm just interested in what is the audience for Soca out there? Is it diaspora or is it local?
Great question. So our primary target audience is going to be mainly from New York and Florida. That makes a big percentage of Uber Soca Cruise. I would say upwards of 60-70% are the diaspora that live in United States already. Obviously, Florida's easy because we leave out of Miami, so they ain't got to go too far, and New York's a cheap flight over. But outside of there, then what makes up our demographic is the surrounding different islands. We also have Canada that is, probably at a good 10%. Europe comes over, and then most of the islands. Those that can come, we do find a little bit of a barrier that we haven't been able to get over, which is individuals that need like visas and stuff. So a lot of people are just like, we want to come, but we can't come. So can you leave out of one of the Caribbean islands, which is a whole nother conversation. But that's a quick answer. What is what? So it's not Trinidadians. It's probably going to be U.S. Virgin Islanders are strong on USC. They definitely come out, and they're there. I think they're probably the biggest, most loud. Sometimes it is the loudest people. That the USVI is very strong on USC.
All right. The next question, please.
Hi, my name is Tasha. I am a YouTuber. I live abroad. And I'm here because I'm on my way to St. Vincent. And my question is more based on how are we taking soca music globally? Especially, I would more or less direct my questions to the promoters in terms of pricing ourselves out. Because if we think of mainstream music, we think of like a music or lyrics that anyone can identify with, right? The stories being told is I am easily able to connect with those stories, right? As Kiba said earlier, she has songs that she could connect with. When we price our tourists out or visitors out of carnivals, we are pricing them out of this experience to connect with our soca artists. And because of this, our music, in my opinion, is not able to reach the global market as it should. If we think of Problems Child Holiday, that has broke through somehow because everybody could think of, being on a holiday and not having to worry about anything on a specific day. Patrice Roberts, drink water and mind your business. Even Nyla, for me, even before Nyla got her deal, I've always been saying Nyla is a person who could cross over easily because she makes music that people could connect with. She uses her social media platform to connect with those creatives, those dancers, and so forth. We make a lot of music that is very cultural and people cannot connect with. I have friends who are from the US and they tell me, your music is the same. It sounds the same, because they cannot connect with it. So when I will ask the promoters, when you are pricing your events, do you take into account people who want to experience it, but on a budget. Because for me to get to St. Vincent, I live in Seattle. A direct flight for me to Seattle when I wanted to go was $2,500 one way. And for summer carnivals, I go to summer carnivals every year. I always have to bounce around the Caribbean islands to get to where I want to go from the US. So that barrier alone is, is a deterrent for me or others to get to our carnivals. And when we come here, we also have to spend an exorbitant amount of money just to enjoy ourselves or to immerse ourselves in the culture. So do you take into account the people who are unable to afford these prices? Because you will get the same people going to these carnivals because they could afford it. You're not opening up yourself to a new market.
I mean, I can just really quickly answer.
Yeah, because time is going by. We want the questions as quick as possible, please. Sorry.
I understand the point of the question. I think it's, promoters or event organizers, right? This is also a business for us as well, right? So I know there's no discounts. Royal Caribbean is no giving us discounts, right? So we do price our events, according to, the economic, value. I do think that it's important to have more cost-effective events and things like that. But it is a business, and I think economically, I think we do the best that we can. USC, we're giving you 65 events in 5 days with 80 soca artists and DJs from around the world. It's a very expensive thing to put on, alcohol inclusive, food inclusive for $2,500 is the kind of cheapest package you can get per person. I think that is a lot of experiences and opportunities to get it all in 5 days for a very good price. I think that we're priced pretty inexpensively, just depending on people's budget. But again, we do it based on the economy. I mean, COVID came, we didn't sail for 3 years, so it's all an economic question and how we price our events.
And just to add to that and to close it, at the end of the day, promoters face the same cost that everyone face, and the external factors like flights, that cannot be incorporated in their model. The flights are environmental factors that they cannot do anything about. So if they were to price their event to take into consideration that you're paying $2,500 US, sorry, we don't have time for another question. We have to get for the other one, right? Because if you choose to go to an experience in another country, you're going to have to pay that flight. There's no way possible that the promoter could consider your flight to be able to price their event. While it is a choice and, people have that choice to make, at the end of the day, they have costs to face. And hosting an event in any Caribbean island is not cheap by any means or any stretch of the imagination. Dr. Tao?
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I do want to thank the panel for the discussion. I really enjoyed it. It's nice sitting down here and hearing people share their thoughts and perspectives on this particular topic. I have a comment and then a question.
Yes.
The comment is with regard to the idea of soca not being that only genre within it. We're talking about the carnival space, not festivals, because anything could go on in a festival. I like to tell my clients and my students, to thine own self be true. And if anyone understands the sustainability of the festivaless, it is very much contingent on authenticity. And in our case, indigenousness is very critical. And so therefore, the idea of other genres being within that space, I do feel as if you are doing yourself a disservice. And then we will have a whole host of other problems added to what we would have discussed so far for the week. In addition to which, I don't necessarily feel that we even need to. I heard some of the panelists talk about the musics from the other Caribbean islands, and it is important, colleagues and friends, that we recognize that within soca, there are different kinds of soca.
Yes.
And they sound all different, and they are very beautiful when you all mix them in. Me, I happy to come and hear a little compa up inside the Bacchanalia weekend, or even in Stink and Dirty Witch. And by the way, if you had that, more so than, and I won't say what yesterday, you would see how mad inside they go if you had some compa with that percussive sound, but that's another story. So the point is, I feel as if we need to, it isn't only to dig deeper, but sometimes to go stretch ourselves in terms of what we do have under this genre called soca and look across at our islands and see what's possible. So there's that. Now my question has to do with the, forgive me, that is the teacher in me. So it's a culture, community, and tourism. So what I want to know from the panelists, and it could, and I know for sure, Miss Jacob Motley, you would want to weigh in here, but certainly the other panelists can. How do you see the connection between community and tourism? What role can soca play? I'll give a little context. Heritage is part of this as well. The fact of the matter is we do have some very outstanding soca artists who are known all over the world, and they lived somewhere. They came from some community, some village. There are people who would have this stuff in their home. I certainly do. And so I am wondering, to what extent have we ever considered those interconnections between tourism and community where the soca is concerned, perhaps as a way of diversifying it? Maybe I could go to the village where Rash or the Ice family is certainly doing it. People go up to Piparo and they take in that in full state. It is very possible, I suspect, I don't know, for others. So I just want to know how we feel about that, the panelists, in terms of those connections, if there's potential there. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be very quick.
Kiba, you
Quick.
can respond.
Okay, so of course there's a role for community involvement in promoting soca. And we have a very nice example of that, which is the companion to Calypso and soca, which is steel pan. And so if you look at steel pans and steel orchestras, as they like to be called, they rely quite heavily on the community that surrounds them, so the Despers, the All-Stars, and so on. And so that model could be utilized in the same way, Dr. Tull, to promote soca and to use the community to promote soca. So it can be utilized, but what we also have to do is to be able to document things. So we have to do better documenting the lives of soca artists and so on. So you know where they came from, what school they went to, you know, where they used to buy doubles, you know, and what inspired them on this journey through their life.
Thank you so much. I know we have to cut short. If you have other questions to the young lady from St. Vincent out of Seattle, the panel will be around so we can continue the discussion outside. It's just that we have the next panel coming up and we are 20 minutes overdue on that panel, which is building music artists from the ground up. And we know we have the speaker and a lot of the young artists. If you are interested in understanding how to build your brand, Steve Greenberg is here to continue with that discussion. So I want to say thank you so much to our panelists today for sharing so much insightful knowledge. You'll give them a round of applause. Laureen, Kiba, Jody, TJ Gravy, and of course, Jules. We will take a short break and start shortly with building artists from the ground up. And if you do have additional questions, the panelists will be here. We can move outside and you can meet us and we will continue the discussion to answer those questions. Thank you.
go check. Like we in a movie. She tell us she rate me, so that a fool me. I see that she come get this thing at the so me can't do it, you'd me approve it. Me never fight a war in a life, I lose it. Man, I Gene, I game bad mind, excuse me. Girl, we pretty, girl, we bad and bougie. I saw just a jeep over me neck. Come on, see that make a nigga vex. Million a week, yes, that this thing I make money when me walk with, can't hold in a wallet. Some boys smell like cigarette. Nah, no style, all time a cassette. Say that them a chop and them no got no asset. Now sell out me dog, them say me's a vet. I tell us them me now worry about no. As long as me got life, I'm doing okay, doing alright. How are you? I am fine. Pick up the house and I come from no. Man can tell about hard life. I'm doing okay, doing alright. How are you? I am fine.
But girl, I'm tired, nothing wrong. If you're tired, put up your hands. Open up inside and bubble up.
Love if you be a family. Can you give me love if you be a family? Our ex-man a ride bicycle, meanwhile she a ride round pan on the bike. Me now go crash her on the city like Mike, and that make she a fi give me ticky like Nike. She tell me say her boyfriend dead, and she a go a bright like go keep in 99. She say him no really dead in a real life. Him a racing time.
All the riders them from a line, cause now a racing time. Go on baby, a racing time. Speed up cause a racing time. Baby,
nobody have to physically fit. Broke record like dry magazine. You look like a real cyclist. Enough of them back down when time me tell them this. Me want to fi pedal and wheel up down and circle the golden triangle. And hold on, and the two brakes them on the angle. Girl, right on the 10-speed bicycle, right on the BMX bicycle. And you a little girl, you love your tricycle. But don't tell me say we gonna do it. Okay. Right on the 10-speed bicycle, right on the BMX bicycle. Tell me don't tell me say we have miles to go. And you a little girl, you love your tricycle.
Feds them a move spooky.
Me a drive in from Green Hill with a phone at the corner. Police pull me over
One step to me car officer where you want him say. What that me smell for you? What that green someday I no color do. You must go and jail boy, what you gonna do? Me light up me weed and say Squaddy me not stop on my chance. So come put on the hands of them. Remember me must get bail. Carry me go jail and in the I get sale. It's an officer, allow me with the kidding job. It's an officer, a gun you feel look for. It's an officer, no harass the Gaza. It's an officer. Man, I can't
Can you? Oh, there. That is loud. Hello. Okay.
Hey, two. Hey, two, hey, two. Two, hey, yeah.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming. I should actually be good morning, everybody. Good morning. So, do we have everybody inside? So, I'm not the host like Crystal, but I'm here to just introduce to you all our next panel speaker. So, we're just holding on for a second. Everybody's okay? Okay, so our next topic that we have for today is the soundtrack of success, building music artists from the ground up. And we do have Mr. Steve Greenberg with us to help us with all of this. So I'm introducing Mr. Steve Greenberg.
I'm wondering if I should sit or stand. Let's see. Well, I'll start sitting, and then maybe I'll get animated and stand.
You could sit in the middle seat.
Ooh, right in the middle. Hey, everybody. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. Is that good sound-wise, or is it too close to my mouth? Are we good? We're good. Okay, good. First of all, it's great to be here. I have been fortunate to speak in Trinidad a few times over the years, going as far back as 2001 when I spoke at Decibel Conference here. So I always love being here, and it's such an incredible musical country. You have such an incredible culture. It's a unique culture. I know a lot of the conversations this week have touched upon this whole question about Carnival and Carnival season and what impact it has on artists' careers and the ability to make hit music, and you know, the downsides of that and the upsides of that. And you know, I'm fascinated by it because I think this might be the only country in the world with a robust music industry and music culture that operates under that calendar, and it's just really fascinating. It's you guys are unique, and you know, and it's a double-edged sword, right? Because obviously Carnival gives a lot of artists a leg up and a platform and a way to reach an audience which they wouldn't have had, and at the same time it has its limitations. But anyway, you know, you guys are much more expert on that than I am, so you know, I just wanted to just weigh in and say I think it's actually an incredibly fascinating place. Before I kind of talk about launching artists' careers and launching hit records in today's world, which is in some ways, you know, it's always been the hardest thing in the music business, is starting somebody from zero to to something, right? That's always the hardest. Once you get somewhere, you know, it's actually all a lot easier. It doesn't mean it's easy, but it's a lot easier. The hardest trick in the music business is to get from zero to something. But let me give you a little bit about my background. I have been in the music business for 37 years, and I never had any intention of being in the music business. I was a graduate student. I wanted to be a professor at a university. I owed some money, and so I decided to take a year off to just pay off debts. Like, you know, students very often, as you know, are broke and need to make some money. So I took a year off to make some money. I had written my master's thesis about certain aspects of the pop music audience. I was a communications major. And so because of that, like, you know, things just sometimes happen in life. During the course of my research, I interviewed an editor from Billboard magazine, and I'm going to turn off my phone now because that was bad that I did not turn it off yet, and now it's ringing. Hold on just a second, I'm sorry. Make sure this does not happen again. Wait. Hold on. It's funny, you know, I actually turned off the ringer on my phone, but it's ringing on my watch. So, like, we are just prisoners of technology. We cannot escape. So, I had interviewed an editor of Billboard magazine as part of my research. And so I called him up and said, hey, do you have any jobs, you know, in the music business? And he had heard about a job for Warner Music writing press releases about artists. And I had a little bit of experience as a journalist when I was younger. So I said, oh, I can do that. So I went and I got this job. And I had no intention ever of being in the music business. I was just doing it to make some money. But then I started to learn all the things you could do in the music business. And it was fascinating to me, you know. And I wound up never going back to school and never finishing my PhD and never becoming a professor, but actually spending all these years in the music business. And the thing that really attracted me in the music business was A&R, the people who sign artists and make records with artists. I thought that was like the coolest thing you could do, you know. So I decided that's what I want to focus on. And I ended up getting a job as head of A&R of a small dance label in New York called Big Beat Records. And Big Beat Records had just been acquired by Atlantic Records. And I pretty quickly had a couple of hits. You know, sometimes you just get fortunate, you know, you have the right friends who turn you on to things or whatever it is. And very quickly, I signed Inner Circle, who of course had really big hits with Sweat and then even bigger hit with Bad Boys. And that was the first time I really worked with Caribbean music. What's funny is that, you know, sometimes things don't happen the way you imagine, but they happen great. Like, I signed Inner Circle because I loved the song Sweat. I did not sign Inner Circle because I thought Bad Boys was anything. But then Bad Boys got used in a TV show called Cops and became a mega hit all around the world. So, like, sometimes you just, you know, believe in the act and then they surprise you with some other song that you didn't even know was the song. And then I signed another act named Robin S., who had a big hit called Show Me Love, which actually got sampled by Beyonce a couple years ago, which was really cool to hear that song come back. It was great. And then moved on to Mercury Records, where I was head of A&R there, and I signed a band called Hanson. And Hanson were these three brothers who had a pop rock group, and they were just great. They sang great. They wrote their own songs, and they were good. And you know, that was a very interesting moment in my life because the music business in America was very focused on grunge music, which was this very kind of dark, pessimistic rock music. And these Hanson kids were very like bright, poppy, happy pop music as opposed to dark rock music. And everyone thought, you can't do that. Like, everyone's into grunge. You can't do that. And I just had this hunch in my gut that there were kids out there who were not really negative, you know, who didn't really have a pessimistic view of the future and who just wanted to have a good life and be happy. So I thought, I'm going to put out this record and I'm going to, you know, it's going to be for all those kids, you know, it's not for the pessimistic kids. And it turned out that it worked. And as it happened, it really opened the floodgates to a whole pop revolution that happened in the late 90s, because Hanson were followed very quickly by the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and Britney Spears and all these acts that just made pop music happy again, I guess, for a time. I left Mercury Records when the company got sold, and I took some time off because my wife had our first baby, and I wanted to spend some time just, being a dad. So I took a year off, and during the year off, I kind of was formulating in my head, putting out this record of a song that I had heard from Trinidad. Some guy had played me a song that was featured at Trinidad Carnival in 1998. And I just thought it was a great song, but the record that I heard of the song that was done by, it was a cover of the song done by this very, very horrible British artist who just did like this bad Caribbean accent. Like it was all just offensive and terrible, really, like this record. But I love the hook of this record. And so I decided to make a version of the record that I thought could work in America and in the rest of the world. And I did it in my friend's living room, and I finished the record, and I was going to do a label deal with Warner Records. And they were all excited about doing the label deal with me because I had just had this big hit with Hanson. And I walked in to the offices like on my first day sort of about to do this label deal. And I said, and this is going to be my first release. And I played them the record. And they laughed at me. They said, this is the stupidest record we ever heard. Like, we love you, Steve. You're a good A&R guy. Forget about this stupid record. And the next record you come up with, we're sure is going to be a hit. Don't worry about it. But just forget this stupid record. And I was so deflated because I really believed this record could be the biggest record in the world. And I had a choice to make in my life, which was, do I sign the contract with Warner Records to do a label there, but forget about my record because they were not going to get behind it? Or do I forget about Warner Records and just put out this record that I believed in and somehow find a way to do it on my own, start my own label, do something, but just to get this record out into the world? And that's what I decided to do. I walked out of Warner Records and never looked back, and I started my own label, S-Curve Records, 24 years ago. And we've been going ever since. And the sole reason that we started the label was because I wanted to put out Who Let the Dogs Out. and it very instantly, to be honest, became just such a big record. And the lesson from that is like, believe in the music. It's all about the music in the end. You could have a deal with somebody. There's all kinds of things you could do. You could have a deal with somebody and they can, say they have a staff and they have support and all that. If you have a record that you believe in, do everything you can to make sure that you can get that record out to people. Figure it out. Just do something. I had to figure it out. Trust me. I never had a plan to start my own record label. I had nothing. We didn't have an office. It was me and one other guy with cell phones. We were just running around and hustling, and we made it happen. We went to every baseball stadium in America, and we played the song for the guy who picks the records at the baseball game and said, play this record. It's going to be great, And it became this massive sports thing because we hustled. So really believe, that's my most important message to everybody here today is believe in the music. It's all about the music, Nothing is ever going to be big if people don't love the music. Doesn't matter what you do. So, and that was a real case of me believing in the music. And so we started a label and we had a lot of hits, and all of a sudden the big label called me up, which was Columbia Records. And they asked me if I wanted to be the president of Columbia Records, and who wouldn't say yes to that opportunity in their life. So I became the president of Columbia Records, and the first act that I really signed and put together was an act called the Jonas Brothers. And the Jonas Brothers I signed solely really because the lead singer of the Jonas Brothers sounded so much like the lead singer of Hanson. And I thought, oh, I get that. I know how to make records like that, So we worked really hard on the Jonas Brothers, and at the time, the internet was starting to be really important in breaking music. But the major record labels were not yet hip to the internet. Like, they didn't like it. They felt very threatened by it. They didn't want to do business with it. Like, they were just against it. You know, like you can't give our music away for free as promotion on the internet was like the whole thing, you know. And I had some idea, and it's kind of the particulars are irrelevant because it had to do with like a technology that at the time seemed very cutting edge, but is very old now. And it had to do with a platform called MySpace that was very hot back then and doesn't exist anymore. But we came up with this technology of a way to like introduce the music in a way that nobody had ever introduced music before, to be honest, on the internet. And it worked. Like it broke the Jonas Brothers big. And the people at Sony who owned Columbia Records, you would think they'd be thrilled. Oh, you've figured out a new way to promote music, you know, on MySpace. This is really great. But instead, they got really angry. And they were like, how dare you give our music away for free on the internet? It was like this very crazy thing. Like, you know, like instead of being rewarded for success, I was being punished for success. And they also didn't even really believe in the success. Like one of the ways that the Jonas Brothers revealed themselves to be popular was that their song, the first song that we put out, went to #1 on a show called TRL, which was a daily countdown show on MTV, back when MTV used to show music videos in the States. And they didn't even believe that the song could go to #1 on TRL because it wasn't on the radio. How could you possibly be #1 if you're not on the radio? And I'd say, oh, it's #1 because of MySpace, and we did all these promotions on MySpace. And they said, oh, that can't be real. You must have hired a company to do the voting, you know, because that's what, back then people did do that a lot, hire companies to vote for things in contests and stuff. I said, no, I didn't hire a company. It's just real. Like the internet's really powerful, you know? And they just didn't believe me and they hated it. So I left the label really pretty quickly after that project. And they actually dropped the Jonas Brothers, who then signed with Disney and got their own TV show on the Disney Channel. And of course, the rest is history for those guys. So I just started up my company again. And I really, at that point, I really believed, wait a second, like there's all these new technologies happening on the internet and the major labels are not using them. And if we use them, we could really have an advantage, like a first mover advantage. So I think my next sort of lesson is that like if there are new things that haven't been tried out, that aren't popular, that some crazy idea that some guy has that just hasn't been embraced yet, but you think it has potential, give it a try. You know, of course you have to try all the conventional things for sure, but also like look around and see, is there some weird new platform that people aren't using yet, but it's just maybe a little bit starting to be popular or whatever. Like try to get on that early, because early is good. Be the first mover. That's really good. And when I restarted my label, all the acts early on that we broke were acts that we tried weird new technology things with. And like one of them, we had a guy named Andy Grammer, who is still with us all these years. And he's had about 11 platinum records in the States now. And we started his career with an interactive music video where like it was like a choose your own adventure music video, where as the video was playing, you get to pick what happens next. It was very cutting edge in its day, which was 10 years ago. And like, you know, it worked. Like people were really fascinated by this video, and it jump-started Andy Grammer's career. Would his career have happened anyway without that video? I don't know. You know, there's a lot of really talented singer-songwriters out there. He's one of them. He's really good. He had something that differentiated himself from everybody else. He had a thing that nobody else had. He had an interactive music video. So again, if there's anything you can think of that'll differentiate you from everybody else, you know, try to embrace that thing. I think that's incredibly important. As time went on, I then signed another set of 3 brothers. I'd signed Hanson, who were 3 brothers. I signed the Jonas Brothers, who were 3 brothers. And then almost inevitably, I signed another group of 3 brothers called AJR. And AJR was a band that came into my office, and I just loved their music. And I said, let's go, you know, and we started putting out records, and they started having some success. And they became a pretty big band, just in the conventional way of touring and getting on the radio and all those kind of things. And then TikTok became big. And AJR were already a big act by the time TikTok came out. But TikTok took them to a whole new level and took them to people that they'd never they'd never thought about before. You know, we had these two massive hits on TikTok that I bet you people in this room know, even if you don't know the Jonas, sorry, even if you don't know AJR. And maybe you do know AJR. AJR, by the way, in the States are currently in the middle of a 47-city arena tour, including 2 sold-out nights at Madison Square Garden. Like they're really big, but they had, like, in the middle of being a big act, they became a bigger act when we saw the power of TikTok, because they had these 2 songs that came out of nowhere. We didn't work them as singles. They just were random songs on their album that suddenly blew up on TikTok. The first one that I bet people here know, and I'm a terrible singer, so I'm going to kind of try to approximate it. The first one was the one, you've seen the TikTok where they go, "It's so hard, can we skip to the good part?" Right? You've seen that. That's AJR. Then we had another one that was even bigger on TikTok. Again, we didn't do it. It just came from the world, you know? We had nothing to do with it. And the second one was the one that you also probably have heard, where the song on TikTok goes, "I'll blow up into smithereens and in my tiny symphony, so let me play my violin for you." Also AJR. So what we're learning there is, okay, wait a second now. As big as these guys already were, TikTok is making them even bigger. Like, this is really interesting. And then we had a similar experience. Again, like, it just kept happening again and again with us. With TikTok, we signed a Jamaican act called Conqueror. And we put out a record with Conqueror featuring Shaggy. And it was called Banana. And you guys might know that record. And the record came out and it did okay, you know, whatever. And then it kind of came and went in the normal marketing way. And then all of a sudden, about 9 months later, some remixer in New Zealand on his own made a remix of the song. And then somebody else in New Zealand decided to do a dance to the remix that this guy did. We didn't know anything about any of this. And the dance that you may have remembered, it was in this, like, the summer of the pandemic is when it was really, really, like, the biggest song on TikTok, was a dance where the instrumental of the song was playing, and then at a certain point, the guy says, "Drop," and the sunglasses drop on the face. You may remember this from TikTok. And we had over 1 billion views on TikTok of that song, and like hundreds of thousands of creators were making TikToks with the song. So we're saying, wow, this thing is like the most powerful thing ever. Like that little dance that young woman did in New Zealand, within 24 hours of her doing that dance in New Zealand, it was massive in Brazil. And then it was, holy crap, you know? So then we go like, and then it just started spreading to everywhere in the world. And then we really picked it up and really started marketing it. We got it on the radio everywhere in the world. We got him on TV. We did all kinds of stuff. We got some syncs. And all of a sudden we had a platinum single, like in almost every country in the world. So we really saw like, okay, so TikTok is this crazy thing where, like, it can make things bigger, faster, in a wider geographical area than anything that's ever existed before. And that's, you know, scary in a way, you know, because it gives a lot of power to one platform. You know, and currently we've got a bunch of acts that we're working on now. One of them is an act named Bruce Melody, who's the biggest Afrobeat star in East Africa. And, you know, we've seen early signs that this could actually also be a big, big breaker from TikTok. And not surprising, it's coming out of Africa. Africa's an interesting market. Yeah, as everybody knows, Afrobeat is like, and Amapiano are just massively, you know, emerging musics in the world. But what's interesting about Africa is it's very balkanized. There's a lot of different parts of Africa don't necessarily support other parts of Africa. So there's basically West Africa, where most of the big Afrobeat stars come from Ghana and from Nigeria. Then there's South Africa, where the Amapiano stars come from. And then there's East Africa, which is massive. Like, there's massive countries in East Africa, like Kenya, you know, it's probably the biggest. And our guy is from Rwanda, and he's the biggest star in that region. But like the West Africans are not necessarily supportive of the East African music, you know. So we're trying our best now to spread the music via social media from East Africa to West Africa, which kind of brings us up to date about where, you know, kind of where we are and where my career is right now. But what I want to talk really about that's practical for you guys is the reality of today's music business. Throughout my career, and I look back at it now, and I realize that what I was able to do in my career is what I would call a magic trick. And the magic trick was I could meet somebody who had a lot of talent and who seemed like they could be a star, but they had no fans at all, not one fan, but they were great. And I could sign them and then make a record with them. And if everything went right, and if my hunch was right, and if the record was right, and if everything else went right, and everybody in the industry sort of agreed that this was really good, we could get it to the audience, and the audience could sort of vote up and down on it. And if the audience voted up on it, they could really become a superstar. And that was really what the music business was based on historically, was this magic trick. You're great, you have no fans, watch, you know, abracadabra, you're gonna have fans, because we're gonna make sure you have fans. And the biggest realization I've had in the last couple of years in the music business is I can't do that magic trick anymore. Nobody can do that magic trick anymore. That's over. Nobody can take an artist, no matter how talented they are, and sign them and like make them a star anymore. The artist has to do the work at the beginning to get going from zero to something. Once you go from zero to something, then there's a lot of things a record company can do for you, you know. But everything that we could do is worthless until you can create something on your own. Get a toehold on social media, or in a place like Trinidad, live is also a good place to start getting a toehold, getting some buzz, getting some excitement. So in the old days, we could do that, get you from zero to something. But now you need a skill that you didn't used to have. You just had to be an artist in the old days, and a star, you know, not just an artist, but somebody who could be a star, right? You just needed that. Now you need to be a marketer too. And that's just the facts. And there's no way around it. And there's nobody who has a magic formula to take an artist who's not willing to get down and dirty and market themselves on social media and get them anywhere. And in fact, the whole music business in the States anyway has stopped trying. Like if you go to the major labels right now and you say, I'm a great singer and my songs were so great, they might go, yeah, you're right, but go get some numbers. Go get some numbers on TikTok. Go get some numbers on Instagram. And then hopefully those numbers will translate to other numbers on Spotify. Then we can talk. And it's not even the labels being overcautious or not wanting to do the work or anything like that. The labels have concluded that they can't help you until you get something going. It's sad, to be honest, because I wish that somebody as great as as Andy Grammer, or I did Joss Stone, who was a big R&B singer in the early 2000s. She had no all the acts I ever had success with had no fans when I met them. Hanson had no fans. Baha Men, who did Who Let the Dogs Out, had no fans. Joss Stone, no fans. We the Kings, no fans. Andy Grammer, no fans. AJR, no fans. Like, none of them had a single fan. They were all just really talented. And none of those people would ever get a shot today unless they put their marketing hat on and tried to get some buzz going on social media. So that's my single biggest message to every artist is work it. Be consistent. Don't get frustrated. You might be putting out, first of all, TikTok loves consistency. They reward you for consistency. The algorithm on TikTok loves people who post a lot. It doesn't like people who post only occasionally. So don't be somebody who only posts occasionally. You might hate posting. Most of my artists, by the way, hate posting. They don't want to post on TikTok. They go, I don't want to spend my life doing TikToks. But they know that if they want to succeed, they have to do it. And that's much more so even for a beginning artist. So, you know, work TikTok and Instagram and YouTube Shorts, which is also important because YouTube Shorts, that data gets looked at very closely by YouTube, and they will support videos on YouTube that by artists that are showing buzz on YouTube Shorts. So just work that stuff, but also know that they're not the same, right? Instagram is a great way to reach your fans and to build your fan community. You know, maybe you have a few fans. I don't know how many fans you have, but whatever you have, you know that when you put something out on Instagram, they're going to see it. It's pretty good. TikTok doesn't work like that, right? TikTok has an algorithm, and TikTok's algorithm decides who gets to see the content that you make based on what TikTok's algorithm thinks people will like. So they're going to select a bunch of people and see if those people like what you did. Okay, so we all accept that that's the fact, right? You can't control who it goes to. And then when those people get that TikTok in their feed, they're going to either react or not. And TikTok's algorithm is going to look at their reaction, right? And based on the early reaction of those first people who get the content from you, they're going to decide how much further to amplify that content, right? And if people seem to be reacting to the thing you put out there, remember, these are not people you selected. It's people TikTok selected. If those people like it, they'll amplify it. And that's how things go viral. The first group of people like it. And then all of a sudden, TikTok's algorithm goes, ooh, let's spread this some more. And they spread it some more. And more people and more people and more people get the content. Obviously, as that process evolves, people start creating their own content using your sound that you created on your TikTok or whatever. And it starts to snowball. And that's how things go viral. Now, some people try to game the system, right? By hiring or by paying influencers to do content. And paying influencers to do content with your music can be a good strategy. But it's not a good strategy until you get something happening. Because the way the algorithm works is that you put out this music, TikTok delivers it to a bunch of people, and now they're seeing how those people respond to that content. If you have suddenly influencers that you've paid money to spread the content and it has nothing going on, TikTok's algorithm will pick up on the fact that, like, ooh, this is weird. The people that we served this content to didn't really react to it. But this other person over here who we didn't even serve it to, I don't even know how this person got it, right, is suddenly, and they're an influencer, and they do a lot of content that we kind of know about because their algorithm knows everything, right? That they're posting. They know that that's bought. So until you have something going on that makes it plausible that other people would be making TikToks of your music, it's a waste of money to pay influencers. So I would say you start your music, see if you can get a little something, anything, a little toehold. Then if you want to pay influencers, pay really small influencers, micro influencers. Have them spread it. If their stuff starts to get a little bit of traction and things seem to be going decently from that, then you can go to a next level of influencers and bigger. But bigger is not better at the beginning. Smaller is better at the beginning, and really the best thing at the beginning is something that's just totally authentic that you didn't pay anybody. But just remember that that's the way that algorithm works, and if you want to win at that game, you should just sort of be aware of that. Same thing with everything. So now the question is, do you need a record label anymore? I just told you that I can't get you from zero to something just because you're talented. But a record label can create all kinds of opportunities once you've gotten that foothold. And the good news for the artist is that once you've gotten a foothold, usually you can get a better deal from a record label because you've already got you're bringing your audience with you. You're bringing your success with you, which is good. But once you've gotten a foothold, then all of a sudden there's all these things that wouldn't help at all if you had nothing going on social media that would help. Like, for instance, getting on the radio. At least in the US these days, getting on the radio without having some success at social media and a real audience building there and then translating to, say, Spotify or the other DSPs, getting on the radio is another waste of effort. Radio can't break records anymore the way they used to. One of the most fun things back in the old days, right, is we could take a record to the radio and the station would say, oh, we love this record, we're going to put it on. And they put it on, and people used to call the radio station and go, oh, record's great, I love that record. And they say, oh, the phones are going crazy, people love this record. And then the record becomes a hit, and that's the great story. But it doesn't happen like that anymore because radio doesn't play that role anymore, right? Radio can't break records anymore. I sat with a guy who's the head of the biggest pop station in New York, Z100, and he put it a really interesting way. He said, we used to be the engine that drove the music industry. He goes, now we're the caboose. He goes, we basically, like, after everything else happens and the song's popular on TikTok and it's popular on Spotify, then we come in and we play all the ones that have already won the game, basically. And that's what our audience listens to on the radio now. We don't introduce them to new music anymore. So the question is, so why bother getting on the radio? Well, I'll tell you why bother getting on the radio. Because it's a great business for you, the artist, and for you, the songwriter. Every time a song gets played on the radio, anywhere in the world, the songwriters get paid through the local collection societies. So even if radio doesn't have the ability to start your record, if you get to a certain point in your career and you sign to a record label and they have radio staffs all around the world, in different countries, and let's say your record is blowing up in Italy, and they can get your record on the radio in Italy because it's blowing up on social media in Italy, right? That's going to be money in your pocket because you wrote that song. And even in most countries of the world, funnily enough, except the US, which is crazy, in almost every other country in the world, you get paid as the artist also for having your song on the radio. So these are all revenue streams, but these are revenue streams that, for the most part, require the help of some outside team, most likely a record label. But those are ways for you to put money in your pocket. In the U.S., we have a thing called Sirius XM satellite radio, and Sirius XM satellite radio pays about an average, just to the artist. I'm not counting now to the writers. Writers get paid separately, but just to the artist and record label, they pay approximately like $50 a spin. It comes out to. So if you have a hit and your hit's on there, several times a day, 7 days a week for several weeks or months, that's a lot of money. It adds up. And there are stations at Sirius that do feature, among everything else that they do feature soca. There's the Shaggy station on Sirius plays some soca, and the Marleys have a station on Sirius called Tough Gong Radio, which has a couple of soca shows. So there are places there where you can actually make money, but that's assuming you've already gotten a toehold, you've already had some success at socials, it's already started to happen at DSPs, you've signed to a label, they're working it to radio. It's a really multifaceted process, I think the music business is always changing. The one thing I will tell you about TikTok that I'm certain is it's not the last thing that's going to ever happen in the world of music. Meaning TikTok right now is so powerful, but I know that something else is going to come and it's going to take the place of TikTok someday, and it'll be a new set of challenges and a new set of rules that everyone will have to learn how to play. But at the end of the day, the most important thing, as it was way at the beginning of the music business, is, and as it was when I started my label, is it's the music. great music is always going to be the thing that will win the day. So my biggest advice for everybody here is keep making great music and don't give up. And if the first piece of great music you do doesn't get any traction, make another, and just keep going. If you really believe in yourself and you believe your music is great, keep going. Eventually it will find its audience. And I would love to take questions. That's what I have to say. Any questions from the audience?
Hey Steve, I'm TJ. We met yesterday. For everyone here, I work with Craft Fragile Wilds King. I think one of the biggest issues that we see with our local talent, like my guys are some of the biggest in Jamaica, is crossing over, that cross-pollination and getting into these other markets like the US and London. Do you have any advice at a high level?
It's so funny because, right, we simultaneously live in a world where it's so easy to get your music out to people, right? You just put it up on the internet, you put it up on Spotify, you put it up on Instagram, TikTok, wherever it is, and theoretically you have the ability to reach people. But one of the weird things about the algorithms that on Spotify and on TikTok especially is that they do keep you in a box. If your stuff is popular among fans of soca, they will feed your music to more people who are fans of soca, and they'll keep feeding them to more and more and more people who love soca, as opposed to saying, hey, maybe just people who like music might like this. Let's give it a shot. Let's send this over to the pop fans in Canada or something, So it's hard. But what I would say, and it's not a very magical strategy or anything, but I would say, think about how to put your music in a context that might get you out of the bubble. Meaning, if there is some trend going on in the world, something happening on Instagram or TikTok or whatever that has nothing to do with soca, it has nothing to do with Trinidad. It's just some cool, fun thing where people are doing something and different music works with it. Like, try to enter that conversation. Try to enter the conversation of what's going on social media in France, or in Brazil, or in Japan, or wherever it is. Try to meet people where they are with your music. And it's hard. It's a hard road to go down. I'm not saying that it's a magic thing, but I would say that, even if it means doing covers of songs that are popular in other markets, just to get them to start picking up on your stuff, and then because if you do a popular cover, right, or a popular trend in some other part of the world, the algorithm may well pick you up and put you in front of that audience. And then once you have their attention a little bit, you might be able to then kind of come in and introduce your music. But it's hard. It's a hard thing. But that's why I would say this: if you want to get out of the bubble, think, how can you reach people outside of that bubble from your home? What can you do online that somebody might care about in Japan or in Brazil? I would say that's. But I will say one thing that's good is lyrics. If you're making content, I would definitely make lyric videos or even lyric shorts in other languages. That's really good and it works. So your song, translate it. There's easy ways to translate stuff on the internet. You guys know that. Just go translate your song into Japanese if you think people might like it in Japan, and put it up on TikTok with Japanese words on it. See what happens. It has worked.
Sorry. Hi. Well, I am an artist as well. My name is Candice Caton. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is, I was trying to figure out how to frame it, because as an artist, I do a lot of observation of the industry. And do you think that now record labels or joining a record label, how do you know as an artist whether or not you should even pursue trying to get a record label to sign you? Just because I have seen that sometimes artists will sign with a record label and begin making music that is totally different from what would have got them to the points that they are at. And I feel as though sometimes, because now when you're with a record label, the record label kind of dictates, because they spend any money, what type of music you would create, or even when you create the music, because it now becomes they have to recoup their investment. And so they become a lot more profit driven, whereas you as an artist are creatively driven. So do you think that sometimes record label could be kind of counterproductive to the creation process? And as an artist, how would you, because I know that artists try to get to record labels because they want to be sustainable, they want to make the money, they want to make the numbers, but it also is, you know, it hinders the creative process, I think, when you have to know everything you do has to be approved at the record label. Because even you, when you wanted to sign the acts that you were believed in, the record label said no. You know, so how do you begin to navigate that or start to look at that? Because now as a new artist, or even if you have the numbers, your bargaining power tends to be kind of limited because you don't have the money, you know?
Yeah, it's really a tough. That's like the toughest question in the music business, right? Because if you don't need the money, you could hang on a lot longer without a record label and just keep going and try to build your thing up as big as you can. And the more you need the money, the more you're going to want to latch onto a label that can help finance your dreams, really. Certainly, I would not recommend to anybody signing to a record label that didn't really believe in their music and the direction that they wanted to go to, and you'd have to have a lot of conversations with those people before you sign with them to really get them to tell you unequivocally that they're down with what you're doing and they're willing to go on a journey with you, as opposed to try to turn you into something else, for sure. Now you never can be sure that they're going to follow through on what they say, but at least get them to say it. Get them to really explicitly tell you that they believe in you and why. But I do think for sustainable careers, being on a label is important because of all the other things that are not social media. I think even just getting playlisting on places like Apple Music and Spotify, the truth is that the labels have an advantage over the independent artists. They just do. They talk to those guys all the time. They have regular meetings with Spotify. They have regular meetings with Apple Music and with YouTube. And, you want to be mentioned in those meetings and you want them to figure out ways to get your stuff on playlists. So, the problem with, one of the many problems with, say, TikTok is that having a big TikTok success with a song does not in any way guarantee that the next thing you put out will reach an audience on TikTok. Well, I met with the head of TikTok in Europe last year, and he blew my mind. He blew my mind because he said a couple things that shocked me. He told me, I asked him, I said, but if I have a song and it's massive on TikTok, surely you're going to feed my next song to the same people who really liked my last song, right? And he said, no, not necessarily. He said, the song, the fact that it's you and they liked your last song, because that might be one factor out of 1,000 factors that we're weighing in the algorithm to decide who to send it to. So no, because I wouldn't count on that at all. Just because you had a big one doesn't mean you're going to have another big one at all. I'll go back to my guy Conqueror that we had the big hit with. We had the big hit with Banana. We thought, okay, let's go. We're going to turn Conqueror into a serious, artist with a real career. We could not get anywhere with the follow-up record. Nowhere. TikTok didn't support it. Spotify didn't support it. And Spotify didn't support it because it wasn't having those numbers coming out of TikTok like Banana did. So it's a tough road. And the other thing that the TikTok guy said to me that was also really perceptive and it's worth thinking about. He said to me, the biggest mistake people make about TikTok is when they call it a social network. He said, there's nothing social about TikTok. He said, TikTok is not a social network. TikTok is an individual content delivery platform. We do not care what your friends like. We do not care what, your brother likes. We don't care about anything other than what you have demonstrated to us that you like. And so I'll tell you a funny story. There was a big hit a couple years ago in the States called Stick Season by a guy named Noah Kahn. Massive hit, it turned out in the end. And I have two daughters, and they're a couple years apart. One of them at the time was in college. One of them at the time was in high school. They live in the same household, right? They're sisters. One of them said to me one day with her sister there, she goes, "Oh, whenever I go on TikTok, the only thing I get is like this Noah Kahn record, Stick Season, and it's like Noah Kahn doing versions of it. It's other people doing covers of it. It's like all I get." And she goes, "And it's cool because I like the song. It's good, but it's like all I get right now on TikTok is Stick Season by Noah Kahn." And my other daughter goes, "Let me see that. I want to see what this is." And she looks at it and she sees all the TikToks on my other daughter's TikTok and sees it's all this Stick Season. And she goes, "I have never, ever been served a video of this song ever in my life." These are two sisters in the same house, 2 years apart. And one of them was getting it all the time. One never saw it. And I said, "Wow, like they really are targeting this. Like they're programming to an audience of one." So it's pretty crazy times. Any other questions?
Yes. Hi, Steve. I'm interested in the actual numbers because it seems as though the music industry, of course, is driven by data and analytics and that thing. For S-Curve Records, when you say artists has to have numbers, give me an up. What does numbers represent? 1 million views? What are we looking at?
It's about growth. It's about growth and it's about engagement. So it's not even about raw numbers. Like 1 million, the number 1 million is a meaningless number. It's about like how many people viewed it yesterday as opposed to today, as opposed to tomorrow. If I see that the growth is, I'm making this up, is 25% a day, let's go. That could be a smash, right? If you have 1 million views today on TikTok, but you have the same million tomorrow and the same the next day, the record might not be really a big hit. It might just have reached its plateau. So it's growth. We look for growth all the time. Same thing on Spotify. You're looking for growth. The more something jumps, the way that all the record labels work now is they all have very sophisticated data analysis systems, and they have people who work at the labels whose whole job is to like look at social media and see stuff that's blowing up, and they're looking at like the growth numbers day after day, and once they see like a spike, they all pounce on the artist. And so like I had this one artist in South Africa who somebody had told me about, so I kind of had a little bit of an early move on this guy before he really broke out. And I saw that he was starting to blow up a little bit on TikTok. And I said, and this was like on a Thursday or something, and I said to the manager, I said, "Listen, I promise you by Monday, every single record label in the States will reach out to you." He goes, "Well, how do you know that?" I go, "Because that's their job. That's what they do for a living. If they don't reach out to you, they're going to lose their job. Like they have to be on every one of these things that breaks out. And then they love you and you're their best friend and they tell you that you're the greatest artist in history until some day comes when you're not growing anymore. Then they might lose interest before they ever even sign a deal, because it's all about numbers. I hate that. I loved it when it was all about music, because at least I know if you're a good artist today, you're going to be a good artist tomorrow. But I don't know if your numbers are going to be good tomorrow. Oh, that's it? Well, hey, I loved being here with you guys. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Steve Urchin. So we'll start with you, Steve.
I mean, any panel with two Steves on it's got to be a winner, right? But, Steve Urchin Wilson, part of Sean Paul's management, been that for going on 25 years. I've done pretty much everything there is to do in the music business. I've done it at some point.
I'm Sean Stewart, also known as Spine, the CEO of a local record label here, Zig Boy Music. I'm responsible for the likes of Mr. Killer, College Boy Jesse, the Millionaire Family, and a lot of youth talent here in Trinidad and Tobago.
My name is Dave Susser, better known as DJ Gravy. I'm the founder of largeup.com, a Caribbean music, art, culture platform.
I'm Steve Greenberg, founder and CEO of S-Curve Records in New York and manager of the band AJR.
Fantastic. Thank you guys so much. So we get into the conversation one time. I think this afternoon, based on Steve's earlier conversation, he was talking about the path that you can take to be successful as an artist. And I think this conversation, we can focus more on the actual steps that management needs to put in place to be able to develop artists. I think that is a critical part of it that we need to discuss here in the Caribbean. So let me start with you, Steve Urchin, and see exactly what would be the first steps that you suggest from taking artists from zero to superstar? What's the foundation steps that we need?
I think when you're talking about, first of all, when you said earlier, you said steps that management needs to take. I think that it's very important to include artists in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of the time in the early parts of a career, early artist development, there isn't a manager. There's an artist trying to attract a manager. And I think that also is an important process because you want to attract the right person. A lot of people end up with managers, which are just like a dude that they knew from the neighborhood, right?
And they end up being booking agents.
Well, exactly. Reactionary is the main thing, right?
Right.
So you have to be proactive in the early part of your career. And as a manager with an artist that you're developing, you have to be very proactive. You can't wait for the phone to ring. You got to make the calls. So I think a lot of that is like set up. You got to get social media right. You got to get your, electronic press kit. You got to get your bio. You got to get your pictures. The first thing I used to do a lot of artist management consultation. And one of the first things I would do is I would say, let me see your Instagram. Let me see your Spotify for artists. Look at it and say, okay, you don't look like you're serious. You don't look like, I'm not going to take you seriously. Therefore, nobody else will take you seriously. Fans want to feel like this is all you do. I don't want to go on your Instagram and see pictures of you, doing your daily life. And then, there's a picture of me in a show and here's a picture of my new single. It has to be, homogenous. It has to feel like this is what I do. This is what I'm about. This is who I am. And you have to appear that way. So I think that's the first thing is you need to iconify yourself. Look like an artist, act like an artist. Present yourself as an artist. And then step 2 for me is always win your block. Win your house first, win your block second, win your neighborhood third. You have to build your fan base like you're building ripples in a pond. You can't go out there and say, well, I'm going to go make fans in Denmark when you have no fans in your own house, right? And I feel like artists nowadays so rely on waiting for digital to happen, right? I think you also need to put yourself in people's faces digitally. Like in this room, when I walk into this room and if there's any artists in here, I should not leave this room without knowing what your social media handle is. Now, when I say knowing, I don't just mean you telling me. I mean literally you bringing it up and saying, hey, this is me, look. And that makes an impression. And what you want is repetition of that impression. Remember, you're competing with 40,000 or more songs coming out every week on Spotify. So what makes you different? What makes me remember you? You could have a greatest song in the world. It means nothing if no one hears it. It means nothing if no one knows that that song is even out. So that's your job as an artist, is make sure that you make that connectivity.
Spine, let me jump across to you and ask, I understand that from a marketing perspective that you need to push so hard. How important is it in the process to be able to ensure that your sound is good in the first place? Because, you could have a great song, but is it important to focus on getting the sound right before you get the marketing right?
I think it's a balance of both. Technically, who are we to say what is a good or a bad or a right song? It's still up to the general public. Right. Our job is we are creatives, so our job is just to create and package it as best as we could. Right. Here in Soca, we all know the benchmark is totally different for what industry standard is in terms of quality and other things. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One of the main reasons are we don't have the right facilities here and the right gear to get the right quality in terms of, we don't really use Neve boards. There's not a Neve board in Trinidad. So we cannot record on the quality that is being recorded in the US or in Europe on that kind of level. So technically, I trying to race a McLaren with my Tida. Can't happen, right? So that is one of the main things I think we need to really pay attention to if we really want to compete on a level. Because if we, as a DJ, I'm entertaining my audience and I'm pressing play on every song that is in my catalog, I really don't know what was mixed where.
Right.
I just know that the people like the song. But it's also important, if I'm a DJ that want to give quality, it's important that the master level should be at the same level. You know, it shouldn't sound muddy, the bass shouldn't be wild. So having a good mix is important. But sometimes John public don't even know what is a good mix. So it's a balance, you know? So
I hear the audience agreeing with you 100% there. John public don't know what is a good mix.
and if they don't know, maybe they don't care. That's another thing.
Well, that's another factor that we want to consider.
We have to educate them.
Yeah.
Gravy, in your work with Large Up, do you see that as a flaw that we have in the Caribbean, where we don't have the quality to match up with the rest of the world, or is it that we are on par?
Well, I think for every artist is a different path and a different story. You know, it's not going to be the same for everyone, but obviously there's certain guidelines that are going to be helpful. And, you know, I think part of the magic of Caribbean music is being able to create something timeless and globally relevant without all that gear necessarily, because Studio One or Lee Scratch Perry or, you know, Scientists and Tubby, or we were talking about Jamaican music, but, you know, they innovated with the lack of equipment, and they found, and that actually made it greater. So there's always, and not, that's not limited to any area, you know. Hip hop is the same way. They couldn't afford studios, so they did the merry-go-round of breakbeats, you know, and look where that went. So, but I do think early on, Steve mentioned that, yeah, there is no manager, because that whatever percent is a percent of zero. So, I mean, you know, I will say somebody like Kabaka Pyramid I saw the other day, he's had the same two manager homies, I think, from like junior high school.
Yeah.
And he wasn't making money for a lot of years. He was making some impact, but they stuck with him.
Yeah.
So a lot of it's having integrity and working hard, because your manager's not going to want to work harder than you work. You better be working hard as an artist, because the great artists work really hard. Sean works hard. Shaggy works hard. Damian Marley works hard. Like, they're talking about the biggest, right, in that space. Machel, I'd interviewed him. I interviewed him before I ever saw him live, and he was telling me about after the show, he's wheezing, he's coughing, he's going to throw up, he's going to faint. And I saw him after the show. I was like, well, he wasn't playing. He really brings 1,010%. But I mean, early on, I think because we're now in this DIY era, and the Caribbean has kind of been DIY sort of for the most part, almost the whole time, like largely, you know. But your presentation is so key, you know. It's got to look as good as it sounds. You can make great music, but if the presentation isn't up to par with the music, you're not really respecting those parts. And that's the photography, the art direction, the stylist, the graphic designer. What have they done before that was great? Is it just your homie up the way who has Photoshop, or is it someone that's done something of note before? And not to say everyone has a starting point, but you know, you should be thinking along those lines, you know? And then, yeah, I mean, your engineer, your, you know, publicity is, Caribbean artists are not represented in mainstream media nearly enough. We could name on our fingers who are.
And when you say mainstream media, you mean
Rolling Stone,
right?
New York Times.
You mean more
CNN,
American media?
Billboard magazine,
right?
You know, yeah, like mainstream media is, you know, so important, and you know, you have to understand as an artist how to get to that point where a PR firm is going to be even interested in taking your money.
Right.
Because like my PR firm, we turn down almost everybody that comes to us. We maybe take 1 in 20 artists or something like that.
And why is that?
A few reasons. First of all, it's not just great music. You need a story. 50 Cent got shot 9 times and then made the biggest record ever that plays at every wedding and birthday party, right? Cardi B was a toothless stripper. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, that's the story. That's what got people like, they didn't have to convince anyone to tell that story because you were dying to tell your friend, yo, you hear about this? So having a story like that, it makes it really easy for the PR firm to find the angle with the media platforms and be like, the media platforms don't want to say, here's a new artist, he has a great song.
Yeah.
That's not it.
So
It's
then, let me jump across to Steve and ask, is it then more about the PR and more about the marketing than it is about the actual product, which is the music, or is the product now the artist and their story?
I mean, I think at the bottom line, at the end of the day, it's the music. You can't make people get excited about music that they're not excited about. The music has to be great, but you're right. There's a lot of great music out there, and people who have an interesting story and are good at telling it have a big advantage because they're just more interesting. But definitely, at the end of the day, it's the audience who decides whether they like it or not. It's not going to be any of us who sort of are going to come up with a clever package to get you to like a song that you don't really like.
Okay, so it boils down to the marketing package. It boils down to the quality of the music that's being presented as well.
But it has to be marketed well, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, sure. But don't bother marketing something that's not great.
But like Spine said, it boils down to perspective, right? Yeah. Because I might think it's great, but you might not think it's great, and then we have.
You have to believe in it. But I do want to speak to this question about recording quality and all that.
Right.
You know, I think so much great music, big hits all over the world, massive global hits, are being recorded in people's bedrooms. Like, I don't think it matters. I mean, there are definitely advantages to having a wonderful studio and a big board, and you can do great things, but you don't need that to do great things.
Yeah.
Steve, you mentioned in your session previously that we can have, all the things, all the packages, but we still need certain numbers in order for record labels to sign. We spoke about independent versus being on a record label. And I want to jump across to you, Steve Lichin, to ask about those numbers. We always talk about, all right, so we get the marketing good, we have the good product. What's the next step? Because yes, I can come and show you all my stuff in your face, but if I don't have the numbers yet, do I build those numbers and then come to you as a record label executive? Or do I come to you in the hope that we can build it together if I show you I have what it takes? I have the story, I have the look, I have the music.
I'd be lying to you if I told you there was a perfect storm there. I think sometimes, I know artists who've been signed and they have 100 followers on Instagram, and I'm like, why? How did this person get signed? But then when you hear the music, you're like, oh, I get it now. So you will have that executive who will be like, I heard the music, I don't care about the following, I'm going to build this. It's far more likely that if you're an indie artist and you've built your own audience and you have 100,000 followers and you have 200,000 on Spotify, that a label's going to look at you and be like, okay, we see what you've done by yourself. What you need is more gas in your tank. So all we're going to do is give you money and give you better marketing and give you better opportunities and better playlisting opportunities. So now the great thing that you've already made, that's already making connections to people, we're just going to expand that audience into something much bigger. So I think it's, of course, easier the better you've done by yourself. But I think that, coming back to the music conversation is, if you've made consistent, really solid music, and I think that's something I always talk about to artists is, who are you? Have you thought about who you are musically? Who are you image-wise? Are you just copying a bunch of people? Are you just copying one person? Have you decided what you are? And then let's drop music consistently. Put out a song every 6 weeks, 2 months. Just keep dropping them and keep them consistent. Do the same thing with your social media. The numbers will come. Unless your music is trash and nobody likes it. And hey, even that, there's a lot of trash music out there that people are listening to, right? And as Spine said, what's my trash is another man's treasure. So if you are consistent, the audience will come. And if you're consistent and you build an audience, then the interest will come from the people like Steve and Gravy and Spine and me. We'll see what you're doing. And I think another big element to it for me is live music. I hate to see when an artist has a hit And then I go to see them live, and they run out there and they
can't perform.
They're singing and the mic is over here. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Or them singing that you're singing like this and you're like, what? But on your record you're screaming at people and you're aggressive and you're this big thing, but you don't know how to perform. So investing in stagecraft, investing in songwriting, investing in styling, getting your look, getting your vibe, getting your productivity. So listen, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? That's number one. The harder you work, the luckier you get. But when you get that opportunity, make sure you're ready.
I
Right?
want to touch on something.
Go ahead.
As artists or as a creative, you have to understand that first thing, you are a product. Just as a bottle of water, just as a biscuit on a shelf, you are a product, and every product have to be packaged properly. That product have to have ingredients, that product have to have marketing, that product must have a placement. So think about yourself as a product and not just as a creative who just like music. I think that is one of the biggest mistakes a lot of artists make. Hence the reason they keep themselves in a box. I want to give you a quick short story so we could understand the process. My brother, his name is College Boy Jesse, right? We started a campaign with him about 8 years ago in terms of development. And because he was the artist who just liked to create, but he did not have packaging. That packaging took us on a long journey. I'm talking about understanding how to sit and do an interview, understanding how to be an artist, how to cut a dub plate, how to record a song, how to pose, how to dress, how to everything. Create your logo, your story. That story is very important. Hence his name is College Boy. The story behind that, he used to play football for Trinidad and Tobago. But when he was playing on the national team, the big team, he was the only student on the team because he went to University of Trinidad and Tobago. So that's how he got the name, College Boy. So when we started packaging him, we had to create a story, and that was the only thing we could work with to then sell it. 8 years later, that journey took him to performing in every crease and corner, understanding how to hold a mic, how to stand on a stage, how to interact with a crowd, how to build an argument, how to ride a rhythm, how to sing on key, vocal training, the full production of a product before anybody knew him. Fast forward into 2020, he won Soca Monarch with a song that wasn't playing on the radio. Everybody asked, how? That was how. Because we literally developed a product that we could put on a main stage, and I knew that once the product was able to be seen, it would sell. But it will take time. Now that time took a lot of resources. That time took a lot of energy, ups and downs, trials and tribulation, right? He had a 9-to-5, which he had to quit. As a matter of fact, he quit it 6 months before he won Soca Monarch. And a lot of people was like, why? Because this job of being an entertainer or being an artist or being a creative is a full-time job. You can't serve two masters. And it is very difficult to do that and still sustain your life, because obviously we have to live, right? So how do we do it is the question. And this is where you as a creative have to get very creative in finding that balance in developing yourself, but also being able to sustain yourself, and that is how I want to find out how you guys do it, because obviously, I'm the youngest here, so I'm sure you guys have way more stories than me, work with way more established artists than me. So I would like some information to find out how, because he's just one product of the label. We actually have 8 new products. As a matter of fact, we was here on Monday, and I roll out 8 artists on stage on Monday who is part of the same program in terms of understanding how to be an artist and development and stage and music videos and content and the whole 9 yards, and we literally doing it out of pocket with no support. And I would like to find out, like, what was the steps some of you took to develop? Because I mean, every big dog was once a puppy, you know, and I would like to know.
Well, Gravy, I will jump to you. Somebody, Gravy, you.
Well, I wanted to elaborate on how Steve brought up live, because I didn't mention that part. I grew up, going to see music, concerts every day, every night. As soon as I was like a teenager, I mean, for years and years, I literally went out every night and saw every kind of music in New York City. I mean, at a time where the bar was really high for performance. If you weren't awesome, we'll leave and go somewhere else because there's something else great happening. I mean, there's no shortage. Yeah, literally, walk up the block. And in the 2000s, something happened like on MTV when you had like 50 Cent and Ludacris and these big artists who their songs were so big, they couldn't afford for like the live production or anything to kind of go south. So they started just playing the actual song, not the instrumental or the TV track, which is how we grew up. Or you had to get up if somebody would beatbox for you or go a cappella. You had to be ready to do whatever. And you had to be dope or people would boo you. And we got to this point now where the product got so big. Entertainment had never been as big as it is now. It's growing as an industry. So they started relying on just playing the track and rapping over it. And then now that's kind of become the norm for hip hop. And it's kind of spilled over into reggaeton, dancehall, Afrobeats, everything now. And it's the all urban music now. You're not expected to perform your song. You just need to be there while it's playing. And that to me is a crime. Like I don't really pay to go to shows like that. But if I did, I'd want my money back.
Amen. I would have to agree with you there. Steve, let me ask about what Spine was inquiring about in terms of artist development and some of the steps that you would have taken to develop some of your artists over the years.
Myself?
No, Steve.
Oh, sorry.
I think, I've been managing AJR, for instance, for 12 years. And as I mentioned in my talk before, they didn't have any fans when they came to me. They just had a song that I thought was a magical song. And so I just worked that song in every possible way that I could, to get them to get exposure for it. I try to get them opening slots on other people's shows. I try to get them on any radio station I could get them on, even like little small local TV news things, that somebody might see in the afternoon on TV locally and stuff. Like I would just have them do anything they could do to get in front of people because I just believed that the song was so good and that they were so good. And the song ended up being a big hit, actually. It was called I'm Ready, and it was their first platinum single. But that didn't really get them anywhere. They had like a fun hit, and it didn't. They were almost back to square one after that. And then we basically really dug in, and we just put them on the road with anyone we could get them on the road with as an opening slot. Because obviously they were not in a position to sell any tickets themselves. They didn't have any fans. So, there's two advantages to putting somebody on the road when they're starting out. One is you get them in front of people and they can get new fans. The other thing that's really important is they get really good. There's very few people who are really great live without having played a lot of times in front of a real audience. I think you've got to do, there's no hard number, but I'd say do 100 shows and then you're probably really good. I think back at how they were in the first 20, 30 shows they did. I'd be so embarrassed to see them today like that way. They weren't good, but they had potential. And you have to just keep. So the thing that you should really do is play a lot. I meet a lot of artists who are like, yeah, I'm doing a show next month. And when's the last time you did a show? I did one 4 months ago. I'm gonna do one next month. No, like figure out some way to perform in front of actual human beings as much as you can. That's one of the key things of artist development, because then when it's time to be on the big stage, you're going to be great and you're not going to come off as half-baked and not that compelling. So I would say that, for AJR, that was one of the biggest things, is we just had them play live more and more and more and more and more. And then we just kept putting out good songs, and the opportunities got bigger and bigger. They got on bigger radio stations. They got on TV shows. The songs got synced into commercials or movies or whatever it was. They started getting asked to do things. You get to a point as an artist where you stop having to be hustling all the time, and sometimes the phone just rings and somebody says, "Hey, I'd like you to do a song for my movie," or "I'd like you to be on this TV show that's airing and perform your latest song." So then you kind of know you've kind of made it somewhat when people start calling you. But I would say the big thing is consistently make good music and consistently play in front of people.
So it sounds like on-the-job training is key. Like you just perform until you get better and better and better at it. Steve Urchin, let me jump across to you and ask, is that model practical in the Caribbean?
I'm really glad you asked that question, because what Steve was talking about is kind of one of my personal soapboxes, especially in Jamaica. I'm not sure what it's like, the environment is like in Trinidad, but I imagine it's similar. That I have friends from Europe who come to Jamaica and they come to Kingston, they land and they say, "So I want to go out and see a reggae show tonight." And I'm like, there is nothing tonight. Tomorrow, nothing. Oh, Thursday, there's a little thing, but they don't do, originals. It's all covers. Friday, nothing. Saturday, nothing. Which city said you're from? In Romania? Okay, go back there. You're more likely to see a reggae show there. Because the reality is the platforms are not there. So one of the things that I have done, because I'm not a person that likes to sit and wait, so I've started a platform called Super Heavy, which is a Wednesday night live performance in Kingston, Jamaica. If you're ever in Kingston, come by and check it out. If you're an artist, if you get there, I'll put you on. It's no cover charge, so people can't complain, and the booing is kept to a minimum. It gives kids a chance to get up there and do it for the first time, and then come back. I say, look, come back. If you thought you weren't good, come back in 2 months. Come back next week. Come and watch other people. Come every week and watch people. See what you like, what you think works, what doesn't work. It's become a classroom. It's become a networking space. We're really bad at that in the Caribbean.
Yep.
We do not have an entertainment industry.
Yep.
We don't have labels. We don't have publishing companies. We don't have none of that, right? Or very little. And so what I am trying to foster, and what I want to even bring, I also want to bring Super Heavy to Trinidad. So if anybody out here want to help me, let's talk about
most
it.
definitely.
The man said down on your right.
The idea is there's a watering hole people go to. There's a quick, it's not long, it's a 30-minute show. It might have 2 or 3 acts. Each person does 1 song, 2 songs, maximum 3, 4. And what started to happen is the stalwarts start to come through. They hear about it and they want to come check it out. We had Beanie Man 2 weeks ago come through, and he was on stage teaching performers how to perform live, telling them, no, hold the mic like this. You're holding the mic too low, too far. Your voice not strong enough for like that. Right? And then last week we had Sizzler. And I'm not paying these people. They're showing up on the strength of seeing what's happening. Right? So that is, to me, that's my soapbox. We need those opportunities, because an artist cannot just wait till somebody's going to pay them to perform. As Steve said, you're not going to get that opportunity. Right? So go out there and work. And my thing, you said 100 shows, I call it 1,000 hours. Right? Get 1,000 hours of doing anything that you think you want to do for a living. Do it for 1,000 hours. After that, you don't get worse by practicing. That doesn't happen. Right? You practice, you get better. So we need the opportunities to perform live. And then, of course, the third benefit of performing live is that you're coming back to Spine's question is you start to earn a little bit of money, even if it's a little bit of money. And you start to feel like, wow, I got paid for a show I did. Now I'm an artist. Right? And that confidence that is going to give you when you get that the first time, immeasurable. And people start to take you seriously, and you're there, you perform. And when you finish performing, yo, I'm Spine, check me out on whatever your social media is. Don't miss the opportunity at conversion, right? That's a big thing for me. If an artist comes and performs well live, I'm interested. But who are you? Where can I find you? Don't let me have to come find you backstage and say, excuse me, what's your social media? Especially if it's not exactly what your name is, which is another one of my pet peeves, which we'll get to. But that's my take on it, right? And sorry, one really quick thing too.
Yeah.
Spine asked a question about when you're a young artist and you're building, how do you finance yourself? How do you stay eating at that early stage of the career? And honestly, it's a magical mixture, right? And back in the day, I don't know how people did it. It must have just been girlfriends and friends. But nowadays you have Patreon, right? You have Cameo. These are platforms, if you don't know about them, research them. If you have a small audience that really loves you, there's 100 people that like you enough to give you $20 a month. At least you know you can buy some food. If you're on Cameo and you're doing shout outs for people to get paid, those are the kind of things that we never had back in the day, Steve, right? That now artists can take advantage of. So it's even more important to build your core audience and really feed those people and make them feel like, you know, people love being the first. You look on YouTube, every single video, first. People like to say, I'm the first one to follow this person. Get those fans and really love them up and convert them. They'll support you.
When AJR did their very first show ever, it was in New Jersey, and it was on like a Sunday afternoon in some random club somewhere, like an afternoon show. And there were about 7 teenage girls there. That was the whole audience. And the guys did it. And they weren't that good because it was their first show, whatever. And then they finished, and they were young guys themselves. They were just like out of high school. And they went backstage, and I said, "What are you doing back here?" I said, "There are 7 girls out there who came to see you. You go talk to them. Like, they're going to be your biggest fans if you go talk to them right now." And they went out there, and like to this day, one of those 7 girls is the head of their fan club, and another one runs their street team. Like, fans love to be first. It is totally true.
Most definitely. Gravy, let me ask you about mentorship. That's one of the things that I hear being thrown around as well, because we talk about performing, but if you go and perform and there's no Beanie Man or no Sizzler to be able to help you along the way, do you learn anything if you just perform without that added assistance, that feedback coming from somebody who's been in the industry? How important is mentorship in this process?
I mean, yeah, absolutely important. I mean, every artist is different. You're going to learn a lot on your own, just going to open mics or doing anything. But yeah, mentorship is key. A lot of times, a lot of great artists I've worked with, they have no idea what their strongest song is and what their weakest song is. They don't know. They're the vessel just delivering a feeling. So their team around them has to tell them, this is a song you open with. This is a song you close with. This song you do when you see a certain level of energy. Change the set list in the middle of the show. Whatever. Like, you got to know how to operate, and you got to be able to take criticism. If you can't take criticism, I have friends who get to me, "Yo, Gravy, I've been singing lately. I've been doing some songs. What do you think?" And I'll be like, "Yo, I like the vibe. Are you working with a vocal coach?" And they're like, "Yo, man, I'm offended." I'm like, "Pavarotti had a vocal coach. Are you better than Pavarotti?" Eric Clapton still takes guitar lessons. You know what I mean? So if you're really serious about your thing, I mean, Jimi Hendrix was always like, "Yeah, I'm working on it." You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't as good as he wanted to be. He was still pushing to be better. Same with Qbert, the turntablist. Like, a lot of great artists are full of themselves, but a lot of them are really humble. Sean is a really humble artist. And I've watched Sean over the years become a greater and greater and greater performer. Like, the last couple times I saw him, he ended a song. He went bump, ba-da-dum, bump, bump, bump. I was like, oh, we never had chops like that back in the day. He's touring, he's playing around, so, he's absorbing, he's still learning. He's one of those guys so yeah, you got to be able to take criticism. You got, if you can't take criticism from your friends, good luck when the critics write you up. Good luck when you're getting booed by 10,000 people. If you can't take it from your friend who wants you to win, you're not going to be able to handle the real criticism that comes.
Definitely. Spine. In terms of mentorship that you've received here in Trinidad and Tobago, or from wherever, not just from the artist perspective, but from the artist management and producer perspective, how successful has that been for you? How much impact has it had on you?
Big impact. As a matter of fact, one of my first mentors was Gypsy. Every Saturday, we had a program where myself, Class Gonzalez, and about 6 or 7 other young artists at the time used to literally go to Gypsy house in his studio, and we would create. But the session after we create is to sit down and listen to the stories and the guidance and the do's and the don'ts. And I swear to tell you, if it wasn't for that, I might not be sitting here today. So hence the reason I try my best now to return the favor as much as I could, because I saw the impact that it made in my life. What I'm seeing now today too in Trinidad that really hurt me with this generation is like, we have parents making kids and just leaving them alone. Let me explain what I mean now. In the early days, they had 12 and under.
Right.
Auntie Hazel and that, right? Then after that, the generation after had party time.
They were scouting for talent as well in between
Scouting
there.
for
Mastana
talent
Bahar.
and Mastana Bahar and whatnot. Then they had Party Flavor, Soca, Synergy Soca Star, right? They had Digicel Rising Star. This generation, what we have.
I mean, Auntie V come back with 12 and under. But I get your point in terms of, but even though those things are competitions that you're speaking about, right?
No, it's not even competitions, and really and truly, some might look at it as competition. Now, I'm a product of Synergy Soca Star, right? Yeah, and not only opportunity, it actually creates a stage for you to perform constantly. Like there's no platforms right now. Even for Carnival, when we trying to develop the artists and get them placement, I mean, they don't have a name, so what stages they have? We literally have to create our own stages. Like I turned promoter because of that. You know, there is no stages for the youth. And because of that, we seeing it reflecting on the stage. Plenty of them, even some of the big names cannot perform. You know?
There's a whole other conversation altogether when we talk about performance and who could perform and who can't perform. I just want to
Comes
interject.
back to the same thing though, practice.
Yeah, exactly. It comes back to the same practice. But I do want to interject and say though that is important, I think, for managers. You mentioned there are no stages to perform, and I can tell you off the top of my head that Tree Canal provides a space for young people to perform all the time. Next 99.1, they do the pavement lime, and they have stages. So there are stages that may not be as popular or as glamorous as some of the artists would like, but like both Steves have been saying, we just need to get out there and do some performances. All right, guys, so now we're going to open up the floor to see if anybody has any questions for these lovely gentlemen. Y'all can feel free to ask. I know that y'all have been going, yes, talk the things and all of that. So, question number one.
Hi, my name is Just Liz. I do R&B, more contemporary style music in Trinidad. And my kind of question is more directed to you, Spine, in relation to you doing everything out of pocket. Why is that? Why hasn't anybody from like a higher up, like for example, we had Music TT and these things like that. So why hasn't anybody reached out to you to invest in these things? Because I see it as something that is really valuable, because I myself invested in artist development. I would have done certain things with Music TT because they had the spotlight programming beforehand. I would have won competitions with them, these things like that. So how is it that they haven't managed, or anyone hasn't managed to see the value in actually promoting or giving you that space? Because I feel like if we happen to develop artists in that way, it could also help back in terms of tourism, because now we would have a proper ecosystem. Yeah, exactly. And my problem with China is really just that in general, like we don't have the people to invest in it. So is it that,
I want to interject and I'll go save you from answering that question.
I couldn't. I would like to actually.
I feel like it's an unfair question because
it's not.
How is she asking you why somebody didn't call you? You had to ask the person who didn't make the phone call.
No, but I could
Go ahead.
answer the question.
Go ahead.
No, it's a two-sided coin, right? We have a kind of mentality here in Trinidad. Seeing is believing. We're not proactive, we're very reactive. So they wait until they actually see something. He said it too earlier on. They're not going to take it from zero. You have to put in your work. And it's only when they see the results of your work is when they might say, okay, let's go. But fortunately and unfortunately, Trinidad and Tobago, we bless and curse at the same time with this concept of oil. We never really see our people as value. So that is the last thing a lot of these sectors will want to invest in. But fortunately, that's why I say fortunately and unfortunately, the oil done. So now, we having things like this, where we in here could see the vision and start working. You know, I've been working. I have a lot to show. In terms of this local space, I actually launching my label in September after I did so much. You know, so hopefully everybody that is listening could come and support. You know, we welcome everybody.
But you see, it also lends to what Steve Richard said earlier, where we don't have a music industry. So that idea of investment, that idea of putting in the money to be able to develop the next batch is missing. That's a link that's completely missing.
I want to just jump on that for a sec, because I remember speaking to, just years ago, I met a Canadian artist, and he told me, yeah, so, I released my EP this year and I'm going on tour in Canada, and I shot my first video, and I'm like, who's financing you? And he said, oh, the government. I got a grant from the government, and, they're giving me money to go out on tour. They gave me money to shoot my video, and they gave me money to do my album. And I was like, what? Like, how do I become Canadian? Because I'd never heard of nothing like that in the Caribbean, right? And that was just terrible, because that's our culture. Why do people come to Trinidad? For music, for Carnival. Why do people come to Jamaica? For music. Same thing, right? But we don't invest in it. We just expect it to grow. You don't plant a seed, but when corn ready, everybody want corn.
Can I add to it, please? No, I'll be honest. Every time this topic come up, I just touch a nerve, right? Let me give you a quick story. I was signed to a label called Soca / Seal Music. The person that signed me is a guy by the name of Manuel Seal. He's responsible for songs like We Belong Together for Mariah Carey, Burn with Usher, and Hope. He have 11 Grammys. I don't need to list everything, right? So when I was there in his label, sitting with him, an artist by the name of Mossad came in. He came from New Zealand, right? How he ended up there? In New Zealand, there's an academy, just like how we have NAPA and UTT doing stuff like that. But when you graduate, the academy ship you to the majors. So he ended up in Atlanta working with me, who just got there, right? So I started talking to him and asking questions, obviously. And he was saying that it's the government funding him. Now, he was 16 years old with a contract from Converse and Coca-Cola. Yeah, right?
So my question for that would be, the government was responsible for all those deals, or the government was just responsible for sending him into the space?
For packaging him, for putting him to the majors, for creating the deals, everything.
For helping him get ready for those deals,
Right.
right? Putting him in a limelight so that those companies could see him and see value in him.
So here what I did now. So this is me sitting in Universal, sitting in Soca. Just came off the plane in Atlanta from Trinidad, and eager to call my people in Trinidad and say, hey, this is what happened and we could do this, because I fly that flag every day real high, right? So as I said, the first person who was my mentor was Gypsy, and at that point in time, we all know his role. He was in government.
No, well, which one of his roles was he in at that point? Minister of Culture?
Yes.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
Right?
I just want to get some context. Go ahead.
So I keeping this on file too, record it. I call, hey, Uncle Gypsy, what happening? I hear the labels, they want to come to Trinidad and scout for talent. They just want us, the people, to create a platform like this with a budget so that they could come and do this. Well, apparently I'm not in office right now. Pass on. And it went on a merry-go-round, wrong, till it reached the point where they said they had no budget. So what happened was, the same concept that I was pitching to my people, Jeremy Dupree took it up, and he created a whole reality show out of it, right? And a lot of artists came from that. What we got, still waiting.
Candice?
So I have a commentary on the short commentary and a question, right? So in terms of this is not in defense of the Trinidad and Tobago government. Grants are available in Trinidad and Tobago for financing within the cultural art and for creative spaces. The issue is that most people do not know about them, or they don't know how to write proposals to receive a grant. The government is not going to just give you money. You have to come up with a plan, strategic plan, list certain things, submit a proposal, and the government will accept it, and they will fund.
I would say they may accept it, and they may give you the money. It's not guaranteed.
If your proposal is properly written, you will get the funding. I personally know somebody who is not connected to anyone in government, because you know Trinidad is Ilana Alex, who has received hundreds of thousands of dollars because she wrote a proposal submitted it, and she was approved for funding.
Yeah, that doesn't mean everybody's going to get it. There's a
But that
finite
is
amount of
because
funds. So yes,
agree.
she got it, but I know people who've been declined and they have perfect proposals as well.
Right.
So some still waiting.
I'm not saying, like I said, I don't work.
Yeah.
You know,
Understood.
on
I
that
understand
end,
what you're
this
saying,
is
though.
not a defense, but the funding is there.
You're right.
We have to, one, educate ourselves, and then there's work to be done with regards to proposal writing,
having the right structure to
having the
receive
right
business.
structure, because they're not just going to give us money just
Yeah.
like that. This was funded in part by the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Ministry of Tourism.
And I
Culture and
love
the
that,
Arts.
by the way.
Right? Which means that the government did give money
Big up,
for
big
this.
up, big up.
For real.
Right?
And for everybody to be able to be here free.
And for everyone to be able to be here free of charge.
You had a question too?
Yes, I have a question. And this is coming back to the I'm so sorry. Artist development pathways to stardom, right? So for somebody like me, my name is Candice Caton. I like to say I became an artist by accident. I never wanted to be an artist, right? However, I am a songwriter. So what I wanted to do was get into songwriting. And when I started reaching out to persons, they say, "Gail, you had to sing." And so I ended up being an artist by accident, right? So I'm looking at, like, for example, a Money Long, who would have started, well, she wanted to be an artist, but she got into songwriting, and then she came all the way back around to become a songwriter, and who is also an artist. What would you recommend with regards to pathways for me if I want to be a songwriter, writing for other people as a pathway to stardom? Because songwriters provide, music.
Who wants to take that one? Steve?
Yeah, sure. I think I love the fact that Trinidad and Tobago government has taken part in this. I think there should be more, and I think there should be more across the Caribbean. I think this one was inspired by another one that happened in Jamaica. Or maybe it was or it wasn't, I don't know. But I love it, and I think there needs to be more of it. The one thing that depresses me is that for a free conference, this room is not full. Right? There's a bunch of people who all want to hear what we're saying and who need to be here and need to be meeting you guys. And by the way, a huge part of any conference is networking, right? So when this done, when if we go outside, make sure everybody gets everybody else's number. What you need, that person might have it. What they need, you might have it, right? This is what it's about. It's about networking and connecting. So you asked the question of how to become a star through songwriting. Networking, right? And another thing that is great is writing camps. And labels organize them, publishers organize them, governments can organize them. I just arranged one in Jamaica with the help of the Dominican Republic ambassador, where we took Jamaicans and Jamaican producers, artists, writers to DomRep to a 4-day camp, wrote songs together, and came back to Jamaica. We're going to do another one in Jamaica where we do the same thing. We do not cross-collateralize our audiences and our cultures enough, right? I can count on my one hand how much Jamaican artists have collabed with Trinidad artists, right? That need to stop. That need to grow. Everybody needs to feed each other. If my circle is not inside your circle or vice versa, we should do a collab together, right? Because then we'll both grow our audiences. So that's how you're gonna develop as a songwriter. You need to be in the room, not in the room, not in the deal.
Dr. Tull? Check the microphone.
Yes.
There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the commentary panelists. I really am enjoying it. I just wanted to make a little comment with regard to the discussion about governmental support, if I may give a little context. The idea of policy intervention in this area is somewhat inconsistent and very much dependent on governance structures or who is in government, to put it bluntly. In the case of Trinidad and Tobago has experienced where government has supported the export of its music. In my first foray into this industry as a young research assistant under Dr. Keith Nurse, at the time you would have had IDCO, I believe it was called. And within that structure, there was an interest in the government at the time, I'm not going to call party. And they did a lot of work with the same rituals at the time, the record label. People like Brother Resistance, Marvin, and can't remember the other guy's name. Who
Nigel.
left.
Nigel and
Say
Marvin.
starving. That
Yeah.
used to be the joke back then, Marvin and starving. Who know? Mungal Patessa, which is not soca, by the way.
Yeah.
That is Indo Trinidad music. And I know I'm missing a few. I kind of feel Kindred was up inside of there as well. But there were quite a few who went under that particular arrangement.
Tricanal, yeah, there are quite a few of them.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the lesson that we're learning from there is that even from the government standpoint, there needs to be that middleman that is respected and appreciated by the industry. And that the middleman also understands the ecosystem, because people like Mr. Spine have to go too. They are very important, and not just the artists. And in that time, that's what happened. When a government changes, so does the perspective towards culture and the cultural industries. And music in particular, I have noticed across the region suffers from that, because music is the underbelly of the carnivals. So it depends for most of the genres, no disrespect to the others who are in other genres, because that in of itself is a whole other conversation that needs to be provoked. But the carnival structure now, if the government sees carnival to be tourism, well then of course is the soca that going. And in a sense, then this is where the point that Candice was making there is the one man that gets picked. And I suppose in a sense that's why the arrangements like the Soca Monarch are so important. As much as some people say they don't like competition, but we need these things, we really do. Two other points I'm going to make and then allow others to speak. One is that we have summer stage now, following on from what Mr. Spine was saying. We have summer stage now, but summer stage focuses on what mostly?
Youth.
Dancehall. And a kind of semi-Trinidad thing.
The pulse of the youth.
Right, the pulse of youth, and there's no problem with that. So then now we may have a disconnect between this particular genre that we believe needs to be sustained and fueled and the pulse of the youth. And lastly, just to respond, Candice, all right, I want to say this like a Trinidadian. It have, but it don't have. And what I mean by that is that the fund exists, but the fund has no money. If money has to go in the fund, then culture through cultural industries and music through culture has to be budgeted for. There's no budget.
None.
Where that particular sector is concerned. And perhaps one is coming, let us be hopeful, because there's going to be a new arrangement here where music and the cultural industries are concerned. I think I will end on a question. It's really directed at Mr. Wilson. I was curious listening, knowing that we do have this support here, as we're seeing by the banners there. What is Jam Pro? Is there still a Jam Pro now? And what is Jam Pro's role now with respect to music? I remember when I entered Jamaica was the first country I went and studied music as an industry, by the way. Funded by the Caribbean Export. And I remember every day I used to have to go to Jam Pro to collect data. Jam Pro had data. This is 24 years ago, by the way. So I just want to know what's Jam Pro's role now in all of this, if there is such. Thank you, everyone.
So I think that it seems that there is a need for a panel on governmental connectivity to the industry, right? Now, this speaks to two things. Number one is there's grants in Trinidad and nobody knows. Whose fault is that, right? First of all, if you have a product, you have to market it. So if you have a grant and you have people that need the grant, you're not a superstar for having money in your pocket. You have to say, hey guys, there's money in my pocket, and let them know. It doesn't make sense to put it as a gazetted ad in the bottom of some newspaper. That's not it. You got to talk to the people who need it. Because it doesn't make sense to have $100,000 sitting down and every year you're rolling it over and then saying, oh, nobody's asking for it. They don't know to ask. They don't know how to ask. Help them know and help them learn how to ask, right? How do you write a grant? I don't know. I have to find a grant writer. Are there grant writers? If there's some in this room, put up your hand. You're going to have about 20 clients by the end of this day, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is we, like we said, don't exist properly as an industry. So therefore, how do you communicate with us, right? So the government says, we have a grant, we want to give money to the industry. Where do we call them? How do you pick up the phone and say, hey, industry, we have money. You have to speak to individuals. How do you speak to us as a group? It's very difficult because we don't connect and collect like this enough, right? And by doing this, there should be somebody from government here sitting on one of these panels or in the room to say, okay, I'm hearing what everybody sounds like they need. I'm connecting to people. I'm giving out my card. Here is how you apply for the grant, etc., etc., etc. I know how to apply for a grant from European Union. You know why? Because they market it and people know, right? Everybody in Canada, all the Canadian artists know how to apply for grants in Canada because it's widely known, widely used, and, to be fair, well funded, right? So these things are important.
I want to touch on that as well. One of the issues, like, you worked with a label before, right? You worked with a label before, right? You worked with a label before, right?
I work with labels, yeah.
Correct. You worked with a label before, right?
With, yes.
Question. Do we have any labels in Trinidad? No. Like with the same exact structure that these guys have.
No, the answer is no, Spine.
Okay, so therefore everybody that is in Trinidad
is the same. It's pretty much the same in Jamaica. We do have, I think we have what we have is imprints, right? Where everybody, like you said, you're starting your label. We have artists, we have a roster, we have music we want to put out, but we don't have the infrastructure.
Correct. So this is why now we having problems with connecting the dots between government and between getting the resources and having the structure. Is the label normally do that for the creatives? So if there is no template to follow, what you have? Confusion. And that is the problem. So we need to find the middle ground and build on it so that we can fix that problem.
But the bridge needs to be built, right?
That's the purpose
and the
of
bridge
Zig
builds
Boy.
from both sides, right?
Hence the reason my company, we focus on youth development. I really want to hear the 50-year-olds sing. I want to deal with the 14, the 16
I love that you mentioned that, Spine, because I was just going to bring up the fact that we used to have record labels. So it's not that we don't have a model to follow. We had models from before Ralston Charles had a record label, and we had a bunch of different record labels that existed before. So is it that those models did not work, or is it that we don't want to follow the prehistoric model?
It's not that too. Where's the succession of those models?
Mm-hmm. That's what I was going to say, because
Who in this room,
to be honest, in Jamaica we have the same thing.
That in the creative industry right now, who knows Ralston? I might know because I'm a fanatic of the culture.
Mm-hmm.
The average 14 and 16-year-old who we should be developing right now, they don't know that.
But why is that though? Because we all know about Bob Marley,
There's
and we
no
could tell you about
succession
Lee
here.
Scratch Perry.
I could tell you about that too. We don't archive. We don't help with documentaries. We do
not iconify.
We don't.
Yeah.
That's my other soapbox, by the way. Right? I believe that when you land in a country and there's an artist who's famous there, you should land between the legs of a statue of that artist. Literally. There should be roads named after them. You know that we do not have a reggae museum in Jamaica?
It's being worked on.
There's a Bob Marley museum, but there's no Hall of Fame reggae or reggae museum like how we have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
We don't have that. Is there a soca one?
No.
There is a reggae one in the world.
Is there a Marshall
There's
one?
a soca
I don't
museum.
know.
Where?
Well, listen, if
No,
nobody
the
knows
Carnival
where it is,
Museum.
if
That's
nobody
not-
knows
that's
where
not
it
a
is,
soca museum.
that's already a problem.
No,
right?
they recently opened the Carnival Museum, but that is
Step in the right direction.
not all. I'm certain it's not all. We have another. We have another question.
Hi, good evening. I'm so sorry that my question is going in a different direction.
That's fine.
But my name is Naomi Lynch. I am not a musician by any means. I'm really here because I'm a creative. I studied fashion management, right? So my question really is I saw the importance of being here to understand from the perspective of musicians and understand what they have to go through on a day-to-day. So I'm grateful for this opportunity. So my question really is, in terms of imagery for musicians and how they portray themselves, because me being a stylist, everybody's hearing me? Okay, and working in the fashion field and doing research, you understand, like, when Beyonce is going on tour, like the whole year before, they're planning her wardrobe, they're planning what she's going to wear. Each city or country that she's in, it's a different setting, it's a different idea of how they're going to portray her. Portray her. I just want you, there's this African artist that I follow, and I remember when she was bringing out her new album and she was talking about even the length of her hair when she was bringing out this new album was something that was so important. as she went along in terms of promoting this new album and the look and the feel of the music. So I just wanted to hear from you all what you all felt like is the importance of imagery for the artist, because I feel like in the Caribbean, we kind of have a disconnect sometimes from time to time with the imagery of what the artist looks like.
Let me take that, please. One of my biggest pet peeves, to be honest. Image is everything. One of the biggest problems we have in soca music, I should say, I don't know what a soca artist look like. I could tell you what a Zessa look like. I could tell you what a reggae artist look like. I could tell you what a rapper look like. I could tell you what a rock and roll artist look like. I can't tell you what soca look like. In other words, we're not selling the full package. We have to sell a lifestyle. Because my fans want to relate with me in every aspect of what I do, what I wear, what I eat, how I live, not my message. It's not just about the music, it's way beyond that. Hence the reason when you're packaging the artist, the story is so important. The way you dress tells a lot about you. Fashion goes hand in hand with entertainment. Like honestly, right before we started the panel, we was literally talking about sneakers and line and merch and whatnot. Yeah. Because that's also a next big industry that the artists and the creatives could benefit from to start your music.
It's fine. I wanna just ask about that in terms of you're saying that there's no identifier of soca artists, right, as to what they look like. But if I think back to Calypso and you think about firstly like the suit and that kind of thing, right?
There's an image for Calypso.
Right, no, but hear me out, right? Yeah. But then they have a man like Shadow who would come and not dress anything like anybody else. Or David Rudder, who would not come and dress anything like anybody else and still stand out and still be well-dressed. They would have the proper imagery. Right. And nobody could deny Shadow's imagery. His imagery was very clear with his brand and his style. So is it that we need to have an identifier as a soca artist, or is it that we need to have individual identifiers based on your story, your marketing, and your music?
Just with anything that you're selling, reputation is what does create identity. So if you have your individual style and I have my own individual style, but we represent the same movement, then we're confusing the audience. So we need to find some, I'm not telling you do what I'm doing, but we need to still find some middle ground and create a signature so that when you see it, you know that is that. For example, what is the dress code of Azessa? Gold chain. They have a lifestyle. A rapper have a certain style. Not all rappers don't look the same, and obviously not. But they have certain signatures that we could identify, that could now take it back to the body or the lifestyle of where they come from. So whoever they sell into could now follow.
Yeah, I want to touch on that too, because I mentioned in the last panel earlier about a transition that happened with Caribbean music and the presentation of it. I'd say like late 90s, early 2000s, when you went from having like hand-drawn posters for the concert to like a PC Photoshop design.
And a sexy girl on it.
Yeah, with the thong and the champagne bottle. It tuned out all the cool creative people around the world that love this music and get brought into the culture because it looks cool, not just the music. When you see like Gregory Isaacs, or you see Shaba, or you see or you're mentioning like Shadow and some of the Calypso artists that really had a look. First of all, they're wearing clothes that were tailor-made by somebody 100%. In their community. Yep. They weren't wearing Louis Vuitton, which is a Hitler-funded brand.
Right.
They weren't like, oh, let's give all our money to Europe. I feel like that message is really taken away from the power and sovereignty of the whole message of Caribbean music, which is anti-colonial. But right now, it's all about, can I give all my money to Europe and wear the names of the people who oppressed my family on my shirt? Because it's sickening. It's a sickness for real. Like you have Bob Marley, you have all this you have all these revolutionary, Malcolm X is part Trini, right? So there's this revolutionary spirit that comes from the Caribbean that ended slavery and that before the U.S. Like there's a reversal happening now, and they think it's helping them, but it's actually hurting them and sending the wrong message and making them less special. Because when you saw the tailor-made clothes, you can't go buy that.
Yeah.
So it made them individuals, and it added to the whole flavor and the style. And Trinidad is a textile capital, right?
Yeah, but it's also adding to the community because now as an artist, you get to grow a fashion designer, you get to grow with the other people as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we have time for one more? One more.
All right. Good afternoon again, everybody. My name is Janelle Ross, performer, vocalist, cultural lover, soca defender. So this is gonna be, yes. So this is gonna be a personal question. So I am currently in the development stages of my career. I love to perform. Soca and calypso are my heartstring. Now, y'all were discussing that, soca artists don't really have a look. I'm also doing my thesis on women in soca at the moment as well. And for me, everybody knows the terms sex sells, right? I admire the women in soca. I do. They power my life. But me personally, you're going to find me out here in no onesie, and no this and no that, and no stage. I recently had a management meeting, meeting with people, trying to figure out whether I click with you or not, because I'm very intuitive as well. If it is my spirit telling me, something adding up here, I'm definitely not going to go there. Please listen to your intuition, it never lies. So as an artist, how would I be able to not break away from that and still be a part of the industry? And also, we spoke about the open mics. Would you say that open mics and those types of events would genuinely help artists? I mean, I don't hear about them often. I feel like we don't have enough of them, and there should be more happening around the country. And I live in the South. I'm from Princestown. I live in South. So we don't have those in Princestown. You might probably hear about one or two of them in Sandal, and most of them just be up the highway. So that's just my little 2 cents. Yeah.
Well, the first thing for me is if you don't have those down south, why don't you start it?
Yeah, I was going to say the same.
What are you waiting for? You want me to do it? I don't know how to find south, but I'll get there and I'll do it. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem, right? That's number one. Number two is I think what Spine was saying is very interesting about soca not having a look is what happens when a genre has a look, even the outliers now become interesting because they're not in line with what is quote unquote the look, right? So like, Tyler, the Creator, when he came out and he was wearing golf gear all the time, everybody was like, but he doesn't dress like a rapper. But you can't make that statement if you don't know what dress like a rapper means.
Correct.
So you're talking about how do you break out from it? If it would help you if everybody said, as soon as you said female soca artist, did everybody in here get an image of what that fashion-wise looks like?
And I want to say that I think we did.
I did.
You did,
so
right?
I did.
Right.
So what's so interesting is I think he's right for males, particularly. I think soca females have more of a look, and therefore it's very easy for you to come out and say, well, I'm rejecting that look and I'm doing this look, and that will make you remarkable and noteworthy, right? One of the things I love personally, just one of my things about Lizzo, is when Lizzo came out, she was like, I don't care if I'm fat. I'm still going to dress with my pants body cut out. And you have to deal with that.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, wow. You understand? And it worked. It's a story. Exactly. Right? So being an outlier is also a thing. But you cannot be an outlier if there's not a middle.
There's no, correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me say thank you very much for being here for this panel conversation. Can you give all of our esteemed panelists a fantastic round of applause? I want to say thank you again to Steve Grenberg, to, of course, DJ Gravy, Mr. Spine, and Steve Urchin Wilson. Thank you guys very, very much. And we hope to continue the conversation when we network afterwards, yes? Beautiful.
I think we need a fashion panel.
We need a fashion panel. But don't worry, up next we have a panel discussion about collaboration and cross-pollination, the fusion in Caribbean music. So stick around for that. In 10 minutes? Yeah, we're taking a 10-minute break and come back with that conversation. Yeah.
I'm ready. You ready, dude? I'm ready, Slick. Are you? Oh yeah, take it down. Girl, I must warn you. I sense something strange in my mind.
right here, bud.
Stadler and Waldorf. It's a
Check. Yeah.
I think it's well, get Ryan and Mike. Just know when wherever you felt it back, you could get.
All right.
You could get a quick one to it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for staying with us or joining us, for those of you who just got here. We're about to have a conversation about collaboration and cross-pollination, the fusion in Caribbean music. To do so, I have a fantastic panel of gentlemen here with me today who are all music producers and involved in music production. My name is Rokas. I'm going to be the moderator, or J-Ron Rokas Remy. I host the Now Morning Show on TTT, and I work with Freetown Collective and Sri Canal and a couple other things. And I'm going to allow each of my panelists to introduce themselves. You start, class.
Is this thing on? I guess it's on now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is First Class. Me? A lot of things, you know. Besides make Polori, as you know, I produce, I write, I sing as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pass the mic on to Kit.
Oh, you finished already? Oh, well, I'm second class. No. No, my name is Kit Israel, but Kit Warner Israel, and I'm a producer, I'm a songwriter. I guess I'm managing an artist as well now. I guess I'm a father as well too, so happy Father's Day belated to everybody and so forth. So yeah, and all the fathers in the house, so yeah.
Economy.
Try now. Yeah, what's up, guys? My name is Michael Montano, also known as Tano. I'm a music producer, songwriter, and also a dad to be. I don't know why we're saying that, but yeah, that could be, yeah. There we go.
I have a. What's up, everyone? Casey Phillips, Precision Productions, producer, sound engineer. And my son is in the crowd, I guess, since we're saying that.
Chris? Daddy panel, yeah.
Chris Leacock, I did not bring any children with me today.
That's it, Chris? All right, cool. Well, we welcome this panel of fathers. And this afternoon, we're going to get into a conversation about the music, about the cross-pollination of the music. I think I want to start with you, Casey, to kind of give us a history or an idea in terms of soca music, particularly in the Caribbean, and the music that would have informed it.
Put me one time, boy.
I glad he picked Casey, you know, kid.
Boy, it's a real hard question. But so I mean, I want to give a quick rundown. I would say soca was invented by Rashotia. I hope I don't butcher this because I will never hear the end of it. But there we go.
I'm not gonna say you is the person most qualified to talk about it, you know, but go ahead.
Right. So Rashotia, what he did was he merged the African rhythms with Indian rhythms at that point. And then from there, I guess there were a lot of different spin-offs that happened. Chutney soca, raga soca, now groovy soca, power soca, you name it.
All right, so Kit, let me jump across to you and ask about the fusion of different styles of music, different genres of music in your productions.
In my production?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you still merge that idea of African and Indian rhythms together?
Actually, I kind of look at the music like it's just one thing now.
Mhm.
Like if you get a shaker from African pack or whatever cases, and then you take a little chutney tabla and if it sounds good, then that is what it is now. So I don't really look at it as different genres. To me, it's just like one genre, and you're just making whatever feels good. So yeah, I still do that a lot. I always try to make sure and add the soca bounce in it. Once you have that bounce in it, I think you're good to go. But I love the African bounces, which is the term. Right? And once you have that, I think that's my kind of formula. But then once you start across 115 BPM and thing, nah, power soca and them kind of thing, I don't really do that. So mostly groovy stuff is my kind of thing.
That's it. 115 or 150?
115. After
That's
115, I
power.
shut down. I just shut down after 115. I like 105, 90. 90 real nice. But we don't do enough 90. Anyway, yeah. So.
All right, class, you have been merging not just the soca, the calypso, the chutney, that sort of thing, but you've also included the trap, and you've included the house, and you've included some of those other elements of it. How Caribbean does that still make your music?
I mean, personally, I feel like the music can never not be Caribbean because we start a lot of things now. Like, a lot of music that, if you look at hip hop and things like that, come from reggae. And if you look at reggae, it come from calypso. So no matter what we fuse our music with, it's still going to be fully Caribbean to me. It's just that it have a polished, new kit. You know what I mean? They went in a store and buy a fresh kit and jump out. But it's still, as kids say, once you hear in that syncopated snare or you hear in that percussion or whatever that seems to be a Caribbean bounce, it's still we in it now.
Chris, in terms of your experience seeing the reaction of people to the fusions of the music, what would you say are some of the elements that people hold on to?
The emotion that the music conveys. That's the only thing that is going to give it any context, is a cultural context. So the conversation about if you have to give it a name, if you have to put it in a box, if it have to have a genre, if it have to have a certain tempo, none of those things apply unless you could capture a little bit of what it is we do here and put that in the mix, both literally and figuratively, and find a way to communicate that warmth, that feeling, that intensity, and that speaks directly to what class is saying. This idea of having to decide if it's Caribbean or if it's not Caribbean, because he makes some of the biggest dancehall anthems of all time. Does that take away from his ability to make Trinidadian music, or to make trap music, or to make any type of music, as long as he is being authentic to his delivery of that emotional response?
Tano, let me bring you in here to ask about that same thing when it comes to the content that you're making, the music that you are producing. Is it coming from that place of, I am collaborating with different genres to make this, or is it coming from that place of, this is just in me coming out?
I mean, I feel like you're always inspired by what you listen to. So I mean, definitely, I grew up listening calypso, rap, pop music, so I feel like you will make what you hear, what you listen to. So for me, I listen to a lot of Afrobeat, a lot of, Drake, hip hop, whatever it may be. And so I try and fuse those type of sounds in my music. So for me, I focus a lot on like the tones I use. So I will try and find interesting tones that are gonna, sound cool to me. So that's what I kind of focus, for myself.
Casey, you're now operating in a space that's outside of the Caribbean. Has the history that you have, I mean, you also have road march titles under your belt, etc., etc. Operating in that new space, does your Caribbean background help? Or is it a challenge that you have to overcome?
Yes and no. So the help, I had a funny experience, I think last year, because I've been pivoting, for lack of a better term, to do more hip hop, R&B stuff. And one person made the comment first, and a few people said it. And they're like, your beats still feel Caribbean. I'm like, how? Because to me, I doing straight R&B hip hop. And I had to, it was a epiphany I had, was like, it always there, regardless. So you could be trying to make the hardest trap beat.
Correct.
Somebody still gonna say it sounds different. And it's something I had to learn the hard way, because I was trying to separate it. And so that's why I say yes and no.
Yeah. But in terms of that, is it acceptable? Is it that you just say?
Yeah, because now you're unique.
Yeah.
You do something a little different.
Correct.
And we could still do regular if we want. So it kind of give you a advantage.
Advantage, yeah.
An added advantage. Kit, in your experience, does the collaboration and the different aspects of it, I mean, you look at different artists, not just Begonian artists. If you work with different artists, do you get the experience of having that music being a catalyst for learning more about different cultures as you go through the process?
Yeah, definitely. I think once you work with anybody new outside of your environment, I think it's an opportunity to learn. So I think that's a simple question to kind of answer.
Kit, tell me about, not Kit, class, tell me about some of the things that you would have learned along the way in your collaborations when we talk about different cultures collaborating.
Forget everything you think you know. You just go somewhere in the world as this big, super amazing musician, producer, singer, writer, whatever you want to call it, amongst other musicians in our next country or our next culture. And what we would look at here home as, boy, that real crazy. Somebody else somewhere looking at, yeah, that's cool. And then what we looking at as, that's whatever, they looking at it as, how you don't like this brand new song with just a snare alone and the vocals, we love it. Because they have a different, it's all about perspective. Sometimes you go somewhere thinking, they call man, they say they want some Caribbean vibes. Our idea of the Caribbean vibes they want outside and the Caribbean vibes that they want outside is two completely different things. Totally
What they want.
Yeah, I like it.
I actually feel like the stuff we will consider cheesy or corny is what they appreciate more than anything. And when we find it real cool, it's too much, yeah.
I would say this to add this. He right, but also peep this. How we could consume our music, the rest of the world that don't come from our culture need a simpler version of it.
Correct.
Not for them to only understand it, but for them to even like it. Because sometimes it might be too fast, or it might be too complex, or it might just be too left from what they're accustomed to. So sometimes, which is why, hopefully you didn't kill me for this one, kid, but songs like Kevin Little, Turn Me On, and songs like Groupie, Tempted to Touch. Whereas any one of these producers here would sit down and say, yeah, it's song like it's just a loop. It's just a couple loops that they just a loop and straight down to the end of the song. But if you think about all the big songs that bust from the Caribbean, Sean Paul, Give Me the Light, and Kiss Hello, yeah, that's it. Certain tunes, it just, the simplicity is what has killed the cat now. So, as much as we will look at it as, well, that cheesy or that cliche or whatever, the world looking at it as, wow, this is a great new Caribbean song. Because when we done get Casey going to make sure it's something real good.
Well, actually, wait. I'll add a point now. Casey had actually told me Kiss Hello was one of the most boring songs he ever heard. And I kind of understand why he said that. Not to trade off or anything like that.
Guys, I promise it's okay. Kid produce Kiss
I
Hello.
produced it.
It's all right.
So it's okay. It's okay.
He could say that. He produced it.
No, but what I'm saying is it didn't have the energy for a fet. And I never felt the folklore rhythm had energy for a fet. Even the can rhythm and these things, Ola Tunji Ola. I just thought it was like good listening music, which I could appreciate put on the radio and just listen to. But to jam and fet too, I always say that I don't produce fet music. I just produce streaming music, right? More to listen to and more to, you're cleaning your kitchen if anybody's cleaning the kitchen. Or you're driving your car. So I could understand why Casey would have said something like that, which I do actually agree. It's kind of like laid back and mellow and just kind of like, ooh. But it wouldn't get a fet or I want to put my rag in the air kind of thing. So in our environment, we would have judged it incorrectly. But foreign took it. And then we re-accepted it at the same time. So it like and then the whole African Afrobeats movement was happening at the same time. So it was just this entire like this growth that we couldn't really stop. But we have to take more risk and do more projects like that because something that isn't fet worthy could be streaming worthy. And
Agreed.
we have to make sure the market have the two and separate the two.
And I want to that jumps into the next question. But Chris, do you think that we do enough of that balance of music for the parties, for the fet versus music for just listening?
Well, the art you're going to make is dependent on your thesis, right? So in the same way that a visual artist has to define a thesis which guides their practice, a musician, whether a singer or a songwriter, or these music producers here have to come up with a thesis of their own, which is going to guide their practice. So if he says, I want to make music that people can listen to, I want to make songs that are timeless, that will last for decades, not just years or a season, then that is his thesis. So it is not necessarily a case of what you think should work or what I think should work, but is the art that he is creating in line with his own thesis.
Right, but that's on a very micro level when we talk about one person. But when we talk about the industry, when we talk about how people are reacting or how the industry moves forward or the balance in the industry, do you think that there is that balance?
But what is the industry that you are looking at right now?
The
right
same one
now,
we say do exist.
Right now, you are looking at one of the biggest dancehall producers in the world, one of the biggest groovy soca producers in the world, another one of the biggest groovy soca producers in the world, and a man who says that he is transitioning to focus more on contemporary R&B, which is fine. But if you look at this panel, are you telling me that the state of the industry is in shambles because each of them has a very different thesis and they're all friends and they can all make music that falls within the same category if they have to?
It's not about shambles, I'm asking for balance.
But you are looking at the balance right here. This is the balance. The
So you're saying yes.
The balance is the ability to create within your thesis, regardless of genre. So whether he wants to make trap music or he wants to make another road march, whether he wants to make another Skip to My Lou or he wants to make another trap banger, whether he wants to make Kes Hello or whatever it may be, they all have balance because they all understand what it is they're doing. They all understand what their objective is creatively.
Tano, let me jump to you and ask about the tools used for these collaborations, the tools used for production. Over the years, have we seen an increase in the ability to be more productive?
I mean, yeah, definitely. So when I was in high school, I didn't know how I would even make a beat. You needed like $1 million studio to do that. So now you need a laptop, you need Logic, Ableton, some plugins, and YouTube. So you can do a lot from just your bedroom,
But actually, just now we're gonna just have AI and then you
just think about it and you'll exist. Just create from your mind. Casey, I want you to, we have some young artists in the room, young producers in the room, and I really want you to give them an idea as to how a collaborative project works. So if it is that a young artist who may be doing R&B or soca or any genre of music, and they're saying, all right, I want to try and do this piece that is an R&B piece, but I want it to sound authentically Caribbean, and I'm coming to you, Precision Productions, to do this work. What is that process like?
R&B piece, give me that again.
Like a R&B or, I don't know, a country song that gonna sound Caribbean.
Actually, I have one like that, but good.
Why am I not surprised?
Well, before we even get there, I think collaboration is key. Collaboration is everything. We have a culture where we work in silos privately, and we don't like to share and collaborate. And that's one of the lessons I had to learn over the last 3-4 years. Collaboration is key. And I encourage it more for everybody to collaborate because great things happen. So you want a R&B song?
I just want a rundown of how the process works. So if an artist is to approach you to do a song, how does that process work?
Somebody will reach out and have a vision and say, hey, this is what we want to do. We want to try and do this. Or I might hear a song. They could have a R&B song that's not Caribbean at all. I might hear it and say, you know what, I feel if we put this back in it, we might be able to give it more legs or something. It's really figuring out a vision and running with it.
Okay, class. Have you seen challenges when it comes to these sorts of collaborations, and how do you overcome them?
Before I answer that, I want to add to what Casey was saying earlier about how collaboration is arguably the most important thing. As a youth coming up in Trinidad or the Caribbean doing music, it have millions of us. So a lot of people like to say, boy, this one ain't playing me or this one fighting me down. Or I don't believe in fight down. I'll say that now. I believe that if you're consistent enough, your niche market or your fans or followers or people who love the type of music that you producing or making will find it. But if you're not consistent enough, you're gonna get lost in the whole millions of people who doing the music, right? And for me, being different and unique in the Caribbean is a thing that's get overlooked until it happened for you. People will say you're delusional until something busts, and then you're a genius, right? And I lived that for years. But now, I could say that a lot of times when I had to work by myself and make things happen, it get big and it blow up, yes. But all the biggest things that I ever do was collaborations with other artists in the world, whether it's Sean Paul or it's Mikael or whoever it is. It was always me, 2 other producers, 2, 3 writers, and you know what I mean, and an engineer who real solid as well. Like all of those parts is what make what everybody trying to achieve. And sometimes people don't want to collaborate and then get upset when they don't have that result.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to agree with the man and say collaboration is arguably one of the most important things for the Caribbean to move forward. Because as I said before, for us and our culture, it could work. But for outside, like the rest of the world outside the Caribbean, bro, we have to spoon feed them our thing.
Bit by bit.
So that is to add to that thing. Then you can go back to what you was
No,
asking.
I was asking about challenges, but that sounds like you're like a way to overcome some of the challenges are already there.
Yeah.
So let me jump across the kit then and ask about the business side of those collaborations. Because collaborating is fantastic when we're making stuff and we're creating, right? But when it comes to working out the dollars and the cents, when it comes to working out how we share in publishing, how we share in rights and stuff like that, walk us through that process.
You give me a real hard one there.
I did. Use the right man to answer.
No, I could answer it. All right. To begin, I think every environment and every situation that you end up in is going to be different. That's the first thing you need to expect. You cannot be hard and fast with everything. Right? Pause. Yeah.
Guys.
Really?
Guys. Go ahead, kids.
Right. So, Mevon Sudin in the corner and Ryan Alcantara. Just saying, eh? Them two is the ones.
Thanks for saying it on the microphone
I
for
know,
the
so
streaming
that
people
they
to
will know.
understand who it is causing back now. Go ahead.
Right. So in terms of business, I think there's a proper way to approach it, which is, of course, distributed based on your work done, right? I see it as very logical, as in, you put in a snare, you don't get 50%. You can get 2%, right? No problem. If it have 4 instruments in it, you then split it accordingly and prorate it, right? That's how I see it.
Right.
But it doesn't always work like that because some people believe that these snares will make the song. I've seen that before. Like incredibly, some people put in a shaker and they'll be like, nah, dog, that changed the whole beat and I should get more percentage, which is mind-blowing. But we have to be, no, it's serious, but we have to be realistic about our input and then have the honest discussion amongst the team in the beginning what it is everybody deserves. But ego does get into play very, very quickly. And it's always happened because when something is about to get big or is big, that's when problems start. When a song is trash, it don't matter. You'll take your 2% and you'll be cool. But if it's a big song, all of a sudden the 2, it's supposed to look more like 20 now. Because artists have actually come back to me and say they want to renegotiate their percentage. Oh God, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Which we have contracts for, and it's like, why am I going to go back in a negotiation that we have? And it's because a year or 2 years, the song gets so big where it's bringing in more money in the streaming and so forth. So in terms of business, I would always say, discuss it up front. Everybody know their role and everybody do their part. If a man do a little extra more, be considerate and give him a little extra more. If a man do the artwork, a man mix the song, a man record the vocals, and he play on the beat too. And the next man just play a little 2 keys. Like, let's be realistic now. Give the man a little extra more. But we as a community, we feel like everything needs to split down the middle because it's team now. And I get that, Like, I've done that before. But let's be real, it doesn't always work that way because some people just feel slighted after the fact. And if it is we do have that discussion, men just get emotional.
Oh boy.
My hand up.
Oh boy.
Kid, I agree with you. But I would say this. Working outside of Trinidad with labels. I'm gonna ask this off the mic.
I don't know.
You don't know? Avoid it. Because
it's streaming just to be safe.
It's
Don't do
streaming
that.
just to be safe.
Yeah,
All right. Let me just say this. in the real world, nobody gives a bleep about team and who emotions and all that sort of shippiness. In the real world, men want to know what is the business up front. If we decide on you getting 30, he getting 10, he getting 10, and so label or whoever getting 50, it's that. It ain't no calling kit after and renegotiate and all that sort of fancy thing. That does only happen here. And and he right, that part right too. And we now, as producers, we going to be die when you go and get the human side away. Because when we make any music, that's the alien side. But the human side now go and come and say, I know my bedroom have a child coming. And he had no car, he had to travel long south by in Palmis and certain thing. And we will be considerate as much as it was song funny or
it was just awfully specific. It was just awfully specific. That's all.
Every single
very,
one
very
we
specific.
here knows somebody who had to travel and come studio, and they're talented and they're gifted and all of these amazing things.
Yeah.
And we help them and we get them a blind and we do this and we do that. I'll even go as far as to say we probably give them fellas money to travel home already too. Lie. And then when the thing bust, they will come and say, here we go on. Remember, I is the artist who going out there in fire. Fete, no, Chris. You see that renegotiation after that's only happened here. And I would say,
Class, you're getting too close to home there.
I know what to say.
That bucket talking coming with it.
Hey, go let.
Wait, whoa.
That we fault. Because we now get emotional and say, I go help. I go take less to try and compensate or help our brother or accommodate. You know what I'm saying? And that now does get perceived as what it's supposed to be. And when we now do correct it and say, oh, go on, that was that time because he was broken and he didn't have nothing and I really help you. Yeah? So this time, you know.
Class song and like, you better about that boy.
Nah, I'm not. I promise you the money up. I'm not upset. But I'm just saying, to what kid's saying, sometimes we have to talk the business up front and not be emotional after and agree to renegotiate. There's no renegotiate.
Right. So I want to throw this across to Chris now and ask about that in terms of managing the egos of not just the artists, but the artists, the producers, everybody involved in the process. Is there a trick to it besides doing business up front?
The upfront thing is the hardest thing to solve for. And the reason it's very hard to solve for is because if me and Class and one or two other people go and we sit down in the studio and we work in and we vibe in and a rhythm start to play and a man run in the booth, you ain't gonna pull your hand before you run in the booth and say, well, yo, how we wanna work the numbers on this one? Yeah.
How much you were 80?
So yeah. So it
done.
No, but realistically,
so
if it is,
it becomes a matter of really managing expectations.
But isn't it possible that after the session we could just have the talk?
We could have what I'm saying is we could have the talk at any point. I just think it is important to find a way to have some form of the talk while we are all here and while the energy is still here too.
Correct.
So if the energy is still here, let we have the talk here, because as soon as he walk out the door, he gonna tell me about, well, just email my manager and the manager go deal with that, and the manager wasn't there.
Right.
And I'm not saying whether that is a good thing or a bad thing. It is a matter of saying, well, okay, if this is something that we all working on together right now, let us try to at least come to some sort of rudimentary understanding of how, right now we, like as Kid was saying, right now we have nothing, right? But at some point we anticipate that we will have something. So maybe we can have a conversation right now as to how we will handle the something when it comes, as opposed to a lot of times waiting until the something come and then, one man go say, well, I just produced for Kes, and next man go say I just produced for Kes, and then but it's not a put up thing. It's just like these are these are real situations that you will encounter. So trying to have that conversation as soon as possible, but also have that conversation within the energy. Yeah, it's probably the best time to try and address it.
Let me bring. Go ahead, Casey.
I want to add two things. I think having this gonna sound weird, but having a pre-approved list of people you work with and clearing those things before makes it a lot easier.
And that's easier if you're an established producer who's worked with people before.
No, it could be
for
anybody.
young and upcoming artists.
Yeah, if you meet somebody and they say, "Hey, I want to collaborate with you," and you say, "All right, cool. Well, what is usually do?
Okay.
How is work for you?" And if you say, "Well, I only just need somebody to mix and I only give them 10%," sorry, dog, can't help you.
I will do it.
But you see, look, my kit will do it, right?
Right.
So
It's
just
important
kinda,
to find the people to collaborate with as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And clear that from the upfront. Like how you do your business usually. This is why it is do. Send my songs, and if it do align, well then we can work. And you'd rather fall out.
Right. And that is actually a very important part of the equation is understanding and respecting
I
each
wanted
other.
to touch back on something Class said. Please don't
dear.
pause, man.
Oh dear. Go ahead.
So
They don't blame me, eh?
So I remember a good friend of mine, Teron, mentioned that whole percentage split thing.
Right.
And he said when he works in when he works in a lot of the black rooms, hip hop, R&B, pop, we have that drama with who come back and say, I should get this, I should get that. When he go in the pop rooms with Max Martin and that music, equal. Nobody do even flinch. It's just equal. Thank you, goodbye. And it just is really interesting to hear that. It was like, oh, wow. If somebody in the room and they offer 2 words, so it go. Equal.
Everybody equal accord.
Yeah, we all work on it.
You
Now,
see? Interesting.
Again, go back to what you say about the human part of it.
Right.
If you know, hey, you ain't really do that much, and we give you a 10, you can't have X.
Right.
But in some rooms, it'll be equal. Thank you, goodbye.
I want to bring a real life example of it, right? And I don't think we need to have the actual numbers.
Okay.
But for those of you who don't know, Michael Montano is responsible for producing the Road March for 2024, DNA by Michael Tesla.
Turn up that fella Reefer Bunny mic there.
That song was a collaboration between you, Kyle Peters, Michael Tesla. Tell me about the process in terms of, because when you all started, you all didn't aim for Road March, you aimed for a good song, right? So tell me about the process. Was it established beforehand that this is going to be split this way, that way, the other way, or was it something that happened after the song got successful?
I mean, so me and Teja have been working for a while before that. So we have a way we basically deal with every song.
Right.
So before we even talk that, we literally don't talk. Like we literally know what it's gonna be before we even go into that.
They only
pre-approve list. Back to what Casey's saying.
Right.
It are people who, when you work with them, we know that the business, and my brother, this how we just work. We ain't even going to talk about it because it done set.
But in terms of when that collaboration, when you all started working together, that first time you had the conversation.
So the first time would have been, I guess, the first time we worked, which was I can't remember when.
But was it before the production was released or after?
I believe it was probably after, but it was. I mean, for me, I work with people who I have that relationship with, and
Right.
I believe in keeping the relationships close and like working with people that I trust and etc.
And adding Kyle Peters to the mix of whatever you and Teja already have going.
Yeah.
How difficult or easy was that?
So again, Kyle is somebody that I work with literally every week. I probably work with Kyle every 2 days. He's giving me guitars online, So
Right.
we have a relationship that we have an understanding. And for me, I believe if you treat people good, then you're gonna get the best out of them, which is why we've had continuous success working with Kyle.
Beautiful.
Man, talk like he win the Road March, boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna open the floor. Yeah.
Back
Yeah,
now.
we could open the floor and take some questions because I know you all have lots of burning questions for these
I have some
fathers.
questions for Ryan.
I have some questions for Ryan too, boy.
Sir, I need order to cool it.
All right.
Cool it.
Doubles-
All right, so yeah,
doubles on
feel
Ryan
free to
after.
raise your hand. We have the microphone coming around. The gentleman in the Scotch jersey. Oh, just Liz.
Neil, I know you have questions. Don't be shy in the crowd. Then. Oh,
He might go.
Just now, he going back up to Puerto or no?
Testing 1, 2. On today's episode of Is Your Mic On? All right.
Hi, I'm Jess Liz, R&B artist, and all the other things, vocalist, blah, blah.
Big up you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know you all were speaking a lot about the production side in terms of the beat aspect when you're creating a track and fusion and stuff like that. But because I'm like an
Liz, just stand up so the cameras can pick you up, please. Thank you.
Yeah. And you can get her mic a little volume too.
hi.
Take off the limiter on she mic there. Fix up she EQ.
I think let me speak like yeah. So yeah, so you were speaking about production in terms of the producing side of it, just the instrumental side of it. Because I do R&B, I try to do a little fusion in terms of the lyrics that I would use. So, like for example, I have a song called Lit. I don't know who ever heard this song, but I have this one line where I say, I take a trip down the island, da 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 da, whatever like that, right? How impactful do you think it is for Caribbean artists who are more contemporary-wise to try to consistently add in that Trinidad fusion in it to cross over to the other market? Because I personally like to let people know I'm from here, you know. I love to represent my country. I love here. So how much do you think I should consistently do that? Because I remember it at a time, Casey, back in the day, when we had the...
Casey.
No, it's not that. We had Audio Essentials in Napa. And Tyrone would have said that sometimes you need to kind of, you know, not represent, but respect what other cultures are, what they do. And they can't really take what you do and try to force them to like it, you know? So what do you think, or do you think that it makes sense to continue adding it and try to zest it up a little bit? Yeah.
This for the whole panel or just?
It's for you, Casey.
For you, apparently it's for you. She came for you.
Whoever does mixture, kind of like, you know, classes do, you know, with
No,
choppy
don't worry,
and
Liz.
things like that.
Don't worry, Liz. Casey will answer your question.
Casey will answer.
Go ahead, Casey.
I wonder if I could ask this in a funny way. What's Tamaya biggest song?
The way you whine, you make me go down low.
You know what Tamaya saying in that song?
Shake up your bum bum.
Other than that. Nobody know what he's singing about all the time?
No, you're talking about the rest of the song that's in African, some African language.
Exactly.
You know,
it's a hit
don't.
though.
Similar with Burna Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hit though. Exactly. And I'm sure people went on Google and researched that. I know one man who did. He right there.
They sing it out.
I did too. I'm not ashamed to say.
You see?
It's a different language.
So
you
that's
want to find
I'm
out
trying to
about
answer in a reverse way to show you that that's where they're from. And that worked for them and it win for them. I don't know what he's singing, but it was a hit. But guess what? The person next to you can't do that. Only he could do that. So you had to bring whatever unique to you.
Yeah. You see, today Casey was the person to answer that question. We have more questions. Yes, up in the back.
Yeah, greetings, fellas.
Oh.
Greetings.
Oh, gosh.
Hello.
Yeah.
Turn up that fella mic.
I have some questions for you.
Yeah, the grass man, yeah. I have a question. You All right. Each of you have been in rooms and on situations with songs that have been, you know, as the title would suggest, collaboration, cross-pollination. Being a Caribbean person in those types of rooms, Class with David Guetta, Tana with Rema, Casey with Ciara, Chris with Diplo and Major Lazer and all the success that group has had. What are some of like the takeaways you would say that these people operate on a level such as A and Caribbean, within the Caribbean industry, we operate differently? What would you say some are like major takeaways and like operational, how they do their business, how they communicate with one another, all those kind of things? I just want to know like the differences in how they do it versus how we do it.
Chris, you want to start this one?
Well, I think it's important to define some terms first. When you say do business differently, what aspect you're referring to?
Can we get the mic back to Jelani, please?
Okay, when I say business, I mean like naturally you're doing a record with an artist who probably signed to a label.
Yeah.
So their publishing would be structured in one particular way.
Yeah.
Whereas in most instances, Caribbean or Trinidadian to be specific, we don't have many artists with publishing deals.
Yeah.
So you're self-published. So I'm asking, like, you get into that situation where, okay, I'm part of a group that that's working with this, and we get into the thing, but you don't have a deal. Is it that they offer you a deal?
No, well,
like to go to the next step.
Well, I think what you're referring to is infrastructure, right? So
Right.
So you might say that you might walk into a room and have less infrastructure than Justin Bieber.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
But
yeah.
Again, is a matter, as Class said earlier, of managing expectations. So the same way that I will walk into a room and work with you or Kevin or Class or anybody,
Yeah.
right? The same way Casey will walk into a room and work with Marshall purely from a creative standpoint.
Correct.
Right? That does not change. So again, it's a matter of managing expectations on the infrastructure side. No, you might get jam.
Yeah.
But
no Diddy.
But
no Diddy.
But
No Diddy. No Diddy.
Oh,
but
God.
no, you might get a little bit of Diddy in it too. But but what I'm saying is, you also need to understand. Well, okay, I am willing. In managing my own expectations, there are compromises that I will need to make. Right? So maybe I'm not gonna get as many points on this song as I might get on if I work with a soca artist. So I mightn't get credited in the same way. I mightn't get a title credit on the song.
Yeah.
But I work with Justin Bieber, right?
Right.
So again, it is not necessarily always about managing the expectations of your collaborators, but also managing your own expectations as a collaborator.
Fair.
And that's also judging your point at where you are in the game and which pond you're trying to get into.
Yeah.
True.
Facts.
You want to add? I have something I want to add.
No, go ahead. You add them, man.
It was
You
for
add
everybody.
them.
It's for everybody. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
This is going to be a funny answer. So I think pivoting from soca and going into R&B mainstream hip hop, I guess we all had this expectation of, that is the Grammys and that is the big dogs.
Yeah.
And I was rudely awakened when it's the same BS.
Wow.
Right? I remember my lawyer mentioning that she have songs that Splits ain't even negotiated yet to this day. Yeah.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot more of that than you would expect.
It was very eye-opening, and you kind of have to chase your credits and make sure you mind your business to make sure things get done. Even though, we don't even talk about payment. There's a whole next thing. So I think the question you're trying to ask is it better?
Yeah,
or
like
is it
more structured, more organized, more.
no? It's a bigger pond.
Yeah.
Right. More money to play with.
Right.
Same nonsense.
But more exposure, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
So if you say, well, you know what, I am going to sacrifice from here because I know that this exposure, and again, it's difficult to sit here and tell anybody in this room, oh, you should be doing something for exposure because nobody should be doing anything for exposure. But at the same time, what I'm saying is you can find a way to manage your own expectations and say, well, okay, you know what, if I work on this project, right, then there's a high likelihood that if I perform, then I will be able to work on other projects
something else.
of that level, of that caliber.
It's a strategy.
Correct.
Was your strategy? Your strategies to make a bag, or your strategies to get in?
Right. What's the goal? Right.
And once you figure it out, then you can answer your question.
Then you're gonna.
Class, you want to add to that?
This is my addition. I can't talk for any other island because I'm not from there. And I would say this about Trinidad. We have this false, humble, pretensive game we like to play where, oh God, be humble now, let people like you. Because just like love and hate, there's a fine line between you're confident in your own thing and you're cocky.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you end up in those rooms and thing, dog, sometimes you, as Chris say, in your head, you already have a personal expectation of what you should get, or what you worth, or rah. And back to what I said earlier, when you see a sort of dancing, them kind of, remember you hear old people say, dance a yard before you could dance abroad?
Yeah.
When you see a reach abroad and you start to work, as I say, forget everything you think you know.
Right.
Because now you had to study. When I do this now, and I mightn't get what I feel like I deserve, but I get something. As Chris said, you doing this now, is this going to help me moving forward? Do I now take this and say I could confidently produce something else or write something else for somebody and say, well, this is what it would now because I do that? Right. Or am I going to be viewed as cocky because I say I want X amount of dollars or X amount of cents?
Yeah, I think from what I'm hearing here is the difference between getting 1% of $100 versus 1% of $1 million.
More or less.
Yeah, with the bigger pun.
Yes.
Anything you want to add to the conversation, Tano?
I mean, similar to what these guys said, you have to understand the position of your career you're in. So, like the first song I would have done with a major label, I didn't ask the percentage. When it was sent to me, I was like, all right, cool, I'll take that because I know the relationship with who I'm working with is more important in the long run. So if I'm gonna take, if I'm gonna fight for 5% more, that's not gonna be worth a relationship with this person moving forward.
Correct.
And people just throw down deals for something like that and not watch the big picture.
And
So
lose.
they're petty as well, is what you're saying.
What?
They're petty.
I don't think petty is the word.
The man didn't say that, eh?
We have more questions.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, I am Trini Pine or Tiny Piney. I am an artist.
Piney, big up yourself.
So while we are So while we are on the topic of fusion and collaboration, I am an artist that loves all genres of music. Like I love like all genres from calypso, soca, R&B, reggae, drill, rap, all of it, right? And I'm a person that's very versatile in general, and my goal is honestly as an artist to kind of touch on everything. So I did soca, I did calypso, I'm doing reggae. I'm kind of like touching on everything, you know what I mean? And like I have some people tell me like, why you're doing that? You might confuse people and that kind of thing. I just wanted to ask, like, as producers or people in the music industry, what advice or what do you think?
Do what feel genuine to you. That's my only advice here.
Okay.
Anything
thank you.
else, you're pretending.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I feel I want to add to this, but
please, Casey,
I'm
add to it.
trying to figure out how to.
No, I
frame
want
it.
you to be honest.
Yeah, no, but just how to frame it. So you're building a fan base, right? And you're starting brand new, but your fans need to know who you are, and then you will grow them over time. If you want to do a reggae song in 3 years or whatever, cool. The point I'm trying to make is I think you might need to narrow it down a little bit to start, because you can't come out with a chutney today and Afrobeat tomorrow, right? What's your story? What's your brand? What we know you for?
I'm going to go back to what Chris said earlier about your thesis. And you having a thesis as an artist that you inform.
No, we're not saying you can't do the chutney and the Afrobeat, you know. Yeah, you just had to build, I guess, knowing your thesis.
How
no, also
how do you
when
contextualize your work?
Right, and when you start to add the technical side with playlisting, streaming, all of that, there's keywords. How we marketing Piney song? We putting on an Afrobeat playlist or we putting on a chutney playlist? You understand where it could start to get confusing?
Okay, so for me, right, my fan base, like, if you know me, you know that I'm very versatile as a person in personality.
Right.
Outside of just being an artist, I'm also an influencer, a dancer, you know. So, like, my fan base itself knows that Pine loves so many different things. Like, they do know me as that. You know what I mean? So even though, like, yeah, I will do, like, probably give it some time if I do calypso, you know, I also work with seasons as well.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But then the common thread is you then.
Yeah.
Because how you do all these songs is you.
Yeah.
But you might have to lean into that.
But how you gonna win an audience if you're jumping all over the place?
Well, all right. So that's the thing, right? Like, as I say, with seasons and like my fan base right now, I mean, they know Pine for like doing many different things. That's naturally my personality. Authentically, that is me. You know what I mean? So like, I understand people say like, cause I've heard this before. Like people would say like, you know, you might confuse them or you know.
So Just to ask a question, Pine. How consistently has your fan base been growing?
It's been growing. It's honestly been growing. Because
Okay.
I did, as I said, like I just started off and I started off with like Afro beats. I did a soca, I did a calypso, and then they're realizing like, okay, Pine is, and I recently started doing like reggae and that kind of thing. And they're like, wait, you're so versatile. Like a lot of my fans, like my true fans would be like, yo, I appreciate, like I've never seen that before. And I am the type of person that like to always be different and do things that's never been done before.
Let me say this, Piney.
Yeah.
Social media and music is two completely different things. And I would agree with them fellas when I say, yeah, it could be versatile, but you have to establish a main grounds first and then show versatility.
Or figure out a way to portray it or spin it. So you say if you have the thing called seasons, okay, this is Pine seasons. I'm gonna do an album of different seasons. Make it into something.
Your
But you
timing
gotta-
ought to be on.
But you gotta give me something. You can't just be pelting.
Don't pelt.
Different shots.
Yeah, and I think it goes back also to what we spoke about earlier when it comes to having a story as well. The story is what you're selling. We have more questions?
We have one more in the back, and then the boss wants us to come off the stage.
No. It was, I know what he was saying. You had to translate that language.
The boss wanted to move on.
For me, yeah.
Right, so we have a question up in the back.
Man, far away.
I know saying that way, the man so long far away. Greetings. You gotta turn up your mic a little bit, give me a little compression. We can't
Give me
hear.
some compression on his mic, please.
This
We
good
can't
enough. Well, I notice everybody is producers, but this is directed to the producers specifically. Class U included. Prince Naftali is a name, reggae dancehall artist,
Big
up
up.
and coming. But a question that I'm kind of curious about knowing from the producers aspect, right? Listening to all the other up and coming artists like myself, like me, I kind of establish myself in a sense where people could know me, know my name. If they see me, they know well, yeah, But I wanted to know from the producers, like, why is it so difficult now for producers to actually, on the collaboration, like collaborate with up and coming artists, like before the breakout, before the hit song, like.
So are you an established artist or are you an emerging artist?
Up and coming, I would consider.
Okay, so then you want to be an up and coming artist, but you want to work with established producers.
Sorry?
You are an up and coming artist, you're a developing artist, and you want to work with established producers.
Considerably,
correct?
yeah.
So what do you bring to the table as a developing artist in a sea of developing artists?
Okay, well, first things first, I am the first ambassador that Rude Boy ever had. So I'm the first person to actually...
How many monthly active listeners do you have on Spotify?
Well, I kind of now get into the publishing.
How many
publishing thing.
subscribers do you have on YouTube?
Right, so that's the thing.
We are dealing with a data-centric environment.
Yeah.
So as an established producer, I regret to inform you that none of these guys are concerned about the work that you have done with Rude Boy because it has nothing to do with making music. So you have to find a way to present yourself to an established producer in a way that makes you seem appealing, or you can find developing producers as well and say, hey guys, you know what? You coming up, I coming up, let's work together. Let us create a body of work, and let us use that body of work to drive the YouTube numbers and drive the Spotify numbers and drive all the numbers and drive the live performances and the appearances and so on. So I can get to a
So it
point
could
where
grab the attention
I
of
can
the
be appealing
established
to
producers.
the established producers.
Can I just ask the established producers? Yeah, just now. I just want to find out because you all have all worked with up and coming artists as well, right?
Of course.
And I'm curious as to what are the qualifications that make you say, yes, I'm going to work with the. What qualifies somebody to get in that room, to get in that studio with you guys?
Well, just to tack back on what he said, right?
This stand-up comedy, by the way. It's not a panel.
Right, so when I started off producing, right, and especially in Soca, I started off with Second Stand Kirich, right? Nobody knew who I was in the industry, and I had some weird song in Soca. And I started off with them because they were in a part in their career where they were now establishing themselves. And from there, because Second Star kind of worked on radio, K-Rich, I think he had nothing less and so forth. And we helped each other grow. So I think the best approach is exactly what he said, is work with somebody growing with you and you all grow together. Don't expect somebody above you to come down and pull you up. I mean, some cases, like every year I always take on projects where I work with smaller artists. So I put smaller artists on one of my rhythms or so forth. I mean, we can't put a whole rhythm full of small artists. Yeah. I mean, we've tried it and, the industry hasn't taken it the way we would like it to. But in terms of working with artists, the requirement is once we cool, Right. You could jump like if you play in Warzone, you're cool,
And
we good to go.
I fully agree and I fully understand that, right? But then this is what does kind of get to me now, because, okay, so before the hit, before the breakout, it's like, we don't see you. But when you get that hit song or when you get that breakout song, then these same producers are the ones coming like, they have always been there, they have always been supporting. This is what we are going to do. This is what we are not going to do. So I was just kind of curious.
Well, you have to look at it as a business. Yeah. If it is your market share or your product is now valuable, of course people are going to come towards you. Yeah. That is it. You're forgetting music is a business as well, and a lot of us just think music is just vibes.
Hold on. I want to do a good, sorry to cut you. I want to do an exercise. Let him keep the mic, please. I want to ask him something. Because I want to sophomore Chris say, because Chris dread. Me?
So, go ahead. No, but that's
good though.
The honesty we need. Real. Is the honesty we need.
I just want to help expand on it. Okay. So let me ask you something. Sure. How you reach out to these producers? Just give my example.
Oh, actually, I don't.
Oh, well then you should pass somebody the mic and sit down.
Next question.
Wait.
I appreciate you.
I want to use this as a teaching lesson.
A teaching moment.
Yeah, we have a culture here where everybody just do this wanty kind of thing.
Correct.
And the expectations high. So artists like yourself, not saying you, will reach out and say, hey, I want to work with you, let me collab. Sometimes they just say, yo. Legit. I'll just get, yo, let's work.
Yeah.
Bro. And I'm like, what?
Who's you? Who's you?
So one of the things I learned in the game is you have to add value. You can't come to us to take value, right? And I'm going to give you an example. So if I reach out to a producer like Tano or Kit, any one of us, hey Tano, what you working on? I'm this artist doing blah, 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 blah. What you have going on? How I could help you? You need writers? You need singers? I'll do some demos for you. Mm-hmm. You're adding value. Okay? You can't be taking value.
Correct.
That's something that helped me a lot. But you just say you don't reach out, so.
yeah, that's your first.
Well, locally, so like with me, I presently do most of my works. So most of my beats are created by like Caution or Mavoni or most times Jamaican, because like I say, I do reggae dancehall music, right? But Nice Nation, I'm sure everybody knows about Nice Nation. That is my local producer, right? And it is kind of get here to know, well, like, okay, so in 2018 is when I got what people would say my breakout. So I did a song called Dream, which spoke about the Rastas and the Muslims becoming one and, peace in Trinidad and Tobago. And that song gave me a certain forward way. I started to fly and started to travel and, but then at the same time, I remember before that, I used to stand up outside a Boom Champions, wait till I see this DJ or wait till I see Shane or wait till I see somebody or, before I actually, like before Boom Champion would call my phone. So now Boom Champion just call me, hey Prince, could we get an interview with you? Or could we do this or could we do that, But I remember one time I used to have to walk or wait or, them kind of thing. And then even with producers, Mel Beats Good, classmate may not remember me, but we have done works on the Avenue, perform shows, different things together,
Oh, my name region is.
So I'm just saying, and then it has always end up to the point by where somebody might just, sometimes you know them, and then they never notice you, and then they just happen to see you in a place or in a situation, and then they're like, hey, I want to send you this beat, or I want to do this, I want to do that, but one time I wanted to genuinely work with you. One time I just wanted the opportunity to be on one of your rhythms, or you just hear me on one of your rhythms, even if it was a demo or vocally or whatever, you know, them kind of things. So I just wanted to know, as a collaboration, why is it so difficult or why is it like that producers will make
well,
it
I think
so
I
difficult?
just give you one.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Casey. Let me get class. He had a response for him, and then we'll move on to the next question.
My brother, this lady hand up over here a little while. So after we deal with him, darling, we'll come there, right? But before we close off, I had this piece of advice here, my brother. I, as a 15-year-old youth man, used to travel from Shogunas to go San Fernando by Ibo Studio, not to work, just to be around people who in music, to learn from Ibo. Sometimes I might even travel along Palmisa and go by Casey Father, by Kenny. Not because I had a session or because I was supposed to do something or nothing like that. Spend my own money, invest in myself, and go places and build networks and relationships with people so that when it's time for me to do my thing, I'm not trying to have a conversation with strangers. A lot of people like yourself, as you say, me don't reach out to nobody, and you're talking about is more work with people like Mar Valley and things from Jamaica. Do you know Mar Valley? Or do you buy his beats on YouTube? Yes or no? Do you know Mar Valley? Because that's my dog. I know him. So sometimes, as Casey saying, a man will just send you a yo. A yo could never mean, let me work together. This is what I could add to what you're doing, and I could help because I also looking for help. You had to be real proactive as an upcoming artist, writer, producer, engineer, anything, and try to put yourself in positions to build networks with people that will help you. Because it sounds like you want that help, but you also sound like, I don't want nobody feel like I'm begging them for nothing.
Well, and I want to interrupt here, right? Because I think it's very important that we realize that every generation goes through this. Every artist, every journey goes through this, right? At the end of the day, I have heard stories about when he was still called Magadan, and he running down outside Shell Shock studio, hoping for a chance to get to record with Shell Shock. Shell Shock walk outside and say, "Oh, you still here? I go on." And jump in the car and drive off, and he had to come back down again tomorrow, and he coming from Carnage to wherever Shell Shock studio was. Shogunas, right? So he traveling that distance to try and get a blind from Shell Shock, and that's just a part of the story, but there are producers who go through the same journey. They have artists who go through the same journey, and it's just a part of the journey. If you want it bad enough, I can assure you that nobody on the stage here has some sort of struggle to get inside this thing. Nobody who you've seen be successful at music didn't have some sort of struggle, some sort of you get doors closed in your face.
Correct.
But if you want it bad enough, you will continue working for it.
Watch me. At least I can speak for Casey, Kit, and myself. We have parents in the music industry, established musicians. That don't mean we had an easy entry. Yes or no, fellas?
Very right.
We had to work arguably harder because people already have expectations of us because our parents did X, Y, Z.
Your father had a road match or you would not have a road match? You do it with yourself.
Correct.
You have a question, darling?
Good day, everybody, again. Janelle Ross, writer, performer.
Big up yourself, darling.
Thank you. So this is more of a commentary, and this is me sharing an experience with everybody. So I'm not too sure if you'll remember back in 2020 when Kerwin Dubois used to go live, and he used to allow people to come on at spot. I consider myself very grateful that I was a part of that experience. I was fortunate to be pulled into 25 different personalities, 25 different people. It was supposed to be something that was supposed to cut down over time, and it just became this family where we would have a Zoom running for 24 hours. You would hop on there, you could be by yourself. At some point in time, somebody's going to join on, or they will start a project. Then when everybody else hops on later, it's because, oh yeah, we're working on this by this, and then it's all right. Let we jumping on this, let we jumping on that. From that, we got Kembla, and there were the couple collaborations that other artists did with Kerwin within Spot. Personally, I believe that stuff like that needs to happen a bit more and a bit more structured, because I mean, nothing's happening with it right now. But that experience allowed me personally to learn a lot more. At the point in time when Spot happened, I was 16. I was the baby. So I was just absorbing everything from everybody for as much as I can. And the takeaway from it is that collaboration with the small man. I consider myself privileged. Well, not privileged, but again, not grateful either. There's a word, it's at the tip of my tongue, I just can't get it out yet. To be able to even let, just like Kerwin knowing my name, Kerwin following me back on Instagram, these little things are very integral and are very important. So I just wanted to share that. So don't be afraid to reach out to each other. Don't be afraid to be like,
But
yo.
it goes back to what we say about collaboration.
Yeah. And also it mentorship as well. I think it's important to continue that conversation. In the last panel, we spoke a bit about the importance of mentorship. And I kind of want to throw that out to you guys. How important is it to you from the mentors that you would have had and for you mentoring younger producers, writers, artists? Tano, I ain't hear from you in a while.
Yeah, well, I mean, a mentor is definitely very important. So for me, I mean, that's how I learned a lot of this stuff.
Who was your mentor?
So my first mentor, actually, to be honest, the first person that taught me how to make beats was Teja, Nicole Teja. So that was like 12 years ago. Then it moved on to Richard McClashy, MRI. So he taught me, and I feel like it keeps moving depending on, I mean, all these guys are like, I'm like a youth to all of these guys here. So I would have one point worked with all of them when I was an up-and-coming artist, producer, So it is very important to, that's probably one of the most important things, to have a mentor to like show you the way,
Casey, how important is it for you to mentor people?
I think it's very important. I want to add one thing again. We have a culture here where we're afraid to call people mentors. I don't know if it's an ego thing or something. I think it's getting better now. But back in the day, nobody would ever want to say, hey, that man is my mentor. But it wasn't cool to say that. And when I travel outside, where people throw their mentors like it's nothing. So I think it's really important. We need to kind of move that stigma from it and be like, hey, can you mentor me to do what, to move this bottle from here? It don't even have to be in life. It could be some very simple.
Do you think that a part of that is because we don't see ourselves as having accomplished enough to become mentors?
I think it's
just ego?
deep-rooted in the culture.
Well, I must say officially, Casey was my mentor at one point.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. And I think it goes straight across the board. And I think Casey mentored a lot of us actually in the whole situation concerning the business of music, especially.
Yes.
Like the best practices and so forth. He set certain standards that gave us the opportunity to reach to where we reach. And then I guess when I was on Casey level, he kind of done with me now, but...
Yeah, boy. You just belly up and then chop it down one time.
Actually, I wanted to say one more thing too, just to add general advice, because I don't know if you're closing up or whatever.
Soon, go ahead.
Soon, yeah. One of the major points in terms of getting more into the industry and things, a philosophy I usually work with is if I could make you more money, you would want to work with me more. And I think that's the approach that we need to take instead of waiting for handouts, government sponsorship, all these different things. If you find a way to make somebody else money, they would forever want to be on your team.
But is it always about the money or is it about the value?
Well, however, they define the value.
Okay.
And usually money is a very tangible way of defining value. So I really believe everybody has the talent in this room. I don't think talent has ever been an issue for us Trinidadians. Like, it's never an issue. But we had to be a little realistic. Go out there and provide value for people. Stop, as Casey say, gimme, gimme, gimme.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yo, if I providing value for someone, like I've been getting ads consistently since Can Rhythm. And it's because I provide value for, if they call me just now for an ad. So I have to go home and do an ad. I'm not going to do the ad next week. No, I have to do the ad now and give them no. And it's not because, oh, my name is Kit Israel and whatever, I do this and this. No, it's no shame in that. It's a job. They see value. They pay me for the value. Do it. I have to do it. And if I don't do it, somebody else will get. So we need to step up and we really need to just provide value for others other than not just take value.
We have more
Sorry,
questions.
it was not buff up, eh?
We have more questions?
Good. I just wanted to find out.
Stand up so we could see where you're coming from now, please.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to find out something.
There we go.
How difficult is it to work with the total Caribbean, as in Spanish, French, and Dutch, within the total Caribbean? I know you do in Spanish, so
Class?
X me out. All right.
Spanish music, huh?
No.
Yeah.
All right,
With Spanish artists.
I find you say that like you know we bar boy. You be by we bar. You just be by we bar and you gonna by Christmas.
So it's more of a
I see you in the shade before. I tell you.
So I live in Martinique for a number of years, right? And I know some artists and stuff there. So French artists love Trinidad, right? Spanish people too love Trinidad. So they want to kind of be in the soca thing as well, but it don't have to be soca. It could just be music. What's the possibility of that?
Do a song with Kalash.
What's the question exactly? How difficult?
Yeah, difficult because I hardly hear it.
It is incredibly difficult.
Because it
Not just the language barrier, there's a culture barrier.
Ah, boy,
There's,
Chris,
there's, there's, a,
correct.
there's a culture barrier between Trinidad and Barbados. There's a
And that right there.
Yeah, that's right there. That's 15 minutes on a plane. So there's a culture barrier
45.
between Trinidad and however long. I don't fly, you know that. There's a culture barrier between 50 minutes to Tobago. There's a culture barrier between Trinidad and Jamaica. But when we zoom out, right, from the outside, we might say, oh well, all is the Caribbean and all is the same and so on, and none of it is the same. Every country has its own, every island has its own history and its own musical traditions, its own cultural traditions. So I think a big part of that first would have to be some personal education, and not about whether you want to do the personal education, whether you should do the personal education or not, but it's about really, do you want to do the personal education? In other words, sure, I maybe for somebody on this panel might say, oh, you know, working with African artists seems tantalizing because that is what is currently culturally relevant. So there's a bit more context. But if I do not have any context for the work, again, it comes back to this idea of thesis, and it might sound pedantic, but I truly believe in it, which is you have to have understanding of why are you doing what it is you do, right? So if you do not have cultural context, then why would I want to work outside of my cultural context, whatever that cultural context might be? In other words, me and class might go a dance and he might hear industrial techno and be like, all right, cool, you know what, I'm gonna make industrial techno. But before I do that, I go and learn everything that there is to know about industrial techno and the history of it, and who is the founders of it, and where does come from, and go to Germany and do plenty of drugs and figure it out, right? But at the same time, I have to have some cultural context to it.
Facts.
Which comes back to the first question he asked me, which is, well, okay, well, what makes it Trinidadian? What makes it Trinidadian is the Trinidadian emotion that you package into it. So if you don't have a cultural context for that type of work, then how are you going to put that emotion into it so that it can be adequately conveyed?
You see, part of the reason why I asked is because while I was outside there, I mean, I come in contact with a lot of French artists and Spanish-speaking artists, and they never really met a Trini before, right? Most of them, for whatever reason.
That's the answer right there.
I know, right? So that's why sometimes they ask me, "Y'all have big artists in Trinidad?"
But then,
well, in French, obviously.
But then that means that they also have no cultural context of what is happening here, which is also fine. But that's what I'm saying. If there's a culture gap, then the first thing we have to do is figure out, well, okay, how can we bridge that culture? How we bridging that culture gap? And it is very easy to bridge that culture gap. It is about, okay, you might have a show somewhere and somebody come and they see the show, they hear the music, they're like, all right, cool, you know what? I like the vibes because I understand the vibes, because the vibes is part of the packaging, right?
Correct.
So now I have some cultural context for what Class does, or what Tano does, or what Casey does. But if you are saying that they have no cultural context for what I do, but you are making an assumption that I should have a cultural context for what they do, well then there's a gap there that we have to figure out how we going to bridge that gap.
And I also want to interject and say that in some cases, I mean, I don't know exactly which island you're talking about, but I know for a fact that we have soca artists who go and they do zouk music. We had Marshall and Kassav collaborating. They should always go into some French-speaking island. Like we have artists who have been doing that work. So to come and ask about that, to me, means that that's very specific to the few artists that you're talking about who didn't have, as Chris mentioned, the cultural context to be able to even know enough about us that we should want to work with them.
Well, we also have to get comfortable getting no's too.
Yeah.
Big facts.
They might try 10 chances and none of them say no, but it's not a no, it might be a not right now.
Okay.
And then in the 11th one, you might get through.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. Liz, you had a question?
Well, less of a question and more of like a comment. I was actually fortunate enough to perform in Martinique thing last year because I won the Riches Caraïbes competition with Music TT. And through that experience, I realized that they really do like all the islands, because it wasn't just Martinique people. It was also Barbados, St. Lucia, Anguilla, all these other countries from the Caribbean. So what I'm getting at is those kind of initiatives that was created by Music TT, luckily, allowed me to kind of get into that space to realize that the Caribbean is very large. It's very wide. And a lot of us actually want to collaborate. I feel like if there's a lot more of those where we are allowing artists from Trinidad or from other countries even to come over to actually understand who we are and to immerse themselves in our culture a little bit more, it could inevitably kind of bridge that gap because
Who's stopping them?
Well,
yeah, what is this idea? What is this idea of allowing people to do something?
Nobody's stopping them. Nobody's stopping you from going back there.
You do not need permission to create. You do not need permission to work.
Repeat what you
That's
say,
true.
Liz.
Oh, no. That's my own personal.
She said she was just commenting as well. It wasn't a question.
Yeah, it wasn't a question. But
No, but
No, I
that's my
just want to
question.
address this idea of people feeling like they
Correct.
Nobody in this room needs permission to
create.
Chris is right.
create, whether it's to make a song or to make a music video or to make a drawing and put it on the internet or to share with their audience. You do not need permission. You do not need a large infrastructure. You do not need government support. You do not need the support of any of the people on this panel. All you need is your own willingness and ambition to do it.
That's true. I think what I'm getting at is I don't think I would have even known that I would have wanted to do those things without having like a middle ground somewhere there. You know what I mean? So sometimes you may need like somebody to be like, hey, do this. You know, somebody who like a new kind of initiative somewhere along the line. Not saying we want to be lazy and we want to just get everything and everybody to give us everything. But sometimes people like you all who have the platform to push certain things could create certain things or say, hey, you know, I have this artist or I know this artist from Guadeloupe who may want to have a Caribbean artist on a Trinidad artist on a song or something like that. You know what I mean? Not trying to make a song lazy or anything like that, but just saying, I didn't know I wanted to go Martinique until I was actually in Martinique.
And I think for me that's a fundamental part of it, right? I think we live in an age of so much technology and so much information that to tell me that you didn't know you wanted to go Martinique means you never even thought of Googling Martinique to see what's going on there, right? But as an artist, you have to do your research into what it is you want to do. So you're living in the Caribbean, you should be checking out all the Caribbean islands to see what's available for you if that is the target audience that you want to hit. So anybody else have any other questions? Because I feel like I'm going up ranting. Sorry. Yeah, we good? All right.
Is that one so?
We can get one more, Tushika, one more? Just one more. One more.
She said one more.
One
Yeah,
more.
who is this?
Quick.
Over here.
Who we have? Ryan? No, not
It's
Ryan.
all the way over here. Oh, it's right here.
It's right there.
Sky.
Right there.
Nah, it's all the way over here.
We want
She says
this
one
fella?
question. Now, this guy here have his hand up a while. So I tell him.
It better be a good question. Or not. After all of that, they're making the girl run across the whole room.
Yeah.
Proper question.
Proper question, the
Pressure
whole
on
room.
me, boy. But yeah, good day. My name is Ambrose. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
Wanted to know, like, how this for the songwriters as well. I know some of y'all do songwriting as well too. But like, how y'all structure the music in terms of the production, which would be the construction of the beat, as well as the lyrics to go with the beat as well too. Because I mean, we might, as a songwriter as well, you might go through a little bit of problems in terms of putting two and two together to really make a final product that will sound good. So I wanted some advice on how it is you all end up doing that so that we could bring up the quality of the music a little bit.
I could take this one quick. Right. In terms of songwriting, you have to listen to a lot of music, period. And you need to understand the formulas in different genres because every genre has a different formula. Soca is usually verse, pre-chorus, chorus, post-chorus, and then repeat second verse. And dancehall is probably chorus, verse, chorus, right? Maybe a second hook. R&B is something completely different too. And then some of the mainstream country music and stuff is totally different. So understand the bracketing and what kind of music you're writing for. Understand the patterns. And then from there, then you have to train yourself. I was never a songwriter before and I had to train myself. So it's like, think of you like AI. You had to train it over and over and over. And as soon as I play a beat now, I could get a melody. And you have to be that good now. It can't be, all right, you write a song for somebody and they say they like this part, but they don't like this part, and then you can't make the changes. So you have to be flexible enough to do that as well. So I guess overall, you really just need to study as much music as you can and see if you could find yourself in it and be flexible enough to make changes whenever need.
Build your musical palette.
Build your musical palette, as he said.
Build your musical palette. I think that's where we can leave it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say thank you to Chris Leacock, Casey, Tano, Kit, First Class. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, gentlemen, and for sharing the information. Feel free to network with them and share your information, share your business. Get a little collaboration happening. That's the whole idea of this conference, yeah? We're looking for more collaboration. Up next, we have one more panel discussing the business of soca and dancehall music. So in 10 minutes, we get started with discussing the business of soca and dancehall music. Stay tuned. Or come back. Rest it down. All right. Yeah. Let me just get a mic check. Make sure all the mics.
1 2
working.
1 2.
Beautiful. Dana, check your mic.
Hey, check.
Beautiful. On spine.
Check. Right.
All right, great. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This afternoon, we are discussing the business of soca and dancehall music. And to do so, let me welcome back Mr. Spine. Let me welcome Dana Shagan. And let me, of course, welcome back Steve Urchin Wilson. We could go through the brief introductions. I think most people who were in the room were here for both Steve and Spine earlier. So Dana, we could start with you. Just a brief introduction.
Yeah, hi everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm Dana Shagan. I work on the management team for Tariq Russian Johnston, the dancehall producer, pop producer from Jamaica. I also co-own Monk Music with Machel Montano. Worked in reggae, dancehall, and soca for over half my life, for 2 decades, and I live in Trinidad. I'm from California, but I moved to Trinidad and fully immersed in this music and culture, so super glad to be here.
Fantastic. So welcome to the panel. I'm Rokas. I'll be moderating today, and we're chatting about the business of soca and dancehall music, which is a very interesting conversation because earlier on today, Steve would have established that there is no music industry. So how do we have business if we have no industry, Steve?
We have a lot of independent contractors. A lot of people operating on their own. We have a lot of teams. Like, you know, speaking from the Sean Paul's perspective, we have a team. So we have people who do various things on our team, but they tend to only do that for one artist. Sean has a label now, Dirty Rock Music, which has other artists that he's grooming and producing. So there is now beginning to be that sort of a real organization around it, and it becoming a bigger thing. But for the most part, it's everybody kind of doing things independently, not sharing information, not sharing resources, not sharing connections. You know, when tours go out, it's not, hey, we're going on a tour. Are you going? Can we share resources? Do you want to open for us, or anything like that? So, and I think that is one of the issues in soca and in dancehall is that there needs to be more connective tissue in between the various camps and the various artists.
Spine, would you agree that we share that similar challenge when it comes to soca music?
Yeah, most definitely. I could also give you some experiences that I had working with the majors. Like when I got my deal as a writer, right, with So Def, Seal Music, the first thing they gave me was an iPad with a catalog, which is the Who Is Looking list. Now that is basically everybody that is signed under Universal, be it with a major or a minor label, from not only the artist but also the management, the A&R, whoever associated with the artist. And they also leave notes of what the artist is looking for. So we, in the studio, we don't need to really know everybody, but all we need to know is we have this list and we can now go create that. Now with that, now you submit. Let's just say we want to write a song for Beyonce. Beyonce's information is there. Beyonce style is there. What they're looking for is there. And we submit it, but also the splits and the business structure that follows that. Obviously, the label will do that for us as well too. We don't know nothing about that around here. And with that now, that promotes collaboration. Also, it also promotes good business. And it could just leave the creatives to create and it leave the business to do business.
Dana, from your perspective, you've been working with one of the top Jamaican producers and you've been working with one of the top Trinidadian artists. Have you seen business practices that are good? Let's start there.
Yeah, but probably not as many as bad, unfortunately.
Okay, so there's more bad than good.
I mean, I don't want to generalize like that. I mean, I've seen a bit of both. I mean, I'm sitting next to one of the best right here, and he's actually a big part of the reason that I'm in this business, right? And so, you have a crew of people like him that have been in business for a very long time and who are available to chat with and to do deals with and stuff like that. But I've also seen people who have taken advantage of producers and artists both in Jamaica and here. Mostly one piece of advice that I always tell everyone, like when I do panels or when I'm speaking to them, is like, if you're going to join the music business in any way, as an artist, songwriter, producer, even executive, have an experienced music business attorney to work with. That's like number one, because what can happen now, especially more than ever, is that you can click a button online, like a terms of service, like a long terms of service. When you sign up for something, you don't read it, you can literally, theoretically, click a button and sign away your rights. Like I was trying to license something. First, I was trying to pitch some music to a TV show recently, and there was a writer, and they were like, yeah, I'm just signed up with BeatStars for pub admin, and I'm like, okay, well, let me see, like, what is it exclusive? No. I'm like, well, send me the terms of service. I don't have it. I'm like, all right, well, go download it and send it to me. And send it to me, and it's for sure it's exclusive. It's like fully exclusive. So I'm like, dude, I can't even pitch this unless you go and get the clearance, right? So I have seen a lot of that with regard to like distributors and labels here, in that, artists wouldn't have read the material, right? And I think that, if there could be good business people, there could be bad business people, but at the end of the day, if you're not working with an experienced attorney and having someone read everything before you sign it, like never sign anything without and I say this, like an experienced music business attorney is important, because a real estate attorney does not understand music business contracts. And at the end of the day, this is intellectual property that you're promoting, you're distributing, that you're protecting to make money with, right? That's the music, right? And the music and the videos that go along with it, especially through streaming. You need to protect that, and that all starts with an agreement and understanding what that agreement says. And to go back to your question, it's a long-winded answer, but yes, I have seen bad actors in the space in here, but I've also seen that in the States. I don't think that's necessarily true. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen that in the States. I've seen that everywhere. So yeah.
So, I mean, I love that you mentioned, bringing on board an attorney, for example, right? But I know that we have certain limitations when it comes to how many attorneys that we have that understand the music business in Trinidad and Tobago. There are very few of them. So what recommendations, Steve, would you make to young artists? Because we already established earlier on today that we can't expect every artist, every up-and-coming artist to be able to handle all the administrative things, to be able to handle all the management things, all the booking things, and to understand all of it while still creating. So in the process of growing yourself and developing yourself as an artist, what recommendations would you give to them to have that business support or that legal support?
I mean, the first thing is read, do your research, right? Any industry, anybody getting into any industry, unfortunately, most music business people don't do a degree before you get into the music business, right? So you have to do that degree yourself. But the great thing is this information is available online, right? It is everywhere. It has tons and tons and tons of information and courses that you can sign up for, some of them for free. Come to things like this, and there need to be more things like this. Pick the brains of the people who are in the room. I said it earlier, there could be somebody in this room right now who is what you need to get to your next level, right? So network, speak to people, share ideas, ask questions. Here's my understanding of publishing. Is that the way you understand it? No? Oh, wow. Well, explain to me how and where did you get that understanding? Something as simple as a split sheet is something I talk about a lot. When you finish in the studio working on a song, you can take a back of a napkin and just write down, hey, what do you think? How much do you think you wrote? Oh, really? You think you wrote that much? Wow. It's invariably not the same opinion, and it's better to have that out now than wait till you have
a hit song.
It's always easier.
A mega hit song, right? It's hard to negotiate backward, right? So, same thing what Dana said. If you have access to a great music business attorney, that's your best option. If you don't, then educate yourself. Make sure you read everything before you sign it. Don't feel any way to say, hey, great, I'm glad you're giving me this opportunity, but give me a few days to look it over. Let me share it with someone who can give me some experience, because you can hire lawyers on a retainer, or you can hire them on a one-off. You can say, look, I just need you to help me read this one thing. And if this works, then I'll need more business from you.
Yeah.
Right? So that's really what I would say is, and just educate yourself.
Let me just add to it. Me as a youth starting music, like me and class started literally together. Literally, right? We had nobody to guide us. I mean, Carla was there, which is class mom. But still, there were no production school, there were no lawyers, there were no nothing. We didn't have Siri, we didn't have ChatGPT, we didn't have none of that. What I had to do was literally study the closest thing to me first, which is my environment. So everybody in the business, from the producers to the artists, to the DJs, to the writers, to the promoters, to everybody. I could tell you about you and you wouldn't even know that. Apart from that, though, what I did, I went and buy books. One of the first book that I have to this day is a book by the name of All You Need to Know About the Music Business.
Preach.
Read it 500 times if you need to.
Yeah, Donald Passman.
Right. And you could probably get it free now because everything is on the internet.
Everything on the internet.
I had to save my school money and buy that book. I also had to save money and go. I have a template, 101 contracts for business law that I had to pay for. Now, if you're serious about this, because it's the same way I had to invest in this, somebody will go buy a sneakers or buy a t-shirt or buy something that might even contribute to your well-being. So if you're really serious about yourself, invest in yourself. Knowledge is power. You have no excuses, especially in this time.
Dana, you want to contribute something?
I wanted to ask, just take a survey here. How many artists are there? Raise your hand in the crowd. All right. How many producers? Songwriters? executives? Okay, just so I can.
Lawyers,
not one.
not one. Well, that's a missed opportunity for some lawyer. Could have signed up about 20 clients today.
Dana, tell me about the publishing side of things, because I'm happy that Steve brought it up just now. A lot of people don't quite understand how it works. You, through Monk Music, have been expanding your reach when it comes to publishing. I've been seeing you coming through in my email inbox. It's filled with Monk Music all of a sudden, and there's a variety of artists. It's not one artist or two artists. Tell me about that journey and the business behind that journey.
Right. Well, to be clear, it's important to distinguish. What we do primarily is distribution, and sometimes it gets used interchangeably with publishing in the Caribbean and elsewhere, but it's not the same thing, right? So what we're handling really is music distribution. So without going too far down the rabbit hole, but it has to do with the rights, right?
Yeah,
there's the master,
we could go. Let me go down.
All right, cool.
Go.
So there's different rights for every song, right? So you have what they call the master recording, which is the physical sound recording, which is used to come with. It comes from the when you used to have to record onto tape, and someone owned the master tape. Now you don't have a master tape anymore, but you have a master file, right? So that file that's recorded, we distribute that, and the royalties that are generated from the master recording are generated by the label, the record label, right? And that generally goes to the owner of the master recording. Now, in every master recording is the underlying composition, which is the written melody and lyrics, right? And that's related to publishing, right? So on every song that we release, there's like a minimum of 2 royalties generated. There's a lot more, but for purposes of this. And so what we do primarily at Monk is that we're basically offering artist and label services. We don't really call it distribution anymore because it's like more than that, but it's like we're handling what a record label would normally do in the absence of them having their own record label, right? And so that's, what is that? That's planning. A big part of this whole thing that's super important is planning. And I think in the Caribbean, a lot of times, because especially in soca music, there's Carnival, it's kind of like a deadline, right? And sometimes that makes you bypass a lot of like the planning, the pre-planning for marketing and promotions, which is like, pitching the. Is there any way to turn this down a bit? I'm hearing like feedback. Sorry.
Just roll off the low end.
Yeah. Pitching, right? So like pitching to DSPs, the digital service providers like Apple, Spotify, YouTube. That's something that a lot of artists and labels and producers here bypass. And that's something that we are big on at Monk, because a lot of the value that we add is the relationships that we have at Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes, YouTube, where, we know the people who are featuring the music, right? So you want to get your music featured in, a playlist. That's a lot of what we, add as distributors or distribution partners, is that the opportunity. But a problem is a lot of times here, because there's like some sort of deadline, we're bypassing that. So it's like we create today to release it tomorrow. Yeah. Which is problematic if you're trying to build a long-term career, name for yourself, business. But at the same time, I get it. I understand that it is kind of time bound, right? So that's one aspect of it, is like marketing and promotions. We also have a network of DJs, radio stations, promoters like Julian's Promo, Rhythm Stream, that we've created this sort of turnkey network of outlets that kind of, once we turn the key, we're kind of blitzing the entire market across the Caribbean and the diaspora, right? So that's marketing and promotions, basically in a nutshell, that we're handling. And then the other part is the IP rights management. So that we're talking about, right, is like making sure that there's a content ID.
ISRC codes.
Yeah, ISRC codes. And Trinidad has made a big effort now to use Trinidad ISRC codes to help track the data. Mm-hmm. But IP rights management, that's the role of a distributor like Monk Music. So if someone uploads your music on YouTube or goes on Julian's Promo page, you make sure that the rights holder, the master recording holder, collects those royalties. And then payments, so split payments, right? That's something that we've sort of introduced recently. Makes it a lot easier. Is that, if Steve and I create a copyright and he owns 50 and I own 50, make sure that Steve can get paid directly for his portion, and I can get paid directly for my portion, and then making sure that that's happening like easily and on a monthly basis, right? So that's what we're doing, and I think that there are a number of companies that handle that now, like all those things now, and I've seen more and more. It used to be like, oh, you know, you're in the Caribbean, VP Records,
yeah,
that was it. You know what I mean? Then, but like now, there's like Fox Fuse, there's Zojak, there's Hapelos, there's 1RPM, DistroKid, TuneCore. Each one offers a different thing. So you kind of got to, you know, decide what you want, what's important to you, and then talk to everybody and see how they can help you to get where you want to go in your unique situation.
Yeah. I wanted to get into, Steve, tell us a little bit about the business behind getting out of the Caribbean. Because, I mean, we're talking about distribution in the Caribbean, we talk about publishing in the Caribbean, performances in the Caribbean, artists from the Caribbean. How do we get out of that Caribbean to the world? Besides a hit song,
somebody said
right?
a hit, which obviously solves every problem, right?
Right.
No, but for me, and I think for most West Indian Caribbean artists, is diaspora. That's your first stepping stone, right? The great thing about being from the Caribbean is that every single person in this room has a cousin that live in New York or Toronto or London or LA or Miami or all of those, right? And the cool thing is that we've been the cool guy on the block for a long time. So if you live in New York and there's a Jamaican or a Trini or a Bajan on your block, chances are that person dresses differently, plays different music, throws good parties, cooks different food. And so that makes it a pulse point for cool. Right? And that is a great opportunity to be able to push your music through. Now, the more internationally palatable your music is with that Caribbean flavor, is the more people that you're likely to catch, right? It happened with Sean. Sean wrote a song where all the verses were in patois and the chorus was in English, and he tried to use phrasing and words that were relatable to like the American hip hop crowd. You know, bust another bottle of Mo. That's not something we say in the Caribbean, but it was something that people said there. And then he said, pass the dro, which was, again, an American term. And it worked. It caught, because when hip-hop guys or Latin guys heard those words, they were like, oh, that's relatable to me. I know what that is. I don't understand the da-da-da-da-da-da in the verses, but it sounds good. I like it. Okay, so that now is able to be transported out of that little block or that little place where the Caribbean guy is the cool guy, and then that song now starts to catch outside, right? So one is making the music palatable enough that when it gets the chance to be heard, it's digestible. How many times have you guys, when you travel, you're in the car and you're switching radio stations and you hear a beat come on and you're like, yo, this is dope. And you rock into it. And as soon as you hear 3 words in Spanish, you go, oh, and you change the station. Like, oops, that wasn't what I meant to listen to, right? It happens because you feel like you've invaded our culture. That's not for me. But if that song kept going in a way that you felt like, oh yeah, it's okay for me to be in this room, then you stay longer, you digest it, and you might say, hey, I'm actually interested in who was that artist, or, you know, or what was that song, right? And then the other thing, of course, is collaborating with artists that are from different cultures, which I spoke about, I mentioned it earlier, even cross collaboration throughout the Caribbean, where if I have a Bajan cousin somewhere, but he knows a Jamaican guy living in another city or whatever, that if there's a song with a Bajan and a Jamaican, then you get to cross both of those boundaries, right? So cross-collateralizing through the Caribbean and then doing the same thing internationally, right? The unfortunate thing for us is our diaspora is smaller. The English-speaking diaspora of the Caribbean is much smaller than the Spanish-speaking diaspora of the Caribbean. That's massive, right? So what does that mean? Well, I spoke earlier again about doing a writing camp with Jamaicans and Dominicans, because I recognize that the Dominican diaspora, huge, and guess what? They picked music from us in the first place. So reggaeton is from we. So why not go mine back out of their mine what they took from us in the first place, right? Makes sense, right? So
Steve, let me ask specifically about not just the diaspora, because I think we've been able to figure out how to conquer the diaspora in certain ways. But I see sometimes Jamaican artists, particularly, doing the festival circuit, the European festival circuit. I've seen it with Coffee, with Chronics, and we can name them. And people we don't even know. Gentleman is big in wherever, and not necessarily as big in the Caribbean. Tell me about the business of getting into that aspect of the industry, the festival circuit.
Well, I mean, again, the interesting thing about that is the reason those are reggae festivals, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is to find a Jamaican or a Caribbean act on a non-reggae festival, that is when you know they've truly crossed over. But you have a lot of reggae festivals in Europe and in America too.
Mm-hmm.
California, especially that whole coast, is really into reggae. Japan is another country that got very heavily invested in reggae, so much so that all these places have now their own reggae artists, right? So over the years, they may have been booking less of us and more of their own, right? That's just why you mentioned somebody like Gentleman. There's another artist named Patrice. There's Alba Rosie. There's, in Japan has literally a Japanese artist to match any Jamaican artist that they liked.
Yeah.
They just said, oh, let's make our own version, right? Which they're great at. And you can't fault them for it because it absolutely feeds back into their culture, right? But they still will feature an act every once in a while, or the ones who they like. And I spoke about this to some guys outside earlier, that one thing that can really help you is being reliable, being professional, showing up on time, having your visas done, having your papers ready, having your documents ready to go, your pictures, your photos, your promo, your logo, your blah, blah, blah. All of that's ready to go, because 9 times out of 10, a promoter will book an act that's going to be reliable and show up on time and not embarrass them and do a good show before they pick an act who has big hits. But they know might be a problem or might cancel on them or come on. I mean, I booked a tour many years ago with a dancehall artist who had one big song, and it was Austria, Belgium, France. And went out there at first show, he ran out, he did 7 minutes. And then he ran backstage and I was like, wow, mash up the place, man. And I was like, bro, what you're contracted for 25 minutes. He's like, no, I'm tired. And I was like, well, you need to start going to the gym, because you need to go. And if that's the 7 minutes you have, go out there and do it 2 more times. Because, I mean, the promoter afterwards was like, what was that about? And like, he doesn't want to ever book that artist ever again. Mm-hmm. He's much rather going to book the guy down the road who does a similar thing that he knows is going to show up on time, do the full act, do the proper show, and understand the work ethic of what you're doing. Right? I think the work ethic feeds into every aspect of business, right? And that's something that the artists who you see getting booked every year in Europe and you wonder why, that's a big part of the reason. Yes.
Can I add to that a bit?
Yes.
So I think one thing to think about from like the booking perspective is that they're looking at, and it's tough for Caribbean artists because you don't have like touring history like that's reported, right? Like a lot of booking agents and these festivals, that they're looking at touring history, like independent shows that artists, Polestar, it's called Polestar, and there's that stuff's not really reported across the Caribbean very much. But what I was gonna say is, at the end of the day, they want to sell tickets, right? So they want to book people that can sell tickets. So how do you sell tickets? Well, you build an audience for yourself. How do you build an audience for yourself? Well, I would argue that right now is the best time for an independent artist to be able to build an audience. And there's the best time for a Caribbean artist to be able to build an audience. And that starts really, which I talked about it when I was here on Tuesdays, like the actual consistent release of content across social media, right? And specifically right now, TikTok, right? And I hate to boil the entirety of the music business down to having a hit on TikTok, but the fact of the matter is that it can really push your music. But again, the good thing is it's a very competitive platform, but it's almost a level playing field, because you have the same chance of having a hit on TikTok as someone in America or in Europe. What you'd have to do, though, is just come up with a strategy and plan. Again, I keep saying the word planning, like plan out the content you're going to make for TikTok or for Instagram or for YouTube Shorts and YouTube. I mean, all of the above, really, I would say. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube being the big ones, but plan that out and come consistently with content. And when you can come consistently with content in a strategic way, you can build an audience. And then when you build that audience, you can export your music, because inevitably people will find you and discover you elsewhere. And then once you've been able to do that, that's when you're going to get demand for booking. But it really, I mean, if you're a music artist now, I really highly suggest that you think about the content plan for those platforms. And I would just say one more piece of practical advice is use Chat GPT to plan that. You can literally ask it. You can write, there's something called custom instructions on Chat GPT, and not everyone uses it, but you can put in there, you know, who you are, information about yourself, your bio, what you want to do, what type of music you make, what your goals are. And so it kind of knows and understands you. And then you can ask questions into it and say, like, you know, can you help me put together a 6-month content release plan for TikTok and social media? It can give you like 20 ideas. And you can like even ask it to put it on a calendar for you, and it puts it on a calendar for you. But you utilize that, because at the end of the day, for me, Caribbean music, like, you know, if you want to export it, you have to make content available, and you have to be constantly doing, going through the motions of this, right?
It's fine. Let me bring you into the conversation here and ask about investment into soca music. What sort of investment do you think we need, or is the major part that's missing right now?
I know when people hear investment, the first thing comes to mind obviously is money, right? But I think it's more than just money. I think we really don't have enough development platforms to really help create the content and create the product, in terms of, because our artist is not just one who sing a song. Our artist is an ambassador now. You know, you need to know how to carry yourself in a certain way so that you could generate money, right? But I think we need think more stuff like this. You know, these platforms here. And funny enough, the seats empty. We should at least have at least 3 conferences like this every year as normal. You know, normalize that. I think we also need to teach artists what is needed in terms of, you want to be an artist, but how do you get started in business? Is your name trademark? Do you have a business account? Do you, do you have a press kit? What is a press kit? Half of them don't even know what is a press kit. So having the information and also having people to help them get it, or even teaching them to do it, I think is an investment in the youths, the artists, to get to the next step. Because really and truly it's a competitive world. We here competing in Trinidad, but really and truly really competing with everybody in the world for attention. And we know how attention go now. You know, so may the best man win, literally. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. Steve, is it a similar challenge in Jamaica?
Yeah, I mean, for sure it is. It's platforms. I mean, I said before in the earlier panel that my soapbox is kind of that, you know, here is this culture, here is this music that has made us famous, right? But we invest so little in trying to farm it. That, I mean, I compare it like this. I say, imagine you walk in your backyard tomorrow morning and you kick a rock, and when you look, it's a diamond. And you pick it up and you put it in your pocket and you carry it to a diamond exchange and you sell it, right? And then you go home and you go back to sleep and you wait. And you walk in the yard 3 weeks later and you kick over another stone and it's a diamond again. At what point do you say, wait a second, maybe there's a diamond vein here. Maybe there's a mine. Let's invest in machinery. Let's dig it up. Let us cut it ourselves. Let's clean it ourselves. Let's market it. When does that happen? I don't know, because I haven't seen it happen. I'm not saying there's nothing happening, but it's nowhere near enough, and it's nowhere near what's happening in other countries with less of a cultural footprint than our countries, right? And that's crazy to me.
No farming going on.
Yeah.
No farming, right?
No farming.
So I would say though that in the last few years that I've seen a bit more of an effort by institutions, like for instance the Inter-American Development Bank, right? They're sponsoring this, right? And we actually have a grant that we got through Monk Music for that. I think people at banks and at development institutions and at the government are actually realizing that this is a proper business, and that you really only need a cell phone and a laptop to create content that you can generate money from and income from. Now, on the other side of that though, there still is a problem in that sometimes we distribute music for somebody, and then I'm like, okay, here, go sign up and put your bank account information in. And they're like, well, I can't get a bank account. And I'm like, why not? They're like, because the bank's asking me for a job letter, right? And so like in that environment where like, you can't even get a bank account from, because, as an independent artist that earns royalties, it's tough to be able to even try and get like money for a loan or financing and stuff like that. But I think there are steps being made by like companies like ours and other companies. I mean, Hoppy, Scorch, like people have realized that, the independent music is a viable career path, and also digital influencer, right? It kind of extends to that, right? The idea of like the digital influencer being able to grow an audience and get money from brands and actually build a business around it. I think it can't be denied anymore. It can't, there's no way to like relegate that off into like a weird corner of the internet anymore. It's like, no, I put out 20 songs last year and I make $5,000 US a month, bank, give me a bank account, so I think that the bright side of it is that, yeah, I mean, in the past, maybe it's been difficult, but there are institutions that are making steps to make it easier now to be able to export that, because I 100% agree with you that the global impact of Caribbean music is massive compared to the amount of investment in education and infrastructure and financing of that music.
Yeah.
I want to touch on something too. There's something that we need to really pay attention to in Trinidad and Tobago, which is e-commerce. Is a big problem, especially when we're trying to grow. For example, how much artists in here on DistroKid? How much artists receive money from DistroKid? See how much hands drip? And there's a reason. Reason for that is, all right, for example, they might need to create a PayPal, right? There's only one bank in Trinidad that is able to work with PayPal. And that bank is a Jamaican bank. And
yeah, you can get through it with Republic as well if you call them.
But the fact that it's a problem is a problem.
It's a problem. It's a problem. We can agree it's a problem.
Is being illustrated,
so,
right?
yeah, so we from
and it's
this,
a similar problem in Jamaica. I just want to say that JMB does do it, but very few people even know that.
Right.
And not enough banks do it. There's not
right.
enough
So
ways to do
the
it.
mere fact that there's is a problem, and I think it is rampant across smaller countries, third world countries. I think it's something that we in here, this sector, we need to speak up about it so that it can be changed. Because it's literal. If you can't receive money, you can't do business. You can't scale a business, there's no business. I literally had to make some calls to get my no, I could do business, but the rest of the people that I do business with can't do business, then I can't do business. Right. So we all need to be able to do business so that we could grow the whole industry. That is a big problem that we face, that I noticed nobody really speak about it. And yeah, that's just my 2 cents.
The good thing is that these royalties are generated in US dollars, right? And the country, and that's a problem. The foreign exchange problem that's an issue in Trinidad. So, that's part of the story that, we collectively can tell to the banks and to the government is that, look, we are making music here and we're exporting that music at very little cost, by the way. And we're able to bring in royalties in US dollars, right? Mm-hmm. So I think we're now starting to have those conversations. So yeah, like we should chat after this, and we should chat and say like, if collectively we can become much louder about it.
This is my next question. I was going to ask Steve about the idea of a collective agency speaking on behalf of creatives. Is that something that, well, firstly, is there one in Jamaica, and secondly, is it necessary?
It's definitely necessary. I think we all realize that. That's something that we have spoken about a lot here already, which is the bridge between, not just government and the entertainment industry, but also between private sector and the entertainment industry, right? A lot of us, are artists who, if there was some kind of a bridge to speak to people who are investors and say, hey, listen, I'm starting my career, all the signs are good, I need $25,000 to get to the next phase, but I just don't have it. No, an investor would not, a traditional investor would look at an artist and be like, I don't understand how you make money. And when you make money, where does it go? How can I collect it? How do you collect it? And you just finished saying it's a problem to collect. Who wants to get into or invest in a business that even if it makes money, how do you get it? Right? That's crazy. So yes, we definitely need that. In Jamaica, we have JamPro. Somebody brought up JamPro before. And you have the Ministry of Culture, who are trying and they are helping, but more needs to be done. And I think more on the private sector side needs to be done because government doesn't run the banks, right? The banks like JMMB and other banks like that need to start stepping up on those platforms and also recognizing that this is a real industry and that if you walk in and say, hey, I'm an entertainer, maybe you need like some kind of an ID. Maybe you need some kind of like you belong to this organization. So you've been vetted and you've been approved. And yes, I am serious. And yes, I am making money or have the potential to do so.
And that goes a next problem.
Well, no, the challenge with that is that we've tried it here in Trinidad and Tobago. We had the artist registry where people got the chance to be able to say, all right, this is, and it's approved, and the government approved it, the US Embassy was working with it, the banks were accepting it, and then the political will changed. So that becomes a part of the challenge that we face in the Caribbean, is every time the government changes, the political will changes. How do we overcome something like
Caribbean,
that?
Right?
Can I say something?
Like that.
Now, yes, I understand the government is important, but it's not everything the government could solve. There's a lot of things that we could solve on our own.
That's why the private sector is important.
Right. Now, business do business with businesses. They don't do it with individuals. It's just a line of command, right? We as creatives, we do not have a business that could do business with that sector in that capacity because there's no structure. I called a meeting last year with all the producers, main producers in Trinidad. And it's because I was hearing the frustration from a lot of them who wanted to stop problems, right? And I pitched a solution. I was like, why don't we create a limited liability together? And board member, secretary, this, that. And let us do business where we could know, because you need funds, I need funds, we all need the same thing.
What was the response?
Answer it for me.
Well, because I sat in these conferences before, right? And every time we sit in these conferences, we talk about making this collective agency to speak on behalf of creatives. When we leave the room, somebody says, all right, let me come together on how we doing it. And everybody goes, well, me and trust
so
he,
this is the problem.
and I don't like she. And comes a matter of doubting each other.
And that is why we keep going around in a circle. We are our own problem. That is why I'm bringing this up. We could solve this problem. Stop pointing and making the government look like they are the main problem. Right? We could simply fix this. That's why I went ahead and created Zig Boy Music. We are ready to do business, and we have been doing business. Hence the reason the artists under my camp been getting results. And it's evident for everybody to see. It's not because they might be the best. It's because they're the best prepared. And that is just the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I started off by saying that I find in the Caribbean a lot what happens is that I have my camp over here, we're doing it. And you have your camp over there and you're doing it. And maybe we don't even share information. There might be things I'm doing better than you and things you're doing better than me. We don't know because we're not sharing the information because there has not been technical.
And the byproduct of that as well.
Right?
The byproduct of that as well. When the corporate industry see we behave in that way, they don't want to invest or do business with us. And that is the biggest problem.
But not just that, they also willing to pin you against each other. And say, well, if he doing it for that price, I'm going to come and say, well, nah, he was saying he would do it for less, so what we going to do? And there's no way for you to check that information because we're not sharing information like that.
Exactly.
What do you think, though, Spine, causes us to have this problem? Because I think we need to get to the root of the problem if we're going to be able to try and solve it.
You see the buckets and they crab them? That is the problem.
So we had to break the bucket.
And the mentality had to change, literally. It's the mentality. And the problem stem from the template that we grew up under, which is 400 years ago.
Post-colonialism.
You didn't grow up under that mentality.
No, but this is not. I mean, this is music artists, egos, people. I mean, that is not just here.
And that's the point I wanted to get at.
No. I mean, that what you're trying to do is a very difficult task to wrangle that many creative people into one. And then the people that are on their teams, that's a lot of people to put together into one entity. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's definitely a good idea. I just think it's a challenge anywhere in the world to be able to do that, especially in the creative industry, you know? So
But I mean, I'm not necessarily saying it should be a company. I think it should be, you know, some kind of a society like ASCAP in Jamaica. We have Jario, something like that, where it's a society that everybody joins, gets vetted, gets approved, and then you come and you have your meetings and everybody voices their concern. You have to be a member to voice your concern, and then there's a elected, you know, chairperson who would then bring those issues to governmental or private sector people and say, this is the consensus of our members think that this is what we need, right? Instead of it being just like, boy, me feel like we need this and I don't know if anybody else feels so. You understand? Like, crowd gives power, right? And it's interesting what Dana said is that yeah, this is egos and that kind of thing is not just here. Absolutely, it's not, right? But what happens is, if Dana's organization and my organization can agree, and we say, all right, we're going to do things this way, and then we go to Zigboy and we say, yo, we're doing things like this. We're willing to do things like this too? Then it's three of us. Then better believe everybody starts to line up and knock on the door, right? But it takes that beginning of a Justice League, for want of a better word.
Yeah.
You understand? A movement. Everybody.
So then,
people follow a movement.
Does it require then us to have established businesses so that we can say, like, just like there's Zigboy, you have your business, you have your business, and then we can say, let us work together. So everybody establishes their business model, and then they can say, this is what I do. How can we help you, and how can you help me?
Absolutely.
But that's what Universal Records is. So you have the mother and then the subsidiaries. We could do the same, but as Dana said, the egos get involved because everybody.
The egos get involved because who's the mother?
Well, that's the problem. There's no structure to the top, and everybody just keep competing against each other. We were bred to compete in this land here. That is the problem. We don't know how to work together.
I mean, I love that you all are clapping, but how are we fixing it?
Well, this is what I'm saying. I think to fix it, it starts with a small collective. That's what I think. A small collective starts to attract, right? There's critical mass, right? When we talk about doing business together, but if the three of us actually start to do business together, and then you guys see that, and we say, hey, we're open for more people to come and join this hive, and at some point we're gonna say, you know, we're going to have a chairman, and the chairman can only last for 2 years, and then we're going to have a new election. So that also breaks down that hierarchy of this person has been the chairman for 25 years, and all of a sudden it's an old boys network, because that's a big problem in Jamaica, right? Is that
in Trinidad too, sir?
No, but
sure.
let me
I
just
can
be
only
the
speak
devil-
for Jamaica.
Let me be the devil's advocate for a second, right?
Only for a second.
Pay attention, people, right? For example, right now we here in Movie Town having a conference. Who put this together? Call the names. Squatch alone?
Well, there's a whole committee of them.
Government, I heard.
The Justice League.
Right. So
Then you have one.
You know what all of those names have in common?
Yes, true parties.
Not only that, it's a youth movement. So we don't need to keep going to.
Bigger heads.
It's happening. Look at here. But it could happen more.
But Spine, my counteraction to that is that we've been here before.
No, I understand.
We've been, every generation have a youth network that has put together one of these,
But
and
after
it's been fantastic until we leave the room.
It's the same way. If you keep going to the gym and you're not seeing results, you'll keep going. You'll get tired. And it's been happening. I know I've been through three different generations of youth development in Trinidad, and I see a lot of people fall by the wayside. Why? They're tired.
Yeah.
The
And
reason
I think that's part of the reason for the lack of turnout as well.
They're
is
tired
that
to hear the
we've
same
been here
thing
before.
over and over.
Yeah.
I know sometimes it's fed up talk. You know, but it needs to be done. So until you're part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
Two organizations that I can refer to check out that potentially, well, you know, are potential models. There's A2IM. That's like, I can't remember what it stands for, but that's like an association of independent music labels in the States. And then there's Merlin. So Merlin is basically a distribution company. It aggregates many rights holders together and almost as like a collective bargaining agreement of sorts. You know, but it has direct deals with Spotify and Apple Music. And if you have enough copyrights, you can join Merlin and you get a very, very good deal. But there are in the larger music business, collective
Examples,
society,
working
examples that
examples.
work. So maybe look
Exactly.
at some of those. But to shift back to like practical things that you can do, I mean, you can try and register your business, right? Because I think you, as a music artist, as someone who deals in intellectual property, you need to have it go through a business because you don't want to get personally sued. God forbid you sample something without clearing it or something happens, then you don't want to ever be personally liable, right? So establishing a limited liability corporation is important.
Step one.
Right, step one. You should have that. Yeah, get your lawyer, get your good lawyer, set up the business, and you're at least you're in a good footing there. And then it's create, low cost, low time commitment, high output, creativity, know who you want to reach. Use strategies like use ChatGPT and use, networking and use educate yourself, collaboration, trying to figure out how do you reach those people that you want to reach, and then stick with it, right? 18 to 24 months. Yeah. Really and truly, it's 18 to 24 months you're looking at before you get real traction, and don't get discouraged if you don't get traction. Stick with what stick with the music that feels good to you as well, by the way. Don't try and make music that you think sounds good to someone else and try and make that just so you can try and please them. I've never seen that really work out well. I would say stick to what you want to do now, but also remember that if you want to reach people and connect with people and resonate with people who don't live here, you have to balance and make sure that the music is palatable and understandable by people elsewhere as well.
All right. I think at this time we can open up the floor for questions. If anybody have questions for these brilliant men on stage, I see one hand already up. We'll go with the lady first. Just now, you can turn it on for you. Give him 2 seconds. 1, 2.
Hello? Okay, good.
Like magic.
I don't really have a question. I more have a comment. It sounds as though the body that you all are trying to describe is a union. And I'm not sure. It sounds as though there's that void here. And it sounds as though that people need to speak to unions that exist here to see like how to get that kind of thing started within the entertainment industry. So it sounds like all the professionals, lawyers, or everybody who's involved in the industry need to come together to do this, not only producers.
Amen.
It's currently happening as we speak. Thanks for that comment because it definitely needed, and we actually taking steps towards that movement. Yeah.
I wish we had a lawyer in the room. Keep saying this.
He's supposed to be here.
They're changing the batteries in the mic. Just give them 1 second.
Meanwhile, we're waiting. I mean, that's something I think is a bit of a missed opportunity for both the lawyer who could be here, but also for everyone here who needs that lawyer. You know what I mean? And then my other question was, you had said you've been here before. There's a youth movement every once in a while when there's something like this, and then there's talk, and then it goes away. Mm-hmm. But I guess my question is there somebody who's collecting everybody's information who comes and attends this, puts their names down, puts it in some kind of a database, and then reaches out and says, "Hey guys, I know you attended. These things were discussed. We would like you to sign up and be a member of XYZ."
So that is the part that's missing. So there's always the data collection. Okay. There's the information.
Data collection is completely useless if you don't have a strategy and a plan and execution of that plan. Right? That's something that Dana was talking about, and I wanted to touch on it just briefly too. There's a big problem in Jamaica where somebody makes a song tonight, they give it to somebody at the radio station tomorrow, and then the day after they expect it to be on Spotify.
Yeah.
No, it gets no pitching, it gets no playlisting, and it dies, and then they turn around and want to blame the distributor.
Yeah.
Right? That's your fault. So plan, strategy, execute. Same thing I'm saying.
All right. Do you have another question?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah. Behind you.
Hi. Good day, everyone. My name is Ryo. Now, I want to take this segue to say this, right? A mentor of mine told me that it is good to maximize on your resources, what it is you have. Now, the implementation of technology and e-commerce could literally bring about a whole different playing field in terms of that. Now, in terms of, I just want to bring forth that, especially when they talk about ChatGPT and quote-unquote AI, I don't think AI made itself. We made AI. So all the information that we end up putting out on the internet and whatever, it's there on AI. I just wanted to say, well, AI could actually help with business in terms of even simple as a plan, because literally business is also creative. It is what we do and how we bring about our creativity in business, which is why you have a business and you have the name of a business. You have what the business goal is. It is all creative. So even business is mainly just creative and stuff too. And in terms of the youth, I think the youth as well need to understand that there are ways to learn and implement their side in their protection of their stuff and their rights and their knowledge in terms of the business of music.
Definitely, and that's exactly what Dana was speaking to earlier when he recommended we use ChatGPT to be able to facilitate those things. So it's exactly what you're saying there.
Yeah, and that's why we're here too. I mean, first of all, let me thank. I am so thankful for Caribbean music, for reggae, dancehall, and soca. I have made a good living for 20 years off of this business, and I'm here because I see that, and I agree with you that people need to understand that there is a viable career path here, and that's why I'm here. I literally moved from California to Trinidad and Tobago to preach that. So, it's for real. It's I know many people. I manage Russian. Russian was the same. He was a kid who made beats in his room on a laptop, and he just kept going and going and going and producing and producing and producing. And when he made a little bit of money, we vested it back into the next music video, and it did it again and again and again and again. And so it is possible for anybody here to make a living in music, but you have to just plan and you got to stick to it. But yes, for sure, that there needs to be that encouragement, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah, we have another question.
Oh yeah, understand.
Please on thanks.
Big up Nigel. So my name is Chenko, real name Vichenko Noel. Have a studio called Chenko Productions. So a lot of people may or may not know, I have been to every consultation, meeting, music TT, government, whatever you could think about, I have been there. And I have even been there as far as me and Zig Boss. We go way back as far as Synergy Soca Star 1. When all of us was singing right on the street trying to prove that we are a soca artist and we could become something. So, to me, I have all the wealth of the knowledge. He has all the wealth of the knowledge. Most of the experienced people have been here with the wealth of knowledge. And the problem is, repeatedly, over and over, we have a problem with sharing knowledge. Our issue is sharing knowledge. I remember Music TT bring somebody from Jamaica. See it? But I like how you talk, eh? That's it. Right? I love how you talk. You are just straightforward. And it's just being real. We have a problem sharing knowledge. Zig, say here what? Let we come together, let we unionize. We all saying it. We want to do it. And it's nothing. I think in the last session we had yesterday, somebody was saying you cannot be LeBron James. You have to be somebody at the back. And I don't know if all of us, as a songwriter, as a producer, I'm a producer too, but that doesn't mean I can give him the title to say here what? Lead the people. And a lot of us are afraid to give leadership to somebody in Trinidad because we believe They go just make it and leave us. And I think that's the problem with the Caribbean people. We all want to be stars, but we all don't want to be followers to support that star to help another one. I mean, Jamaican have it, eh? Correct me, eh? Please correct me.
No, you're right.
I went Jamaica just for the experience as a producer / artist, and the only thing I could hear when I land on the ground, one love, coming again, one love, go in the shop, one love. I said, but why only hearing, why not hearing Vibes Cartel? Why not hearing Movado? All I'm hearing is one love. And my wife was like, I want you to learn the culture of Jamaica, just to learn. And when I went in the store, all I see was the Rastafari, the colors and the ras. And where's their color? Where's the reggae signature? That is that signature. And I was like, wow, we here to learn. We not understanding. We need to push that person or persons to develop our culture. We just have a problem where we just afraid to give somebody that chance. Not an older person. Maybe I believe it's a younger person or no. I don't know. I believe it's somebody who could take us to the next generation.
I think we're looking for a savior, is what you're saying there.
Yes.
And I don't agree with that at all. I cannot agree with that at all.
But I mean, I pray to Almighty God that we don't come next year and the year after and the same conversation is still happening.
It will happen because every generation needs to go through this.
It sounds like
Let me just
somebody
answer
running
quick.
for chairman.
Let me just tell him two things, right? Two quick things, right?
Yeah.
Now, Jesus was a powerful man, right? But he had 12 disciples.
Bang.
And every one of them had a role and function. So even
including Judas. Yes.
Including Judas.
Including
Very
Judas.
importantly, Judas. Don't
Right?
leave him out.
So regardless of you find the savior as you say you're looking for, it still boils back down to togetherness. Still boils back down to a movement. Without that, nothing can happen.
Amen. Another question.
Hi,
Stand up, Pine. Stand up, Pine. Piney whiny. Piney, sorry.
Okay, so for me, I think not only just having the knowledge, but also applying the knowledge, because there's a lot of people that just know so much things, but even in life itself, they don't apply what they know. Like you could just knowing something and actually having the drive to execute and apply and do what you need to do to get what you have to get done is a problem that I think not just in music itself, but in general with business and things in life itself now that people have. And I think that they should try to, what's up with this? Execute more. Yeah?
All right. Thank you very much for your comment. We have one in front here as well. I mean, just to comment on what you just said there, Pine, for me, because I know how to do something doesn't mean I'm the person to execute it. I can be aware of something without having the skills to actually execute it. So I know about distribution. I don't mean I'm going to try and do what Dana does do. Dana is a specialist at what he does. Spine is a specialist at what he does. As is Steve, I do expect them to moderate the panel because this is what I just do. You understand what I mean? So because Steve can ask questions doesn't mean that he should be the person moderating. So I think it's important for us to be aware of everything. But if you have a role, play your role and play it real good. I think the big challenge that we face in the Caribbean is that support structure and people understanding that their role is to support. I think that's where a big part of the problem is everybody wants to be the star. So the minute I start to support somebody else and they become bigger than me, that becomes a problem.
Oh, that need crowd.
For example, right? Everybody in this room know Usain Bolt, right? He's the world's fastest man, right? All ever see Usain Bolt coach? Big fat man. But he's the greatest coach in the world. Because he also coach Johan. He also coach Shelly, Asafa, and plenty fast people who he can run. With that being said, role and function is important. Yep. Understand your strengths and play to your strengths. You
Yeah,
know,
man.
because I have the information doesn't mean that I have to execute it. I could probably give it to you to execute it. And that is what, again, teamwork,
Liz.
makes the dream work.
Hi again, and Just Liz, R&B artist. Just two things. One, in terms of the comments when it comes to information and these things like that. I think at times it's kind of hard when one person has the information to reach out to other people who can actually distribute that information. So, for example, like I was speaking before about me going to Martinique, the panel that I was in front of was people from Sony Music, Warner Chappell, these kind of people. And I have a wealth of information. And I came back here and I reached out to one person in particular, a couple of people actually, to say, hey, where can we go from here when it comes to, because I want to be able to spread this information around, because it was a lot of good information when it comes from marketing to production side to the same union thing. That's not something that, you know, anybody is not talking about. They were speaking about that exact same thing in Martinique, because they were really heavily looking at Trinidad and wondering why we don't have that down here as yet. You know what I mean? So there are eyes on us. And I think at times it's kind of hard to meet the right people that we can have these conversations with. So I'm really thankful for these kind of things, so we could kind of network and discuss a little bit more. So I don't think it's something that should not happen consistently. It should happen way more, because the last one that I was involved in was Audio Essentials, and I was pre-COVID. You know what I mean? I don't know what happened after that, and I'm usually very informed. I in everybody's
Music
business.
City had a whole segments on sessions and online, and we went online for a bunch of different things. So I just think it's a matter of the perspective, but I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, I think with that, a lot more marketing in that regards needs to happen, because yes, Music TT is amazing, but it was.
It was.
But they're really needed to push a lot, funnel a lot more into the marketing aspect of it, because a lot of things weren't seen by the public eye a lot, you know, and that kind of made things falter. So,
Love,
in my humble opinion,
if we were to spend $1 million on marketing, there's still going to be somebody who say, I didn't see
didn't hear
it. The Prime Minister was on every single radio station, television station for the COVID reports, and there are people who still didn't know
I would say yes, but I would also think that if you not doing it and then saying that, you know, if nobody would see it, if we do it a lot more, would just make nobody see it. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not saying don't do it.
But let me
I'm saying there
just,
will
let me
always
just
be
chime
that
in quick, right?
limitation.
Easy thing. No, we both saying the same thing in a different way. But the reality is this. Results is what matters.
Yeah.
We could complain, we could find all the reasons why it's not happening or why this one ain't doing that and that. The reality still lies that we have a problem. And until we fix that, we have a problem.
Yeah.
Results is what matters.
Because, I mean, at the end of the day, even though I say things like we've been here before and we've done this conference before, it doesn't mean that this one is not needed. It doesn't mean that this one is not going to be effective. It doesn't mean that one of you could make that difference.
Correct.
One of you can be impacted by this, or 10 of you can be impacted by this in ways that will change your whole life.
Correct.
So I'm not saying this is not necessary. I'm saying that even though we have these conversations over and over again, it's important to realize that we've had it before.
Mhm.
It's important to realize that we needed to take a step forward.
I think it's more so of we acknowledge that it happened before, but the new people in the room, you know what I mean? So new people can get the information. So that was the one question. Two, my other question is for you, Dina. You would have spoke about marketing plans and everything like that, and ChatGPT and everything like that. Do you have a set plan that you can inform us and tell us when it comes to being an independent artist in particular that we should follow? Like, for example, posting stuff to DistroKid 3 months in advance. How do you go about actually pitching to Spotify? What is the technical terms that you have to use? Yeah.
So I mean, first of all, there's not one set plan because like every artist is different. But I have like a general idea and template of what I would recommend. And first of all, minimum of 4 weeks planning to release your project now. And also, I do recommend going with, even if it's not our company, Monk Music, another distribution partner that has contacts and actually does the pitching, because you can use a service like DistroKid or TuneCore and get your music up online efficiently and get paid, and it's it's a proper service. But in doing that, you're not getting a marketing contact that's actually going to do the pitching. So, in today's day and age, in the current state of the music business, my first thing is I recommend that you put together a highlight sheet, which is like an EPK, like you said, basically, right? It's like who you are as an artist, your social media links, like a little bit of information about the song and the project and any highlights you've had in your career. Put that together and attach that to your song, and go to a distribution partner that pitches to DSPs 4 weeks in advance and say, today is July 1st, and on August 1st, I want to release this song. Here's the pitch. Can you make sure and that pitch gets in? Now, in addition to that one pitch, I suggest you really have like 6 of those lined up at any given time, because someone like me or someone else similar, is going to look at this and say like, okay, if you have one song, that's really not enough. You have to have at least 6 songs a year right now to be able to get people's attention, right? So, and then around those 6 songs, yes, pitch each one, prepare them, get them in, distribute it 4 weeks in advance and make sure that pitch gets in. And then around each one of those songs, make sure you have 10 pieces of content. Right? Like, so you could have the behind the scenes, you could have a visualizer video, you could have a lyric video, you could have, official music video, and just make sure that you have that and that you're constantly surfacing that. You really want to become ubiquitous so that anytime anyone looks in, your lane, so if you're Caribbean R&B, you find those people, where they hang out online, how to reach them, and you make sure that they're always seeing you. And you do that on a 18 to 24 month time period, and you'll get results. But you don't get discouraged if after the 10th month nothing's happened. As long as you've done it properly, that when one of them does hit, the rest of the people can discover the rest of your music. So practically speaking, that is like a bit of a template.
The reason why I laugh twice, right, when you say that, is because I see this happen over and over. And again, it's because how we've been programmed, right? You say, how much months?
18 to 24 months is really when you can really
artists
start
releasing music within 18 to 24 weeks and the fed up promote it. That boy, them been playing my song, them fighting me down. No campaign, no promotion, no plan, no nothing. Just creating music and tune it that way. And expect results.
Hard to get results that way.
It's impossible to get results that way.
Not impossible. It's hard.
Highly
unlikely to get long-term results.
I want to add one thing to that, and it's something that we also tend to ignore a bit in the Caribbean, which is PR, right? I was recently hipped to some game, which I'm going to share with you, which is a friend of mine who comes from the online media background, and he said to me, he noticed that every time there was an article written about an artist, that their Spotify algorithm would pop. Would just go up a little bubble, And so he started to do research, and he started to do experiments where he would write 5-6 articles about an artist and watch what would happen on their Spotify. And every time there was a new Google alert on an artist, the Spotify would go up a little bit. And he started to make that connection. And of course, it makes sense, right? Is that everything's connected, all that AI, all that internet is all connected. The algorithm works off of stuff like that. So yes, they have a single, there should be a press release, or there should be a story, or you do something, you do a show, you have a new collaboration that you do with somebody, you started to plant mangoes in your backyard, whatever it is, you put out an article, put out as many articles as you can, get as many fingers pointing back at you as possible, and they flow on, they connect to each other. Right, so just like the better you do on Spotify, is the more you're likely to be Googled. Is the more you're Googled, is the more likely you're going to do better. You're going to do on Spotify.
Mm-hmm. It's all integrated. We have another question.
Hi, so I'm Naomi. So my question actually came because I sat here and was thinking when you were speaking about the artists and coming together and doing this basically union, as she said. So my question is though, I feel as artists, we get very passionate about a project or something. And I feel like, how y'all feel about stepping outside of having an artist run this union or organization? Like, what are the thought process like that? Because I ask this because like with me, I'm in fashion. My field is fashion. My father, who does agriculture and carpentry, has an earful from his only daughter all the time, every time I have to make a business decision or a styling decision. And he sits and tries his best to understand what it means, what is the point of view, what is the themes in fashion. Like, he sits and tries to understand that, and with his business knowledge helps me make the decisions that I need to make to move forward, right? So I say this because I feel like, as all of us as artists, we work from a place of emotion and we work from a place of passion. And I feel sometimes passion would sometimes get in the way because we're butting heads with a fellow artist or a fellow person in the same field. So I just wanted to hear your opinion on probably stepping outside of the creative field to find those persons to kind of pilot the projects.
I just want to, just to give some context, I would say in response to that, I think that might be the solution. And I say that based on, if we look at Beyonce's manager now, used to run a bank. So she took a bank manager, bank CEO, and made him her manager because she is equivalent, right? He still runs a bank, basically, right? I can say locally that Freetown Collective, we have a manager who is a doctor of international relations. So he's not a creative at all. And at the beginning of the process, he had to learn a lot about the music industry, and he's still learning about the music industry. But he's also been able to get us to open for UB40 and to go to Glastonbury next week. So at the end of the day, yeah, well, you're not here now, but he's not even in the country right now. But he's also, my point is that he's a manager of a creative band successfully, but he's not a creative.
And I want to just touch on it, right? That is actually the formula, because there's a difference between music and the business of music. A lot of times, the business of music have nothing to do with how your song ends. And it have no emotions in business. That is plenty problems we continuously make because we always so emotional, and it's natural. Creatives is emotional people. Hence the reason you're creative, you're expressive, right? So you have to find that balance, and sometimes it could be with somebody from a whole next world. You know, most times actually.
Naomi, it sounds like the question is your dad willing to lead this movement?
Nigel, this is our last question for today.
Yeah, Nigel Campbell. I write for the media, so I've been covering these conferences for years, probably a decade, at the genesis of Music TT. And private sector, people have put on conferences, and of course the public sector. We recognize, as you can see from the audience, that not many people are interested. They think of these as just talk shops, right? So two questions, one for Steve first. I'm trying to understand the experience in Jamaica. We have public sector, we have private sector. People could complain that the public sector, the policymakers are not interested. But on the other side, the persons in the creative industry, the music industry, have a lot of work to do. A lot of them are not incorporated. When we had COVID, they were giving grants to people, and they asked them, okay, we need your ID, not your ID, whatever revenue number, and an NS number. And a lot of them were not even in the system as it was, right? I'm wondering, one, what is the Jamaican example? Is it very similar? Because I've heard stories, as much as we recognize Sean Paul and Shaggy and of course Bob, that effectively it's not perfect. That's one. And just for Dana, you are in the music distribution business, digital music distribution, the musical distribution business. And I remember first hearing you at CDM conference years ago when you first came here. And I was wondering, is there any other when I say is there any other person doing your kind of business? Because I have a thing about one person doing everything and dominating the marketplace. Just that's my two questions. So
Yeah, there are a few people. So like I mentioned it before. So there's Fox Fuse is one. You just don't see them because they don't. I don't know. They never come down here.
No, they're based in.
I don't know.
They're based in New York.
Oh, in Trinidad?
No.
Nah. Not based in Trinidad.
Not based there.
Which is part of the problem, right? I think that we need more of that, and I'm glad that Dana is here, and that we've actually finally stolen somebody from America instead of them stealing from us. So big up to Dana, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Mean, honestly. And then to answer your question is, yeah, we have the same problem in Jamaica, and we have these conferences in Jamaica, and we've had these conferences in Jamaica, and we have at least probably 10 different organizations, and you have some people who are members of this one and some are members of that one. Unfortunately, it tends to be the older people It tends to be old boy network, like I said earlier. The young people are too busy doing to be involved in the strategy and the sitting down and the discussing and blah, blah, blah. But to that, I would say one thing that I've been to Midem. I don't know if anybody else in here has been to Midem in France. Anybody? Dane, I know you have. It's a big music conference in France, and it's a marketplace, which is very interesting. And it was more relevant back when distribution was something that you literally had to seek. You couldn't find it online. You had to find an actual person. And if I had an album, I would go to Midem with my album, and I would try to meet people from different territories and try and strike different deals. Hey, you're in Martinique, distribute my album. You're in, Ghana, distribute my album, and make those, and then they'll do showcases and all this kind of stuff, right? And Jampro, somebody mentioned earlier, Jampro spent a whole bunch of money sending people from Jamaica for many, many years in a row. And when I went the second time, I went with an English guy who I worked for in Jamaica, John Baker from G Jam, and back he had G Street label back in the day. And he's another person we've stolen, so we're glad for him too. But he said, I worked for him and I knew how much money we had and didn't have. Let me say it that way. To say that we had a limited budget. We were all everybody who went was staying in this one small apartment together. Some man sleep on couch, some man sleep on floor. And John had this room at the most expensive hotel in the south of France. And I couldn't justify it. I was like, why? Why is this happening? And he says, all right, tonight, after you finish walking the floor at the conference, come to this hotel at about midnight. I said, midnight? He said, yeah. Okay. I show up at midnight and the lobby is crammed with people. And everybody's doing deals. And that goes on until 4 o'clock in the morning. And that's where the business occurs. And he said to me, you're wasting your time on the floor. That's just displays and fancy stuff. But this is where the business gets done. And I think that something that I don't know, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but after this, we all leave room and go our separate ways. What I'm saying is we should all leave and go somewhere where we sit down and talk. And if that's a hotel lobby, or if it's a bar, or if it's a wherever it is, but that is what creates networking. That's what creates business, right? It's great for you guys to sit there and listen to us talk, but it's better for us to sit together and you tell me, well, Steve, here's what I need. And I can say to you, well, I'm looking for that, or I'm not looking for that, but Dana's looking for that, or Dana's not looking for that, but she is, or he is, or he is, or whoever is. That's what networking is, and that's how you create a real industry, right? An industry doesn't happen when I speak at you, and you listen to me, and then you go home and everybody makes notes, and you go and you read your notes. Completely useless, relationships. I was speaking to a group of youngsters outside after the last thing, and they said they all go to music. UTT, right? And as we started speaking, oh, you're a producer, you want to be a manager, you're an artist. I said, have you ever produced for that artist? I said, do you manage anybody? No. Why don't you manage her? Why don't you understand? Make that connectivity that you're there in the room, but you're already not working with the people who are right beside you. But you want a collective.
Thank you.
And you want people to take you seriously.
Thank you. Thank you. Candace, you had a question?
Let us support each other.
Oh,
is what
Dana,
I'm saying.
hold on, Candace. Dana?
Well, I just had one thought that I wanted to make sure I got out, and that is that I know there's like, because I've as Nigel said, I've spoken in many of these over the years in Trinidad, and this like and elsewhere in the Caribbean, and there's a lot of sometimes frustrations, a lot of angst, and like almost anguish sometimes about the situation and like these things happening and coming together and then nothing happening. But I would say I've been working in Jamaican music for over 20 years, and I've been coming to Trinidad for 12 years. I would say that globally, I do feel that progress is being made for the music and culture from Trinidad and Tobago. From when I came here for the first time until now, you have Trinibad. That's a serious genre of music. People are paying attention to that.
Yep.
You have an audience. You have a lane. That's a business. You can there are people making living off of that, and people in Jamaica certainly notice it, and even people in the diaspora and beyond are noticing that. And then I would say carnivals all over, like they have like a pretty decent Miami carnival now, and Caravana in Toronto getting bigger, Notting Hill, massive, Jamaica carnival, I go every year now, really crazy, really fun, big business. Like it's happening, and so you should pat yourselves on the back as well and realize that it can be frustrating. The music is frustrating, the business is frustrating, but I feel progress is being made, and the product is getting better, in my mind at least. So I mean, I would encourage everyone to also look at the positives and say, okay, this is actually a real thing. We can do our thing. Like, we keep going. You know what I mean? Because I do see progress.
But just a quick footnote to that is study the progress. Like, why is it happening? How is it happening?
Yeah.
Who's doing it and why is it happening? And I think even some of the things you spoke about, the reason Jamaica Carnival is doing so much better now is because guess what? There's more Trinis involved.
Mhm.
You guys know how to do it. You came over and showed us,
Collaborations.
right? So Scorch those parties in Jamaica.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So this is that connectivity, that sharing of ideas we spoke about earlier about, not being protective over,
Territory.
over strategy, over knowledge, over experience, right? Is you guys come in there and saying, hey, look, this is how we do it in Trinidad. It's better. It works better this way. Trust us. And it does. And it grows. And it grows the whole culture.
All right, let's take in, this will be the last one for sure this time, right? All right, Candace, come on.
Thank you so much. So I have a quick question and a not so quick question, maybe.
Let's try and get both of them quick
Right?
now.
Yeah. So the quick question is, how possible is it to change a distributor for the same song? So if you have already used a
Very,
distributor,
very
to
easy.
put-
I mean, it depends on what your deal is with them. It's assuming you're not in an exclusive distribution period or term. It's very simple. You can just get the ISRC, and you have the wave file and the artwork and the metadata, and you can just switch it, re-upload it, and then once the new one is up, you just issue a takedown for the old one, and it should merge even the plays on Spotify so that those don't go away. As long as you have the ISRC and both are up at one time, you take down the old one and the new one will stay with the data. So that's actually very simple.
Nice. Let me hit a not so quick question.
Usually.
Right. So the Caribbean model of producing a hit a year is not really the same model as it is outside, because what they will do is produce an album and then tour on that album for an extended period of time and then produce another album, right? So how possible is it to begin to merge? Because I remember going to a conference and they said, your song is new forever because it will always be new to somebody. You can always remarket
It don't
the
expire.
same song. It doesn't expire,
Mhm.
right? So in terms of strategy with regards to marketing existing music that you would have put out before, that's not new to you, but new to somebody, how would you, approach that?
I mean, we have the example that exists of Kevin Little, Turn Me On, which was released about 4 years before it became internationally popular. Same thing with Rupee. And I just speaking specifically about the Caribbean music because those songs would have been produced for Carnival period specifically, but they got popular internationally after. I don't know what the strategy was. I don't know if Dana has any insight or Steve.
Well, another one is Omi, for example. That song Cheerleader. That was out for a
Right.
long time, and that was a remix. Off the top of my head, it's remix or alternative version. Also, in terms of like pitching it, like DSPs, you can't pitch the same version again later. So once that's like out, in that regard, it's kind of out. You can't really repitch that at the DSP level. But if you make a remix or a remix EP or an alternative version EP where you also do a waterfall strategies where you put the original version as like a track 2 or 3 or whatever, and you kind of like waterfall it on the release. That's how you sort of do that, and it is possible, but also collaborations, right? So like you'll do the remix. Like a good song was a song Jessica by Michael Brune last year from Haiti. He got Marshall on the remix. He had J Balvin on the remix. That's a very good way, like case study to look at, right? I think it comes through like remixing and collaboration.
Yeah, I would double down on that. Right now, Kes and Sean Paul have a song Out of This World, the cricket anthem. Which
Surprised they're not playing it here.
Yeah, but it's getting a bit
They're playing
tired
everywhere.
And so we put that out, and then we realized, of course, that the biggest cricketing nations outside the English speaking are India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan. So we went to each of those countries, found a popular artist with the youth, especially from each of those countries, and did remixes with those artists. Now you'll probably never hear those remixes, but they're playing in those countries, and it has re-energize the song as well for the whole cricket community.
If that doesn't give you inspiration, I don't know what will. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say thank you all so very much, and thank you to our panel.
I just want to say something before we close, right? Ladies and gentlemen, music is real estate. Music do not rotten.
There is rotten music though.
But it don't expire. It don't expire. Reason why I say this, it only do that when you don't really pay attention to it the right way. So pay attention to what will mine you.
Also, we call it mailbox money. You make that money is coming in while you're sleeping. Think of another way to think of it is that's multi-generational mailbox money. You're like, think about the life of a copyright as like the lifetime is your grandchildren. They'll earn from that music. So while it can be frustrating to in the short term, you really got to think of it as like a long-term annuity and just build a catalog, build catalog. That you really you can't go wrong with that.
So don't play with your music. Don't play with it. And as I'm saying that, make sure go follow Zigboy. www.zigboy.com. Right? Follow the movement.
Thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Enjoy the rest of your day. Please be safe and get home. Thank you again, Steve. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Spine. We'll see you guys again next time. Take care. All right, guys. As Steve was mentioning earlier, we're gonna do some networking if you so desire. But head to the VIP lounge. Please don't stay in the corridor. Head to the VIP lounge for more networking. Yeah.
For every pack of Always pads or Tampax tampons,